and beneath them a churning sea of high-volatility tech positions that are either going to power miracle comebacks or cement some very long weeks for these traders.
Wow. Guys, finally, real quick, I don't know if we take a look at stuff up. The Penguins are out, of course, on this one.
We are 16 minutes past the bell. It's 9:46 a.m. ET in New York, and the Wick elevator leaderboard has detonated into a brand new formation with fresh green at the very top.
And look at this new king as of 9:46 a.m. ET. Doc John sits in rank 1 on the elevator board, planting the very first big green flag of the session with just 3 trades on the tape.
Sliding right under them, Sudhir Kumar Chitla has already turbo boosted into second by 9:46 a.m. ET on just 3 executions. That is minimum button mashes, maximum leaderboard impact.
Then you've got Niraj Arora in third on this 9:46 a.m. ET snapshot, quietly green with 3 trades. That's the kind of controlled start that either becomes a clinic or a very slow car crash if they get greedy.
The fascinating outlier in the top cluster is Rahul Davis at rank 4 as of 9:46 a.m. ET, 10 trades already, meaning they've chosen pure activity over patience in the opening rotation.
And check this, Javier Madali is parked in 5th at 9:46 a.m. ET with 0 trades for the session, just ghosting the chaos while the rest of the field sprints straight into the fire.
Grown is 0 trades and still in the money pack at 9:46 a.m. ET. Basically means Javier Madali is watching everyone else speedrun mistakes. Sometimes the best opener is just not touching anything.
Just outside that top 5, Manish Kapoor sneaks into 6th with a tiny green edge and only 1 trade on the 9:46 a.m. ET frame. That's a probing jab that still lands on the scoreboard.
Structurally, this top lane at 9:46 a.m. ET is a classic early tournament pattern: low trade counts, modest realized edges, and enormous latent risk if someone like Doc John decides to press the advantage too fast.
Drop your eyes down and you hit Nishay Kumar Manjunath in 7th at 9:46 a.m. ET, already red after 8 trades. That's the early reminder that volume does not automatically translate to victory.
And right below, Amit Yadav in 8th as of 9:46 a.m. ET has already dipped into the red on just a single trade, 1 decision, and the elevator doors open straight onto a down shaft.
The real stress test lives in 9th, where Deva Munasamy finds themselves deeply negative by 9:46 a.m. ET after 5 trades. That's a prior top performer now wrestling with an early drawdown spiral.
Groaning. The bottom 3 tell the real horror story. Chidambara Raja in 11th at 9:46 a.m. ET, showing red with 0 new trades, just waking up to the same nightmare and hoping the market gets kinder on its own.
Just beneath that, Sudhish Udayakumar sits 12th on the 9:46 a.m. ET board, also red with no trades this morning, strategically frozen between cutting risk and giving the existing book more room.
Gasping. And yo, Anil Sonune is locked in at 13th at 9:46 a.m. ET, deep in the red with 0 new orders. That's like loading into the level already low health and still deciding when to unpause.
Sighing. The brutal part is that from Chidambara Raja down to Ravi Kiran Kohli at 9:46 a.m. ET, nobody has taken a new swing yet, which means every tick in their existing positions is either quiet relief or slow motion damage.
Big picture, with 6 hours and 14 minutes left until the close, this 9:46 a.m. ET snapshot is just the opening salvo. The real story of the Wick's 1750 prize pool will be written when these cautious starts collide with afternoon volatility. It is 9:50 a.m. ET in New York, 20 minutes past the bell, and the Wick elevator dashboard has flipped into a brand new regime with fresh green leadership and deep red turbulence underneath.
Brand new king at the top. Doc John grabs rank 1 on that 9:50 a.m. ET snapshot. 3 trades in, and suddenly the whole bracket is staring up at this surprise elevator boss.
And the way Doc John did it is pure chaos fuel. TSLA flips from pain to power twice in 2 minutes, with simple P&L bursts hitting at 9:49 a.m. ET and 9:50 a.m. ET. That is a live Tesla roller coaster strapped to the crown.
Of course, it's never a free lunch. AVGO also clips Doc John with back-to-back drawdowns at 9:49 a.m. ET and 9:50 a.m. ET, so that top seat story is already a knife edge between Hero Run and Semiconductor Slap.
Just below, Sudhir Kumar Chitla slots into second as of 9:50 a.m. ET, with the same 3-trade footprint. So structurally, the podium is a fragile duel between 2 low-volume operators, separated by a very thin performance margin.
Then you've got Rahul Davis chilling in third at 9:50 a.m. ET with 10 trades already. That's pure button spam energy. Way more volume than the top 2, just waiting to convert one more surge into a podium steal.
And shout out to Manish Kapoor holding fourth on that 9:50 a.m. ET board with just 2 trades. Tiny sample size, but that's exactly the kind of sleeper profile that can explode up the shaft with one clean push.
Meanwhile, Niraj Arora in fifth at 9:50 a.m. ET is already red on 4 trades. That's the early warning signal where your day can quietly turn from comeback attempt into slow motion bleed out if you keep pressing.
In sixth at 9:50 a.m. ET, Nishay Kumar Manjunath pairs a 10-trade count with a small loss, and historically that combination is a volatility engine. Any adjustment in risk there can ripple upward into sudden rank reshuffles.
And the wildest story is Javier Madalai was the overnight king, now down at 7th by 9:50 a.m. ET with 0 new trades logged. Just watching the entire field sprint past, while Lin and NVDA swings hammer the tape at 9:50 a.m. ET.
That Lin line at 9:50 a.m. ET is the real horror flick. Going from a massive cushion to a negative tally on one symbol is how a leaderboard darling wakes up and finds themselves clinging to mid-pack relevance.
At 8th on the 9:50 a.m. ET frame, Amit Yadav shows just a single trade and a modest loss, functionally parked in a watchful posture, while the volatility storm rages above and far below.
Then the script totally flips. Yesterday's beast, Teveva Munasamy, is now buried in 9th at 9:50 a.m. ET, 5 trades on and deep in the hole. That's a full-on raid boss turned raid liability overnight.
Groaning. And Sansaji in 10th at 9:50 a.m. ET is living the classic tournament nightmare. 3 trades, double exposure to TSLA and AM Zen, and both names punching down in stacked symbol P and L, hits at 9:49 a.m. ET and 9:50 a.m. ET.
11th place at 9:50 a.m. ET belongs to Chidambara Raja, who's taken simultaneous damage from AAPL and Google ticks around that same window, turning what looked like a hold-your-breath posture into a genuine drawdown spiral.
Then way down in 13th at 9:50 a.m. ET, Anil Sunune eats a monster MSFT hit from that 9:49 a.m. ET symbol event. One brutal candle, one brutal fill, and suddenly you're not chasing the podium, you're fighting just to stay in the tower.
And anchoring the board at 14th by 9:50 a.m. ET, Ravi Kiranguli is getting absolutely steamrolled. MDB, Meta, and AMD all spiking fresh red in that 9:49 a.m. ET to 9:50 a.m. ET window, like 3 bosses ganking you at once in the same room.
Groaning. Those MBB, Meta, and AMD hits clustered around 9:49 a.m. ET and 9:50 a.m. ET are the definition of compounding error. You're not just wrong on direction, you're concentrated wrong in the nastiest corner of the tech complex.
We've covered just 20 minutes of this session, and there's still over 6 hours of runway. Crowns have already swapped, heroes have already fallen, and every single name on this elevator board still has time to turn one brutal tape into a legendary climb before the bell at 4 p.m. ET.
And look who's rocketing up right behind Niraj Arora in second on that same 9:54 a.m. ET snapshot. 4 trades fired and just finished a massive flip from deep red into bright green like it's nothing.
Sliding into third, Sudhir Kumar Chitla on the 9:54 a.m. ET board with just 3 trades, low count, modest green. That's the posture of someone who's seen mornings go horribly wrong before.
Just beneath them, Manish Kapoor checks in at rank 4 as of 9:54 a.m. ET with only 2 trades, a classic early session control profile, small footprint, but already firmly on the green side of the line.
But the real fireworks for this new leader came from TSLA at 9:53 a.m. ET New York time. Doc John flipped that symbol from a drawdown into a surge, ripping a huge positive swing that catapulted them into first.
Deeper on the board, AN Sayan Saji is absorbing a brutal AMSN sequence. At 9:53 a.m. ET, the Amazon line accelerated sharply against them, compounding earlier damage and driving their total further into the red zone.
And it's not just AMZN. At 9:53 a.m. ET, MSFT joins the bully squad for AN Sensaji, stacking fresh downside on top of that earlier Amazon pain, like the market queued up a combo attack.
Over in Sadish Udayakumar's corner at 9:53 a.m. ET, Google is just grinding them down, a fresh leg lower on that name right as AM Zen detonates too, turning a bad situation into a full-on morning disaster.
For Chidambara Raja, the 9:53 a.m. ET tape is a two-front war, Google sliding further away from them, while AAPL simultaneously delivers a heavy downdraft, turning that account into a case study in correlated tech risk.
That APL hit at 9:53 a.m. AT is just savage. Chidhambara Raja basically gets dunked on by the fruit logo while trying to survive the Google slide. That's a double whammy straight to the P&L bar.
And if you want to see real pain, look at Anil Sanuna's MSFT line at 9:53 a.m. ET. That single move turns a tiny scratch into a massive gash, the kind of candle that makes you question why you ever clicked buy.
On the far end of the spectrum, Ravi Kiran Kohli is taking repeated body blows at 9:53 a.m. ET, Meta, MDB, ORCL, and AMD, all printing fresh downside, turning that portfolio into a live fire stress test of risk limits.
Then there's Jayavir Madali, who was sitting pretty earlier, but at 9:53 a.m. ET that Lin position implodes while Cisco had already rolled over at 9:52 a.m. ET. That's not a pullback. That's the floor giving way under yesterday's lead.
And don't ignore the mid-pack like Amit Yadav and Deva Munasamy down the ranks on the 9:54 a.m. ET leaderboard. That's the storm front where one monster green sequence can yank them out of deep red and blow up the prize race all over again.
Structurally, with just 24 minutes gone and over 6 hours left in this New York session, today's leaderboard at 9:54 a.m. ET is more ignition phase than endgame, but the violence in these early symbol moves shows exactly how fragile every position truly is. It is 9:58 a.m. ET in New York, 28 minutes after the bell, and the Wick elevator leaderboard has completed a total regime change. A brand new green trio is sitting on top of the bracket.
Sliding right under that, Manish Kapoor is locked in at second on the 9:57 a.m. ET snapshot with 4 trades. That's the classic. I'm not chasing yet, but my fingers on the trigger posture.
And in third at 9:57 a.m. ET, you've got Sudhir Kumar Chitla with just 3 trades on the tape. Tiny sample size, big expectations. That's exactly how traders talk themselves into doing something dumb before lunch.
Just beneath them, Niraj Arora and Rahul Davis occupy 4th and 5th respectively as of 9:57 a.m. ET, and that cluster is the emerging fault line where podium security meets hungry mid-pack momentum.
Rahul Davis already has 10 trades fired by 9:57 a.m. ET. That's not ease of use. That's full spam click mode, trying to speed run from 5th into title contention before the morning coffee wears off.
And listen to this. TSLA is the rocket fuel. Doc John flips that name from red into the green wave with a TSLA move at 9:57 a.m. ET that slingshots them into the #1 chair.
Every time an Sansaji touches MSFT or AMS in around 9:56 to 9:57 a.m. ET, it's like the market says, nope, try again, and just yoinks the elevator cables 1 floor lower.
One of the scarier red stories on the board is Amit Yadav at 9:57 a.m. ET. Only 2 trades, but already deep in the hole. That's a reminder that low volume does not always equal low risk.
But yo, don't forget the play that put Manish Kapoor in that second place launch lane. APP lights up for them at 9:56 a.m. ET, and suddenly the whole mid-pack has to respect that upside.
And then there's the MSFT disaster run from Anil Sonune at 9:57 a.m. ET. That's the kind of single name spiral that just speedruns you from maybe comeback to spectator mode.
Deeper down the ladder, Sudhish Udayakumar is getting squeezed on dual fronts, Google and AMSN both leaning against them around 9:56 to 9:57 a.m. ET, which compounds drawdown and psychological pressure simultaneously.
SVR Araju is wearing the crown on that 10 a.m. ET snapshot. Only 2 trades on the tape and already sitting in first. That is sniper energy. 1 clean burst and the whole bracket has to look up.
Then you've got Sudhir Kumar Chitla in third at 10 a.m. ET with 3 trades, not reckless, not timid, just enough swings to stay dangerous without donating a kidney to the volatility gods.
Structurally, the most important storyline is how quickly Jayavir Madali's former leadership evaporated once Lion rolled over around 9:56 to 9:57 a.m. ET. That's the textbook demonstration of single-name concentration risk in a tournament setting.
And remember, Deva Munasamy was yesterday's king by 9:57 a.m. ET. Today they're buried in 9th, which is how this game reminds you that green cushions have the half-life of a meme stock rally. Meanwhile, Niraj Arora is down in 7th at 10 a.m. ET with 6 trades, and this is the classic sequel arc, yesterday's volume hero, today's reminder that the market always charges interest on aggression.
Under the hood, volatility is funneling straight through Doc John's book at 10 a.m. ET. AVGO has swung by $-630.50 P&L for them, off that prior mark, even as the broader news tape is cheering AVGO's AI story.
Down in deep red country, Anil Sununi just got steamrolled on MSFT at 10 a.m. ET. That symbol is showing a brutal $5,817.06 P&L swing from the previous mark, the kind of candle that makes you reconsider your hobbies.
What's fascinating is that even inside that damage, Sudhish Udayakumar's AAPL line at 9:59 a.m. ET carved out a $328 P&L improvement off the prior mark, a tiny green lifeboat drifting in a sea of red tech exposure.
Over with the Nas and Saji is a full-blown triple boss fight. At 10 a.m. ET, the tape shows TSLA, AMSN, and MSFT combos dropping hits like $-553.00, $-825.00, and $-825.00, and $-825.00, and $377.00 P&L from earlier marks. That's a tech stock raid wiping the party.
Deep in the basement, Ravi Kirangoli is taking body blows from the chip and software complex at 10 a.m. ET. AMD and ORCL are flashing hits like $-4028.39 and $for day 443.60 P&L from earlier levels. That's not drawdown, that's an extinction event.
Even the grinders aren't safe. Niraj Arora's BKR line at 10 a.m. ET slid by $325.00 P&L off the earlier mark, like the market reached over and slapped the hot hand button masher on the wrist.
And how about the early king, Jayavir Madali, who opened the day on top, is now buried at 10th as of 10 a.m. ET, with 0 trades, proof that in a live tournament standing still is just a slower way to go down.
30 minutes into the Wick at 10 a.m. ET, SVR Arju, Manish Kapoor, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla are your green-lit vanguard, but with 6 hours left on the clock, this elevator can still drop or rocket any on this board without warning.
We are 34 minutes into the New York session. It's 10:04 a.m. ET, and the Wick elevator leaderboard has detonated into a brand new configuration with fresh green at the very top of the board.
SVR Arju is wearing the crown right now off that 10:03 a.m. ET update. 2 trades on the tape and already pushing a field from the top floor.
And right below, Manish Kapoor on that same 10:03 a.m. ET print with 5 trades fired is basically speedrunning the staircase, just waiting for one more push to slam the elevator doors on first place.
Then you've got Sudhir Kumar Chitla in third as of 10:03 a.m. ET with only 3 trades. That's the slow, methodical climb where one bad decision sends you face first down the shaft.
Rahul Davis and Nishay Kumar Manjunath are quietly forming the volume spine of this leaderboard at 10:03 a.m. ET, with 10 and 25 trades respectively, defining the pace just outside the podium.
Nishay Kumar Manjunath, sitting 5th with 25 trades at 10:03 a.m. ET, is pure arcade mode. Every button press is another floor on this elevator, up or straight through the basement.
Remember what they're all grinding for in the Wick. A $1750 prize pool, $1 grand for first, $500 for second, $250 for third. This is pay your rent, change your month energy on every tick.
The single most explosive move on the board is SVR Raju's SQQ line at 10:03 a.m. ET, a massive positive jolt that essentially catapulted them into first and painted that top slot bright green.
On the other side of that coin, Ravi Kirangoli is getting absolutely drilled across the tape at 10:03 a.m. ET, AMD, MDB, ORCL, Meta, all lighting up red like a risk management crime scene.
Structurally, Ravi Kiran Goli's book is a case study in correlated tech pain at 10:03 a.m. ET, names like AMD and Meta all moving against them simultaneously, turning the bottom of this board into a volatility sinkhole.
For Doc John, AVGO at 10:03 a.m. ET is the classic lesson. You can stack a nice cushion on the way up, and one vicious candle later you're wondering why you didn't just close the chart and go outside.
NSH is taking concentrated heat through TSLA and AMSN around 10:02 to 10:03 a.m. ET, and despite only 3 trades on the day, the impact per decision is enormous on their position in the lower bracket.
Sodishu Daya Kumar is in full boss fight mode with AMZN and Google between 10:02 and 10:03 a.m. ET. Every candle is either a comeback combo or another punch to the health bar.
Up in the mid-pack, Niraj Arora's BKR line between 10:02 and 10:03 a.m. ET is a live demonstration of intraday whiplash, as a once comfortable cushion evaporates into a knife-edge position with 6 trades on the ledger.
That BKR flip for Niraj Arora around 10:02 to 10:03 a.m. ET is exactly how a chill morning turns into a boss rush. One ticker decides to grief you and suddenly every decision feels like a high-stakes coin flip.
This is the beautiful chaos of the Wick. Top names like SVR Raju rocketing on SQQ at 10:03 a.m. ET, while heavyweights like Ravi Kiran Goli and Doc John eat volatility downstairs, every tick rewriting the storyline of who gets that $1,000 throne.
It is 10:08 a.m. ET in New York, 38 minutes into the session, and the Wick elevator leaderboard has completely reconfigured with fresh green on top and a field of deep red stress testing the lower brackets.
And leading the charge right now is SVR Raju, sitting at the top of the board on that 10:08 a.m. ET update with the cleanest green in the entire division, planting a flag over the Wick elevator like it's their home server.
Right behind them, Manish Kapoor on that same 10:08 a.m. ET snapshot is spamming entries with 5 trades already, trying to speedrun the gap to first before the mid-morning lull kicks in.
Then you've got Niraj Arora in third at 10:08 a.m. ET with 6 trades on the tape. That's enough volume to matter. Not enough to blame if this thing goes sideways later.
Structurally, the podium extends through Sudhir Kumar Chitla at rank 4 on the 10:08 a.m. ET update, only 4 trades deep, which suggests a deliberate low-variance approach, while others are already button mashing.
And look at Rahul Davis at rank 5 as of 10:08 a.m. ET, 14 trades already. That's not a warm-up. That's a full-scale assault, trying to elevate a shaft jump from mid-pack straight into prize contention.
My eyes are glued to Nishke Kumar Manjunath in 6th on that 10:08 a.m. ET board. 32 trades fired already. That's straight up arcade mode, just jamming volatility into the bracket.
Meanwhile, Chitransh Chanchlani in 7th at 10:08 a.m. ET is sitting red with only 3 trades. That's the worst combo. Just enough bullets spent to hurt, not enough to justify the damage.
Roshan Palan at rank 8 on the 10:08 a.m. ET snapshot has 6 trades logged and sits just below the zero line, inhabiting that uncomfortable limbo between manageable drawdown and real psychological tilt.
And how about this Javier Merali sitting 10th on the 10 a.m. ET mark with 0 trades today, just AFK camping the ladder while the rest of the lobby sprints around losing health.
Then there's Doc John in 11th on the 10:08 a.m. ET board, 3 trades deep and just got whipsawed by the tape. That's the kind of morning where you start wondering if your broker has a personal grudge.
In 12th at 10:08 a.m. ET, Deva Munasamy has 7 trades registered, which functionally turns them into a mid-pack volatility conduit. Every adjustment here can cascade upward into subtle rank reshuffles above.
But the real chaos magnet is Ensan Sajay at 14th as of 10:08 a.m. ET, just 3 trades in, but every single one has teeth, and the drawdown they're riding turns every new click into a boss fight decision.
Grown further and you hit 15th, Chidambara Raja, Red and flat on trades at 10:01 a.m. ET. That's the kind of spot where doing nothing feels safe, but in a prize race, it's just letting the elevator doors close on you.
Just below that, in 16th on the 10:08 a.m. ET mark, Satish Udayakumar hasn't put on a single new trade today either, effectively freezing a large drawdown in place, while faster hands above try to climb out.
And anchoring the list at 17th as of 10:08 a.m. ET is Ravi Kirangoli, way down in the shaft, but every tick from here is pure upside pressure on the rest of the pack if they catch even one monster reversal.
High-end Sansaji just ate another combo at 10:07 a.m. ET with TSLA and MSFT both leaning against them, plus AMZN bleeding earlier. That's not a trade plan, that's a group project where every ticker forgot its homework.
For Satish Udayakumar, those back-to-back hits in Google and AMZN culminating at 10:07 a.m. ET have effectively turned their book into a case study in correlated tech risk under morning volatility.
Even up in third, Niraj Arora is feeling it. BKR clipped them twice into 10:05 a.m. ET, a reminder that you don't have to be in the red zone to get your morning swagger checked by a single stubborn ticker.
Remember what they're all grinding for. The Wick elevator division is a $17.50 prize pool with $1,000 up top, $500 for second, and $250 for third. So every one of these morning swings is literally reshaping someone's month.
And Manish Kapoor is basically glued to their bumper at rank 2 on that same 10:12 a.m. ET read. 5 trades on the tape. This is a drag race where one more click could flip the crown instantly.
Then you've got SVR Raju in third as of 10:12 a.m. ET with just 4 trades. That's classic low-volume sniper energy, either disciplined precision or someone scared to press the button again.
Structurally, the top four at 10:12 a.m. ET capped by Sudhir Kumar Chitla in that fourth slot on just 4 executions tells you this early lead is being built more on accuracy than on sheer order flow.
And Rahul Davis in sixth at 10:12 a.m. ET is the chaos lever. 17 trades already. That's a full-on combo string aimed straight at the soft underbelly of this brand new top 3.
The inflection starts right at 8th, where Chitranj Chanchlani flips the board into red territory on that 10:12 a.m. ET print. Only 3 trades in, but already underwater. A reminder that early precision cuts both directions.
And Doc John down at 9th on that 10:12 a.m. ET board just lived through the AVGO and TSLA roller coaster. That's the kind of sequence where your P&L graph looks like a heart monitor.
AVGO and TSLA went full carnival ride for Doc John around 10:08 to 10:09 a.m. ET. Big green, bigger red, then a snap back that's volatility fireworks lighting up the middle of this bracket.
Those AMZAN and MSFT candles from about 10:08 to 10:11 a.m. ET just slammed AN Sansaji back to back. It's like queuing into 2 raid bosses in a row with no time to heal.
Deeper in the red pack, Satish Udayakumar at 16th on the 10:12 a.m. ET ledger is getting stress tested by Google and AMZN, both printing fresh damage in rapid succession.
That AMZN hit around 10:08 a.m. ET was a full-on bar slam for Sudhish Udayakumar. One candle, massive drawdown, and suddenly every future click is a courage check.
That 3-minute window from 10:09 to 10:11 a.m. ET was a horror montage for Ravi Kirangoli MDB, ORCL, Meta, AMD, all firing off fresh losses like a slot machine stuck on skulls.
But this is exactly why I love Ravi Kirangoli's spot. When ORCL, AMD, MBD, and Meta have already nuked you by 10:11 a.m. ET, every tiny green bounce for the rest of the day is a potential slingshot up the ladder.
From a structural lens, those clustered tech drawdowns in the last few minutes are the volatility engine underneath our calm-looking top 7. A single reversal in that complex could trigger a multi-rank reshuffle in under an hour. It's 10:16 a.m. ET in New York, 46 minutes into the session, and in the Wick elevator division our feature matchup is locked in, Copperman versus Chitta, in a pure traders compare showdown.
This is a rank gap brawl. Copper Mormon sitting at rank 2 while Chitta's down at 15, but both are still swinging inside the Wick prize race.
Oh, look at the scoreline. At 10:16 a.m. ET, Carporman's total P&L snapshot shows plus 348, while Chitta's reading is a brutal minus 1586 and change from 10:01 a.m. ET.
The crazy part is momentum from the start of this window to now. Copperman only added about 345, but Chida has ripped an 8,103 PNL swing off the lows by 10:01 a.m. ET.
So structurally, Copperman is the stable climber, while Chitta is the rubber band, one trader grinding from a small trough of minus 20 at 10 a.m. ET, the other erupting from a terrifying trough near minus 9,690 at 11:34 a.m. ET the prior day.
Peak to peak, this duel is wild. Copperman tagged a high water mark of 498 and change at 10:38 a.m. ET yesterday, while Chitta's best was only 260 at 12:37 p.m. ET. But the comeback arc off that deep red is pure anime.
Groaning. In risk terms, Caporman's got 281.6 realized by 10:16 a.m. ET and only 66.4 unrealized, while Chitta is sitting on 0 realized and minus 1586 unrealized at 10:01 a.m. ET. One's banking gains, the other's just tanking.
That creates a fascinating posture split. Copperman is coded green with improving momentum and low activity, while Chitta is in a red posture but also improving. Statistically, that's a recovery curve, fighting a steady uptrend.
You can literally see the psychological story. Caporman's trough was just a speed bump at 10 a.m. ET, but Chitta's trough at 11:34 a.m. ET was a full-on elevator freefall, and now they're both trying to act like nothing happened.
If you graph that peak trough swing, Copperman is playing a smooth staircase, while Chitta's curve is just heart monitor spikes flat, then panic, then a giant 8,000 plus bounce into the current minus 1586 line at 10:01 a.m. ET.
For Copperman specifically, the story since 10:26 a.m. ET on March 3rd has been controlled ascent, from near flat to that plus 348 at 10:16 a.m. ET today, with realized profit doing most of the heavy lifting.
On the other side, Chitta's entire profile at 10:01 a.m. ET is red posture, 0 realized, minus 1586 unrealized, and no shares traded. That's like watching a blown-up account try to crawl back without touching the keyboard.
In a pure risk posture comparison, Copperman is actively harvesting gains, while Chitta is passively watching mark-to-market swings, same improving momentum tag, radically different ways of getting there.
Remember, this is the Wick 1750 in the pot. $1,000 for first, $500 for second, and $250 for third. Rank 2 like Copperman is fighting to hold that payout lane while everyone below is dreaming of a late tournament miracle.
We've still got 5 hours and 44 minutes left in today's session and a full week until March 13th. So this Chuda arc is just one chapter in an elevator bracket that loves flipping heroes and villains overnight.
We are 50 minutes into the New York session at 10:20 a.m. ET, and the Wick elevator leaderboard has completely flipped script from the open. The entire podium is now bright green, while a wall of deep red stretches down the bracket.
Make way for a new king. SVR Jew is sitting in first as of 10:20 a.m. ET, turning that elevator into a rocket shaft with a clean green stack and just 7 trades on the board.
The key inflection for SVR is that SQQ line between 10:18 and 10:19 a.m. ET. They stack a $305 push, followed by another $395 surge, turning a modest gain into a full-blown momentum engine.
And don't forget the big burst at 10:18 a.m. ET. SVR Arju fires off that plus $550, 0-0 big win, and basically speed runs straight into crown range in one clip.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Go from underwater to top seat in a couple of SQQ punches and a big win at 10:18 a.m. ET. But that kind of vertical move cuts both ways if volatility snaps back.
Breathing right down that neck is Sudhir Kumar Chitla in second at 10:20 a.m. ET. 6 trades solid green and one good push away from ripping the crown off the elevator cable.
And your Niraj Arora in third on the 10:20 a.m. ET tick is my favorite arc. 7 trades deep, still green. That's the classic button masher who somehow keeps landing frame perfect hits.
Structurally, Manish Kapoor and Roshan Palan in fourth and fifth as of 10:20 a.m. ET round out a rare sight in this division, a fully green top five, all with positive trajectories and active trade counts.
But look at the shape, baby. From Anil Sununi in seventh down to Chitransh Chanchlani in eighth at 10:20 a.m. ET. That zero line is the new boss fight. One good surge, and they're teleporting into the prize conversation.
Rahul Davis is wild though, sitting 10th at 10:20 MET with 17 trades already, just spraying orders like it's an arcade shooter and hoping one of them hits the bonus round.
Down in the red, Doc John is having a full-on mood swing with TSLA from 10:17 to 10:19 a.m. ET. They claw back in 3 waves. First a $515.50 bounce, then $406, then $358.50, and they're somehow still below water.
Gasping. Meanwhile, TSLA is absolutely farming and Sanan Saji. Between 10:18 and 10:19 a.m. ET, they eat a $452.50 hit, then another $406.0 scammer plus AMZN and MSFT, both swinging in with extra red combo damage.
Just above that, Sadhish Udaya Kumar in 16th at 10:20 a.m. ET is taking a very different kind of heat. Google tags them for $fix 679.00 at 10:18 a.m. ET, partially offset by a $421.50 relief bounce in AAPL at the exact same minute.
Those AMD ticks at 10:17, 10:18, and 10:19 a.m. ET are brutal back-to-back-to-back 4-figure dumps. That's not drawdown, that's a boss fight where the health bar just disappears off the screen.
But that's the magic of the elevator, baby. When Ravi Kirangoli is this deep in the shaft at 10:20 a.m. ET, every green candle in AMD or ORCL is a slingshot that could yank a midfield trader straight into the abyss.
We are 54 minutes into the New York session at 10:24 a.m. ET, and the Wick elevator dashboard has crystallized around a brand new hierarchy, with green finally staking a serious claim at the top.
SVR Araju has seized the crown at rank 1 on that 10:24 a.m. ET snapshot, blasting the field with a monster SQQ push and planting a glowing green beacon at the very top of the elevator.
That SQQ line for SVR Arju at 10:24 a.m. ET is basically a boss fight finisher. A 500 plus pop turns a decent morning into a full-on leaderboard warp to first place.
And the scary part is SVR Raju isn't doing this with spam 13 trades on the tape by 10:24 a.m. ET, and one SQQ haymaker does most of the talking for the entire PNL bar.
Just beneath the leader, Roshan Palan has engineered a classic elevator slingshot into second by 10:24 a.m. ET, turning a small SQQ deficit into a substantial positive stack in only 9 executions.
Roshan Palan's SQQ arc at 10:24 a.m. ET is insane, flipping from red into a massive green surge and rocketing straight into that number 2 slot like the short vol cavalry just arrived.
Then you've got Sudhir Kumar Chitla in third as of 10:24 a.m. ET, 8 trades deep, just cruising in that comfortable green pocket, while SQQ Chaos explodes above and Red Carnage brews below.
Manish Kapoor and Nishay Kumar Manjunath are quietly occupying the mid-green band in fourth and fifth at 10:24 a.m. ET, one leaning on efficiency with 6 trades, the other on sheer volume with 40 attempts to grind out that edge.
And look at Anil Sununi at 6th on the 10:24 a.m. ET board, 7 trades. back from early pain, now flirting with that green cluster like they're one clean sequence away from a top 3 audition.
But yo, Niraj Arora in 7th at 10:24 a.m. ET just got absolutely body slammed by ORCL. One brutal downtick, and that whole symbol line goes from proud pillar to trapdoor.
Rahul Davis is 8th at 10:24 a.m. ET with 17 trades logged, which structurally makes that tiny green sliver a pressure cooker. Any new idea now is either a breakout back into contention or the first real slide into red.
And how about the fall from grace storyline? Jayaveer Madali was our early king, now sitting 9th in red as of 10:24 a.m. ET with 0 fresh trades today, just watching the elevator race flash by above.
Grown at 11th as of 10:24 a.m. ET, Amit Yadav has managed to carve a deep red profile with just 2 trades. That's not death by 1,000 cuts. That's death by 2 very badly timed swings.
Former leader Doc John has slipped to 12th by 10:24 a.m. ET, and even that earlier TSLA recovery sequence couldn't keep the overall line from rolling over into a pronounced drawdown.
Hyen Zensaji is 14th at 10:24 a.m. ET, and the tape shows exactly why AM Zen and TSLA both chewing through the account, a double feature of pain that turns a small red into a structural problem.
And check the lower shaft. Sadish Udaya Kumar sits 16th at 10:24 a.m. ET after AM Zen and Google team up for a brutal combo hit, but that also means any well-timed bounce can light up the comeback arc instantly.
And at the very bottom in 17th as of 10:24 a.m. ET is Ravi Kirangoli, getting absolutely shredded by a whole tech stack, Meta, AMD, MD, and ORCL all tagging in like a bearish tag team.
Those stacked Meta, AMD, MDB, and ORCL losses for Ravi Kirangoli around 10:24 a.m. ET aren't a drawdown. They're a full-blown case study in what happens when every tech name you touch decides to trend the other way.
So as we cross 10:24 a.m. ET with 5 hours and change left, the story of the Wick is simple. SQQ has crowned SVR Araju and Roshan Palan as our current kings, but one more wave of volatility can still flip this entire elevator upside down.
It's 10:28 a.m. ET in New York, 58 minutes into the cash session, and the Wick elevator leaderboard has crystallized around a brand new reality. The old red open has been flipped into a clear green champion at the top.
At the very top of the tower is SVR Araju, sitting in first as of 10:28 a.m. ET with a blazing green stack and 16 trades fired. That is a full-on assault run at the prize pool crown.
And right behind, Roshan Palan is glued to rank 2 on that 10:28 a.m. ET print with 11 trades. Not camping, not chilling, just hovering in strike range waiting for one more burst to try and yoink the throne.
Completing that green trifecta, Sudhir Kumar Chitla holds third on the 10:28 a.m. ET ladder with 8 executions, fewer trades than the leaders, which means there is still theoretical room to scale if the edges keep connecting.
Then you've got Manish Kapoor in 4th as of 10:28 a.m. ET, barely green with 6 trades. That's not comfort. That's standing on a ledge hoping the next candle doesn't kick your feet out.
And there is your comeback arc in the making. And Neil Sununi up to 5th on the 10:28 a.m. ET board, 7 trades deep, and finally peeking back toward green after that early pain we saw in the open.
Rahul Davis in 6th at 10:28 a.m. ET has quietly spammed 17 trades. That's pure button masher energy. Every refresh is a new candle and a new chance to either vault into the podium or faceplant into the red zone.
Structurally, the most jarring change is Jayaveer Madali, leader at the Open, now sitting all the way down in 8th in red as of 10 a.m. ET, with 0 new trades, which means the market moved the ground underneath them without a single fresh click.
Niraj Arora has crashed down to 10th by 10:28 a.m. ET. 8 trades on the tape and a PNL profile that looks like a staircase straight into the basement. This is what happens when your winners evaporate and your losers compound.
But look at the tape behind that fall between 10:26 and 10:28 a.m. ET. Niraj Arora gets slammed on BKR and ORCL in back-to-back waves. Those red bursts are like combo hits in a fighting game, draining the life bar in real time.
That deterioration in BKR for Niraj Arora between 10:26 and 10:28 a.m. ET is especially instructive. Repeated negative expansion without a reset suggests a sizing or risk parameter that was never recalibrated to the new volatility regime.
Deeper in the pain cave, Amit Yadav sits 11th as of 10:28 a.m. ET with just 2 trades and a heavy red bar. That's the special kind of misery where you didn't even get the action, just the invoice.
But that TSLA hit for San Saji at 10:27 a.m. ET is also pure comeback fuel. You tank the combo now, you line up the reversal later, and one clean squeeze can light that whole red bar on fire in the other direction.
14th place belongs to Deva Munasamy as of 10:28 a.m. ET, 8 trades and a steadily worsening red slope. Classic case of refusing to stop when the market has already told you no 3 times.
Then you scroll further and see Chidambara Raja frozen in 15th at 10:01 a.m. ET with 0 trades today, a static, deeply red anchor that now serves as the reference line every struggling trader is trying not to cross.
And look at the carnage for Sudishu Dayokumar in 16th at 10:28 a.m. ET. No new trades today, but the AMSN and GU lines between 10:26 and 10:28 a.m. ET are just exploding red, like getting hit by a boss mechanic you didn't even see coming.
On the flip side, check the heat map for SVR, Raju, SQQ, and TQQ, both ripping green around 10:26 a.m. ET, stacking twin bursts of profit that rocket them into that #1 slot and slam the door on the rest of the field.
Roshan Palan's own surge into second is keyed off SQQ as well at 10:26 a.m. ET, a single symbol spike that converts a small drawdown into a structurally meaningful challenge to the leader's position.
And anchoring the entire bracket is Ravi Kirangoli in 17th at 10:28 a.m. ET, with no new trades, but the tape shows AMD, Meta, ORCL, MDB all spiking red between 10:25 and 10:28 a.m. ET. That's a 4-symbol boss rush of pure pain. And look at Roshan Palan in second on that 10:32 a.m. ET freeze frame. 11 trades deep, just hovering under the crown, like they're waiting for one more spike to rocket past the boss door.
Sudhir Kumar Chitla rounds out the green trio in third as of 10:32 a.m. ET, only 8 trades on the ledger but enough efficiency to keep them comfortably above the volatility storm building below.
But the wild card in this whole bracket is Nishi Kumar Manjunath, 5th place at 10:32 a.m. ET with 47 trades. That's not trading, that's spray and pray parkour up and down the shaft.
Meanwhile, Manish Kapoor is parked in 4th on the 10:32 a.m. ET snapshot with 6 trades and a tiny sliver of green. That's not comfort. That's the kind of cushion that disappears if you sneeze at the wrong candle.
The real inflection, though, is Niraj Arora's slide into the red by 10:32 a.m. ET, 8 trades on the board, and the once comfortable profile has flipped into a fragile negative tether under the green cluster.
Hi. The ORCL tape absolutely mugged Niraj Arora around 10:32 a.m. ET. 1 minute you're coasting on earlier gains, the next minute that single symbol has flipped the whole day's story upside down.
That ORCL slam on Niraj Arora at 10:32 a.m. ET is exactly the kind of boss hit that turns a chill mid-pack run into a heroic comeback arc. Survive this phase, and every tick back up is pure redemption energy.
San Saji sits in 10th as of 10:32 a.m. ET, 3 trades committed and the line still bleeding, a textbook example of early tournament damage that hasn't yet been paired with the structural recovery plan.
Swing down to 16th, and Satish Udayakumar is in full boss fight mode by 10:32 a.m. ET. No new trades on the leaderboard, but the symbol tape is just dumping fresh damage on an already broken health bar.
For Satish Udayakumar, the AAPL line at 10:32 a.m. ET finally flashes green, even as Google and AMZN have been expanding the drawdown all morning. It's a micro hedge of hope inside an otherwise hostile portfolio.
But don't get it twisted. The Google hits logged for Sudishu Dayakumar by 10:32 a.m. ET are the real story, just stacking new losses on top of old ones and turning a bad open into a full-blown grindhouse session.
The Meta, AMD, and MDB spam for Ravi Kirangoli around 10:32 a.m. ET is just a highlight reel of pain. Every ticker you click decides to speedrun deeper into the elevator shaft without you.
With about 5 hours and 28 minutes left until the 4 p.m. ET close, this 10:32 a.m. ET leaderboard is less a verdict and more a pressure map. Green at the top, deep scarlet at the bottom, and a whole tournament worth of variance still queued up in between. It's 10:36 a.m. ET in New York, a little over an hour into the Wick, and the elevator dashboard has completely reconfigured into a new hierarchy of green survivors and deep red fallout.
Up at the very top, SVR Arju is your new elevator boss as of 10:36 a.m. ET, sitting on a thick green stack and 16 trades. That's not luck, that's controlled aggression, carving out rank 1.
Sitting in second, Roshan Palan has 11 trades on the odometer by 10:36 a.m. ET, enough volume to look serious, just enough exposure to find out the hard way if this green is temporary.
And look at Sudhir Kumar Chitla in third at 10:36 a.m. ET, 8 trades in, still green. That's like speedrunning the early game and somehow not dying to the first volatility boss.
The structural outlier on the green side is Nishay Kumar Manjunath in fourth at 10:36 a.m. ET with 48 trades, massive turnover, modest upside, and a P&L bar that could flip either way on a single bad sequence.
Then you've got Manish Kapoor chilling in fifth as of 10:36 a.m. ET with just 6 trades. That is surgical energy, light touch on the trigger, but still high enough on the board to smell that prize pool.
Anil Sununi in sixth at 10:36 a.m. ET is basically the calm before the storm, 7 trades on the sheet barely above water, and 1 bad idea away from joining the red crowd downstairs.
Anesain Sajay in 7th by 10:36 a.m. ET with just 3 trades is like a stealth build, barely on the tape, barely in the green, and still 1 clean push away from surprise top 3 energy.
First in the red tier is Jayavir Madali at rank 8, frozen with 0 new trades by 10 a.m. ET, essentially coasting on earlier damage, while fresh volatility tunnels through the rest of the field.
But look at the swagger play from Amit Yadav, ranked 10 at 10:36 a.m. ET with only 2 trades, deep in the red, but with a ton of ammo left if they decide to swing for a late session elevator sprint.
Chitransh Chanchlani in 11th at 10:36 a.m. ET is the classic mid-pack boss, 4 trades, chunky red, and just waiting for 1 good squeeze to yo-yo straight back into relevance.
Just below that, Niraj Arora sits 12th at 10:36 a.m. ET with 8 trades and a decisively negative bar. Statistically, that's exactly the profile that either stages a classic mid-session recovery or spirals into the basement.
And how about the whiplash for Doc John, earlier king of the elevator, now 14th at 10:36 a.m. ET with just 5 trades and a deep red bar, but that light activity means there's still plenty of gunpowder for a comeback arc.
1 tier lower, Sudhish Udayakumar is stranded in 16th at 10:36 a.m. ET with 0 new trades this session, yet their line is still absorbing shock from earlier megacap tech volatility.
And anchoring the entire bracket in 17th at 10:36 a.m. ET is Ravi Kirangoli. 0 fresh trades, but a tech dump so violent it basically welded them to the bottom of the shaft.
The MDB line for Ravi Kirangoli at 10:34 a.m. ET was pure carnage, back-to-back symbol hits stacking on a pre-existing wound and turning that ticker into the centerpiece of the whole disaster story.
On the other side of the tech wreck, Sudhish Udayakumar's AM Zen and Google lines around 10:32 to 10:34 a.m. ET look like a slow-motion car crash. Every update just drags the total deeper into the red.
Even higher up the shaft, Niraj Arora's ORCL sequence between 10:32 and 10:33 a.m. ET is a textbook example of a green position rotating sharply into drag, reshaping their entire risk profile without adding a single new trade.
And don't sleep on that MSFT slam for Chitran Chanchlani at 10:33 a.m. ET. 1 ticker, 1 violent move, and suddenly their whole tournament arc tilts from grind up to climb out of a hole.
Holistically, this 10:36 a.m. ET snapshot shows a split ecosystem, a compact, disciplined green cluster at the top, and a sprawling red zone underneath shaped almost entirely by violent tech volatility rather than sheer trade count.
Sliding right behind in second, Roshan Palan's update at 10:39 a.m. ET looks like pure momentum. 14 trades on the tape, and that SQQ burst a couple minutes earlier basically turbo boosted them straight into the medal zone.
That SQQQ line for Roshan Palan at 10:38 a.m. ET is textbook inverse index aggression. Flipping from red into a strong positive, there is exactly how you engineer a vertical jump into second, without waiting for the broader board to cooperate.
Meanwhile, Sudhir Kumar Chitla in third at 10:39 a.m. ET is the quiet killer here. Only 8 trades, solid green, no fireworks, just the kind of disciplined grind that usually sneaks into a payout spot while everyone else sets themselves on fire.
Just beneath them, Manish Kapoor's fifth-place line at 10:39 a.m. ET is a study in efficiency. 6 executions, a modest positive, and mathematically still one well-timed sequence away from displacing someone in the money.
Groaning. 7th is Adnan TP at 10:39 a.m. ET with exactly 1 trade and basically flat. That's not a leaderboard run, that's loitering near the elevator hoping someone else's bad decision bails you into relevance.
And I love the chaos in 8th. Rahul Davis updated at 10:39 a.m. ET with 17 trades flying and a tiny red number. That is pure high actions per minute energy, just waiting for one big green swing to rocket them back into the spotlight.
9th place right now is a cautionary tale. Niraj Arora's line at 10:39 a.m. ET shows 8 trades and a red ledger, and symbol by symbol ORCL has been the main culprit in the last few minutes, turning a prior cushion into an active liability.
10th is Jayavir Madali, frozen at a 10 a.m. ET update with no trades showing today. That's not a strategy, that's going AFK in the middle of a tournament where everyone else is literally bleeding for leaderboard inches.
12th right now is an S. Ansarji at 10:39 a.m. ET. Only 3 trades, but the bar is deep red. That's the classic speedrun to pain, low volume, maximum damage, like they queued straight into hard mode on the opening screen.
Groaning. 13th is Amit Yadav at 10:39 a.m. ET with just 2 losing trades. Mathematically it's still fixable, but psychologically that's the spot where every new order feels like volunteering to walk back into the meat grinder.
Down in 14th, Devaman Asami's 10:39 a.m. ET line is full crimson, 8 trades deep, but that also means every single green candle from here is a potential catapult. This is exactly where legendary elevator climbs are born.
16th is Chidambara Raja, still showing that 10:01 a.m. ET update with no new trades after the morning tech beatdown. Doing nothing might feel safe, but it also means you're just cementing that red number into the basement wall.
1 rung lower, Sudhish Udayakumar holds 17th at 10:39 a.m. ET with no fresh executions, while earlier Google and AMZN pressure around 10:34 to 10:36 a.m. ET still defines the profile, a passive but very heavy drag on any comeback attempt.
And anchoring 18th, Ravi Kirangoli's 10:39 a.m. ET board is just a crime scene meta. AMD, ORCL, MDB all rolling through between 10:34 and 10:39 a.m. ET, each new tick carving the red deeper instead of offering any kind of relief rally.
Symbol by symbol, Ravi Kirangoli's tech stack from 10:34 to 10:39 a.m. ET reads like a volatility index. Meta, AMD, MDB, ORCL, all registering sharp negative swings, turning the bottom of this elevator into a live fire risk management seminar. It's 10:44 a.m. ET in New York, an hour and 14 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and the dashboard has stabilized around a new hierarchy of green survivors on top, with a long tail of deep red stretching down the shaft.
Sitting on the throne right now is SVR Arju at the 10:44 a.m. ET snapshot, rank 1 with a blazing green bar and 16 trades fired. That's not a lucky spike. That's a full-on campaign to own this elevator.
And glued right under them, Roshan Palan is clinging to second at 10:44 a.m. ET with 14 trades. That's pure button mash tempo, just spamming entries to stay in the prize pool conversation.
Third place at 10:44 a.m. ET is Sudhir Kumar Chitla, 8 trades deep and still green. That's the sweet spot where you've taken enough risk to matter, but not enough to ruin your week in one ticker tantrum.
The structural outlier in the green zone is Nishay Kumar Manjunath, in fourth at 10:44 a.m. ET, with a massive 51 trades on the tape. That's essentially speedrunning the tournament, while everyone above is still in Chapter 1.
Then you've got Manish Kapoor in fifth at 10:44 a.m. ET. Only 6 trades in, but still riding green. That's like landing a tight 5-hit combo and then just dancing around the ring while everyone else swings wild.
And watch this quiet climber. Anil Sununi sits sixth at 10:44 a.m. ET. 7 trades and just barely green, but that tiny sliver is the launching pad for a midday rocket if they pick the right next symbol.
Rahul Davis in 8th at 10:44 a.m. ET has already fired 17 trades and sits in the red, a textbook case study in how aggression can generate leaderboard volatility without yet yielding the desired upside.
Gasping, meanwhile, Jevar Medali is frozen in ninth at 10:44 a.m. ET with 0 trades today and still underwater from earlier. That's like loading into the boss room, seeing the health bar and just not pressing start.
10th place belongs to Chitranj Chanklani at 10:44 a.m. ET, 5 trades into a red tape. That's the slow bleed variety of pain, where nothing explodes but the elevator keeps drifting down a floor at a time.
Amit Yadav at 12th as of 10:44 a.m. ET has only 2 trades but a sizable drawdown, exemplifying the risk of concentrated bets in the Wick, where each click essentially becomes an all-in on your thesis.
14th is Diva Munasamy at 10:44 a.m. ET. 8 trades, heavy red, that's full on hard mode where every new order feels like a YOLO attempt to reset the run.
And SAN Saji is down in 15th at 10:44 a.m. ET. Only 3 trades, but a brutal red bar. That's a tiny sample size with massive emotional weight and exactly the kind of profile that can reverse the whole story with one monster winner.
16th is where you find Chidambara Raja at 10:44 a.m. ET. No new trades today, and still sitting on a serious overnight wound. That's just logging in and watching the same red number blink at you hour after hour.
One step below, Sudhish Udayakumar holds 17th at 10:44 a.m. ET with 0 fresh executions, effectively locked into a drawdown profile that can only change if they re-engage or the existing book finally stabilizes.
But don't write Ravi Kirangoli off yet. Those violent tech names in the book mean that if just one of them stages a midday reversal, this last place slot at 10:44 a.m. ET can morph into the nastiest comeback arc in the entire 1750 prize race.
Groaning. TSLA is a punishment arena for Ensensaji at 10:44 a.m. ET. Back-to-back hits on that ticker turned an already bad spot into a real problem, the kind of single-name obsession that can sink a whole tournament run.
Then you've got Manish Kapoor in fifth at 10:48 a.m. ET, only 6 trades and still green. That's the classic low APM high value build, just hovering one clean push away from cracking top 3.
At the same time, the Google and AMZN lanes for Sudhish Udayakumar have continued to expand their losses into the 10:44 a.m. ET window, structurally pinning them near the bottom until a completely different sector offers a lifeline.
Even RCL is throwing haymakers. Niraj Arora's line flipped from comfort to chaos in that 10:42 to 10:44 a.m. ET stretch, a huge symbol swing that turned a cushion into a comeback mission in seconds.
Big picture, with about 5 hours and 16 minutes left until the closing bell, this 10:44 a.m. ET snapshot of the Wick is a classic mid-morning paradox, a stable green trio on top, and beneath them a volatile field where one tech rebound or one fresh ticker can completely redraw the 1750 prize map.
Amit Yadav is sitting in 12th at 10:48 a.m. ET with just 2 trades and a chunky red mark. But that low activity is exactly why this could still be a slingshot, one clean reversal, and they're back chasing the payout ladder.
Thig, that TSLA spike for Doc John at 10:46 a.m. ET doesn't fix the drawdown. It just proves the tape can still move violently in their favor right in the middle of a brutal session.
Down in 15th at 10:48 a.m. ET, AN Sayin Saji is getting absolutely worked by TSLA. with back-to-back hits slamming the line at 10:45 and 10:46 a.m. ET. That's what happens when you invite the volatility dragon into your elevator car.
Those TSLA candles for Ensan Saji from 10:45 to 10:46 a.m. ET are just pure combo damage. You take one hit, then another before you can even react, and suddenly your rank bar is bleeding down the shaft.
Just above the basement, Sudhesh Udaya Kumar is stuck in 17th at 10:48 a.m. ET with no fresh trades, while AMZN and Google both hammered their line again at 10:46 and 10:47 a.m. ET. That's not trading. That's sitting in a drawdown torture chair.
And anchoring the entire tower in 18th at 10:48 a.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is taking a full tech sector beatdown. AMD, MBB, Meta, and OICL all detonating in rapid-fire symbol hits between 10:45 and 10:47 a.m. ET, like four mini-bosses spawn camped the same account.
It's 10:52 a.m. ET in New York. The Wick is 1 hour and 22 minutes deep, and the elevator dashboard has hardened into a new reality. A green trio at the top, a bruised mid-pack, and a tech crash crater forming at the bottom.
Look at the crown right now. SVR Raju is parked in first at 10:52 a.m. ET, sitting on a green stack and 16 trades fired. That's not luck. That's a full-on campaign to own this tower.
And glued right underneath, Roshan Palan in second at 10:52 a.m. ET with 14 trades. That's pure volume goblin energy, just spamming the order book trying to yank the crown off the elevator roof.
Third place is Sudhir Kumar Chitla at 10:52 a.m. ET. Only 8 trades on the tape. Small sample, decent cushion, but one bad idea, and that comfy green turns into a mid-pack regret speed run.
Then the texture shifts. Manish Kapoor is fourth as of 10:52 a.m. ET with 6 trades, modest activity, small green essentially idling in the on-ramp lane while the podium cars scream past.
But the real chaos engine is fifth. Nishai Kumar Manjunath has 62 trades fired by 10:52 a.m. ET for just a tiny green bump. That's maximum button mashing for minimum distance traveled.
And right behind that, Niraj Arora is clinging to 6th at 10:52 a.m. ET with 8 trades. Earlier they punched back into relevance, but the ORCL tape just turned into a trapdoor under their feet.
That ORCL line for Naraj Arora from 10:49 a.m. to 10:50 a.m. ET is brutal. Symbol PNL goes from green to deep red in back-to-back hits like the floor just yanked out mid-celebration.
Seventh on the board at 10:52 a.m. ET is Anil Sununi, 7 trades and a slim green outcome. Statistically, that's the knife edge zone where one more position can either secure the session or detonate it.
Sighing, then the color flips. 9th place at 10:52 a.m. ET is where Chitranj Chanklani drags the board into red territory. Only 5 trades but already underwater. Classic reminder that early precision cuts both ways.
10th at 10:52 a.m. ET is Rahul Davis, 17 trades in and red. That's full spam click mode where every new button press either becomes a heroic comeback clip or the final nail in the coffin.
What's fascinating is 11th at 10:52 a.m. ET, Jayavir Madali, once an overnight leader, now sitting red with 0 new trades this hour, effectively spectating while the rest of the field rewrites the standings.
13th at 10:52 a.m. ET is Doc John, 5 trades and deep red after that AVGO and TSLA roller coaster earlier. The equity curve looks less like a strategy and more like an EKG readout.
14th by 10:52 a.m. ET, Deva Munasamy is still in drawdown with 8 trades on, a stark reversal from earlier sessions, where they functioned as a de facto raid boss for this division.
15th at 10:52 a.m. ET is an SN Saji, still paying for that earlier AMZN and TSLA combo beating, and now TSLA ticks another leg lower at 10:48 a.m. ET, just grinding the wound deeper.
And then we hit 16th at 10:52 a.m. ET, Sadish Udayakuma. No fresh trades this hour, but absolutely wrecked by that Google and AMZN storm around 10:49 to 10:51 a.m. ET. The tech complex just dogpiled the account.
For Sudhish Kumar, that AM Zen tape from 10:49 to 10:51 AM ET is a full horror reel, multiple symbol events stair-stepping the line lower while Google quietly twists the knife too.
Gasping, 17th at 10:52 AM ET, is Ravi Kirangoli. No new trades, but their tech book is in free fall. MDB, Meta, AMD, and ORCL all exploding red between 10:48 and 10:51 AM ET, like getting spawn camped by 4 bosses at once.
Those MDB and
And
ORCL
remember
ticks for
what's on
Ravi
the line.
Kirangoli
The
between
Wick's
10:48
elevated
and 10:51
division
AM
is
ET
playing
are just
for a
punishment. Every new candle prints a bigger
$1,750
loss,
pool,
and there's
with
not a single green
1,000 up top,
counterpunch in sight.
500 for
At
second, and
10:56 a.m. ET
250
in
for
New
third.
York, the
So
Wick's
every one of
elevator
these
dashboard
mid-morning
has
swings
stabilized
is
into a
literally
clear
shoving
hierarchy,
people
with a
toward
tight
or
green
away from
cluster
real
at the top
cash.
and a long tail of red stretching all the way down to the
basement.
top of the board at 10:56
And
a.m.
right
ET
under that,
with
Roshan
positive
Palan at
P&L and
10:56 AM
16
ET is
trades,
clinging to
the
second with
current
14 shots
benchmark
fired.
everyone else has
That's
to
not
solve
luck,
for in
that's
this
controlled
tournament.
aggression, trying to reel in the leader one trade at a
Third
time.
place at 10:56 AM ET is Sudhir Kumar Chitla, sitting on a solid green number with only 8 trades. That's either disciplined edge or someone
But
too
look
scared
at the
to press the gas
mid-pack
pedal.
monster brewing. At 10:56 a.m. ET, Niraj Arora
Manish
is
Kapoor
parked in
in
fourth
5th at
with
10:56
9
AM
trades,
ET has only
perfectly
6
placed to
trades on the
explode up the
odometer.
ladder
That's
if
like
they
bringing a
hit
sports
one
car to the
clean
track
sequence.
and barely tapping the throttle, but the position is still green and dangerous.
The real anomaly is Nishay Kumar Manjunath at 6th on the 10:56 a.m. ET snapshot, 66 trades logged, modest green, and a risk profile that screams volume grinder instead of sniper.
Then you've got Anil Sununi in 7th at 10:56 AM ET, barely green after 7 trades. That's the kind of fragile cushion the market usually rips away the second you get comfortable.
And shout out to Sunil
Chuck down at
Surya
9th on the
at 8th as
10:56
of
AM ET ladder.
10:56
Adnan
a.m.
TP is
ET.
just barely above
One
water off
trade,
a single
still
trade.
green.
That's the
That's a
definition of I
surgical
poked the
strike
market
on the
once, and
board,
I'm thinking
while
real hard
everyone
about a
else
second
is
try.
spamming buttons.
The pivot from green to red begins with Abhilash Rajan in 10th at 10:56 a.m. ET. Only 2 trades, slightly negative, but already on the wrong side of the dividing line that shapes the rest of this board.
11th at 10:56 AM ET is where you find Shitransh Chanklani, 5 trades sitting in the red, stuck in that lovely region where you've done just enough damage to matter, and not enough to justify the pain.
What really stings is Javier Medali sitting 12th at 10:56 AM ET. With no new trades, they're frozen in a negative mark, just watching everyone else move while their P&L stays stuck in yesterday's mistake.
Rahul Davis in 13th at 10:56 a.m. ET has 17 trades on the tape and a red score, but that kind of volume is a powder keg. One good theme, and they can rip straight back into contention.
Gasping, and check the TSLA chaos at 10:54 AM ET for Doc John. That tape rips almost $500 in their favor at 10:54 AM ET, turning a brutal drawdown into a way less ugly red on that single name.
But don't romanticize it. Even after that TSLA pop at 10:54 AM ET, Doc John is still sitting deep in the red by 10:56 AM ET, proof that one hero candle doesn't erase a bad morning.
Just below that, Amit Yadav at 14th on the 10:56 a.m. ET board has only 2 trades but a sizable red number, illustrating how positional sizing can hurt you even when activity is low.
Devil Munasamy is parked in 15th at 10:56 a.m. ET with 8 trades and a heavy red, but that also means there's enough activity to flip the script if they catch a clean reversal.
And SN Saji down in 16th at 10:56 AM ET has just 3 trades, but TSLA at 10:54 AM ET absolutely nukes them with more than $500 of downside on that single update.
Tidambara Raja sits 18th at 10:56 a.m. ET without new trades on the tape, essentially locked into earlier tech damage, while the rest of the ladder continues to reshuffle above them.
And at the very bottom, by 10:56 a.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is living through a tech apocalypse. AMD, MD, and ORCL all slam them between 10:51 and 10:55 a.m. ET, with multi-$1,000 hits stacking like combo attacks.
And it's not just AMD. MDB smashes Ravi Kirangoli for more than $4,000 of extra downside at 10:55 AM ET, right after a similar 4,000 plus hit at 10:53 AM ET. That's not variance, that's a meat grinder.
It is 11 a.m. ET in New York, 90 minutes into the Wick, and the elevator dashboard now shows a clear green staircase at the top, with SVR Raju Roshan Palan, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla, separating themselves from a sea of red beneath.
Roshan Palan in second at 11 a.m. ET is that classic runner-up pain. Green, yes, but staring straight up at SVR Raju and knowing every extra click from here risks turning that comfort into a cautionary tale.
And Sudhir Kumar Chitla, sitting third on that 11 a.m. ET board with just 8 trades, is terrifying in the best way. Low volume, high efficiency, like they're saving ammo for one giant endgame push up the shaft.
Structurally, the hinge in this bracket is actually Manish Kapoor at fourth on the 11 a.m. ET snapshot, modestly green with only 6 executions, acting as the last stable rung before the dashboard tilts into the red zone.
Compare that with Anil Sonoone in sixth at 11 a.m. ET. Only 7 trades, tiny green. You can almost feel the fear of pressing the button again and watching that sliver of comfort vanish.
But the real storyline is Niraj Arora. At 11 a.m. ET, they're barely green in 7th. Yet ORCL has turned into a full-on earthquake for them between 10:56 and 10:59 a.m. ET, ripping their symbol PNL from a comfortable gain into a brutal drawdown in minutes.
Those ORCL ticks for Niraj Arora from 10:56 to 10:59 a.m. ET are insane. Every minute the tape flips from green to deep red. It's like the stock is speedrunning their emotional cycle live on the leaderboard.
Just below, Bhuvan Srinivas and Adnan TP at 9th and 10th on the 11 a.m. ET snapshot illustrate the same phenomenon: minimal trade counts, negative marks, and very little realized information about whether their process actually works under stress.
Groaning. Sunil Sulia down in 11th at 11 a.m. ET is the nightmare version of that one trade. Heavy red and no chance to hide from the fact that your entire morning is basically a single bad idea frozen on the board.
And how about the ghost of leaders past, Jayavir Medley, sitting 12th at 11 a.m. ET with 0 fresh trades today, just watching from the mezzanine while the rest of this lobby takes the punches and hunts for ladders.
Chitransh Chanchlani, Amit Yadav, and Doc John clogging the 14th through 16th slots at 11 a.m. ET are the classic mid-pack bruised cluster. A handful of trades each, all red, no momentum, just hanging in the elevator where the music is worse than the PNL.
The irony is that Doc John's TSLA line between 10:56 and 10:57 a.m. ET actually shows sharp positive swings intra-bar, but on the 11 a.m. ET leaderboard they're still net red, which is a perfect illustration of how timing the exits matters more than just surviving the volatility.
NSN Saji in 18th at 11 a.m. ET is feeling that same TSLA whip, but in reverse from 10:56 to 10:57 a.m. ET, the symbol just keeps pushing them deeper red. Like every candle is another floor dropping out under their feet.
And anchoring the whole structure at 21st on that 11 a.m. ET board is Ravi Kirangoli, whose book turned into a tech horror highlight reel from 10:56 to 10:59 a.m. ET as ORCL, AMD, MDB, and Meta all detonated in sequence.
From a risk perspective, Ravi Kirangoli's clustered losses across ORCL, AMD, MDB, and Meta between 10:56 and 10:59 a.m. ET actually turn the bottom of this elevator into a systemic volatility node, meaning any sharp reversal in that basket could ricochet them up the standings instantly. It's 11:04 a.m. ET in New York, 94 minutes into the Wick, and the elevator dashboard is frozen on a clear green pillar at the top with SVR RAG, while a long column of red stretches down toward Ravi Kirangoli at the bottom.
And right now, SVR Raju is the boss of this shaft off that 11:04 a.m. ET update, 16 trades in and sitting at the very top, while everybody else has to climb through their wake to touch that $1,000 first prize.
Roshan Palan is parked in second on that 11:04 a.m. ET board with 14 shots fired. That's pure pressure cooker territory. One surge away from challenging the crown or one bad candle from getting booted off the podium.
Then you've got Sudhir Kumar Chitla sitting third as of 11:04 a.m. ET with just 8 trades on the tape, playing the slow surgical game where one mistimed entry can erase an entire morning of discipline.
Structurally, the front of the pack at 11:04 a.m. ET rounds out with Manish Kapoor in fourth, 6 trades deep and still in the green, representing that fragile buffer zone between the winner's circle and the chaotic mid-tier.
Then check out Niraj Arora in fifth on that 11:04 a.m. ET snapshot, 10 trades in and hovering just above the line. That's the classic edge of the podium vibe where every click feels like a coin flip for prize money.
The real sparks in the middle come from Nishay Kumar Manjunath at 7th as of 11:04 a.m. ET. 70 trades blasted already. That's not a ladder. That's a high-speed elevator with the brakes ripped out.
The most dramatic microstructure on the tape belongs to Doc John, around 11:02 to 11:03 a.m. ET, where TSLA flips from a deep drawdown toward a much smaller loss in seconds, carving a huge jagged spike into their equity curve.
Meanwhile, Ravi Kirangoli at the very bottom as of 11:04 a.m. ET is living through a tech horror reel Meta, ORCL, AMD, MDB all racking up fresh red ticks between 11 o'clock and 11:03 a.m. ET like a slow-motion margin call.
But here's the wild part. With Ravi Kirangoli already so deep in the shaft at 11:04 a.m. ET, every violent tick in Meta, ORCL, AMD, or MBD from here is a potential slingshot that could shock the whole bracket.
Groaning, those Google and Amazon hits for Sudhishu Dayakumar around 11:01 to 11:03 a.m. ET are the kind of combo that makes you feel like the market waited for you to size up before it decided to trend the other way.
Even mid-pack strugglers like Ansen Sajay are getting tossed around. That TSLA line between 11:02 and 11:03 a.m. ET just keeps stair-stepping lower, like the elevator cables are fraying one tick at a time.
Remember what they're all chasing here. The Wick 1750 prize pool, $1,000 for first, 500 for second, 250 for third. And right now, SVR Raju's 11:04 a.m. ET lead is the beacon everybody's firing at.
You can see the psychological split too. Traders like Jayavir Madali and Sudhishu Dayakumar haven't put on new trades by 11:04 a.m. ET, basically choosing to stare at big red numbers instead of rolling the dice again.
Contrast that with Rahul Davis at 14th and 17 trades in by 11:04 a.m. ET, just mashing the buttons and letting the elevator decide if it's going to open on the lobby or the sub-basement.
It is 11:08 a.m. ET in New York, 1 hour and 38 minutes into the Wick, and the elevator dashboard has rotated again with SVR RAG now presiding over a very fragile pocket of green at the top.
And look at the way SVR Raju is holding court at 11:08 a.m. ET, 16 trades on the tape, still on top of the elevator. That's commander energy steering this entire bracket.
Right under them at 11:08 a.m. ET. Roshan Palan has 14 trades fired and is stalking that number 1 slot, like they're waiting for a single bad tick to shove SVR Arju out of the elevator doors.
And in third at 11:08 a.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla sitting on single-digit trade count tells you everything. Careful clicks, tiny sample size, and a leaderboard spot that can vanish the second variance wakes up.
Manish Kapoor in fourth at 11:08 a.m. ET represents the hinge of the green zone, modest profit, only 6 trades, and every new order decides whether they graduate into the podium or slide into the grinder below.
Then we hit the soft underbelly. Anil Sonune in 5th at 11:08 a.m. ET just barely green with 7 trades. That's the danger zone where one mistimed entry turns a comfy seat into a trapdoor.
I'm obsessed with Nishay Kumar Manjunath at 6 on this 11:08 a.m. ET board. 70 trades launched already. That is pure volume berserker energy trying to brute force a run into the money.
Meanwhile, Abhilash Rajan in 7th at 11:08 a.m. ET is technically green but basically flat, 3 trades deep, which means they've spent an hour and a half surviving without actually the fight.
8th place at 11:08 a.m. ET is where the complexion flips. Adnan TP is the first name in the red, tiny loss and only 2 trades, occupying that unsettling limbo between disciplined patience and simple hesitation.
Sighing, then you've got Bhuvan Srinivas in 10th at 11:08 a.m. ET. Only 2 trades, already meaningfully red. That's when every new click feels like you're negotiating with your own risk settings.
Jayavir Madali is frozen in 11th at 11 a.m. ET with 0 trades today, effectively letting a negative mark from the prior tape sit untouched while the rest of the field churns around them.
But check the mid-pack fireworks. At 11:05 a.m. ET, Doc John caught a monster reversal in TSLA, a $422 P&L swing that yanked their line back toward the surface like a grappling hook.
Grown in 12th at 11:08 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia is one trade in and already deep red. That's not a warm-up. That's walking onto the floor and immediately stepping on a rake.
T-Tranch Chanchlani at 13th on the 11:08 a.m. ET ladder is a case study in controlled damage. 5 trades, significant red but still adding volume instead of rage quitting the keyboard.
And Amit Yadav in 14th at 11:08 a.m. ET is basically a red landmine with only 2 trades. Low volume, heavy pain, and the potential to blow up somebody else's confidence with a single surprise comeback.
Deva Munasamy at 15th on this 11:08 a.m. ET red is the chaos conduit. 8 trades through the pipes, big red attached, and every adjustment they make can ripple volatility straight up the middle of the board.
And if you rewind to 11:03 a.m. ET, ORCL was already smacking Niraj Arora for 711.75. Then at 11:04 a.m. ET, another 522. Then at 11:05 a.m. ET, another 560.50. That's a full 3-piece combo from one ticker alone.
Structurally, the 16th slot at 11:08 a.m. ET, where AN San Saji sits, is now a magnet for volatility. 3 trades, a cluster of TSLA and prior tech damage, and enormous sensitivity to even small reversals in the underlying basket.
And at 11:03 a.m. ET, Sadish Udayakumar took a brutal $2,365 punch from AMSN, plus another 436 from Google at 11:07 a.m. ET. That's not a dip, that's an elevator cable snapping.
It's 11:12 a.m. ET in New York, 1 hour 42 into the Wick elevator division, and the entire dashboard has flipped. SVR-RAG is now the green anchor at rank 1, while a wall of red stretches all the way down to Ravi Kiran Kohli in 22nd.
And right under them at 11:12 a.m. ET, Oshan Palan in second with 14 executions is basically riding the bumper. That's a volume engine pointed straight at first. If any candle goes their way.
Structurally, that top 4 at 11:12 a.m. ET, capped by Manish Kapoor in 4th with only 6 orders, is a classic quality over quantity cluster. The prize pool is being controlled by traders who barely touch the button.
Scroll down and you slam into Nishai Kumar Manjunath at rank 6 on the 11:12 a.m. ET board with 70 trades. That's not a trade log, that's a spam folder full of market orders.
And Rahul Davis in 7th with 17 trades as of 11:12 a.m. ET is basically speedrunning the ladder for pocket change. That's a lot of button mashing for a tiny cushion above zero.
From a ladder-shaped perspective at 11:12 a.m. ET, that cluster of Manish Kapoor, Anil Sanune, and Nishay Kumar Manjunath forms the pressure hinge, low-volume climbers above a high-volume brawler, all fighting for a shot at the top 3 payout bands.
Then we cross the zero line and boom. Adnan TP in 9th and Abhijit Kaktikar in 10th at 11:12 a.m. ET are the first names bleeding, like the elevator doors open and suddenly there's smoke in the hallway.
Deeper down, names like Amit Yadav and Ansan Saji are sitting in the low teens at 11:12 a.m. ET already red. Not even that many trades on the board. That's the kind of slow bleed that doesn't even give you a good story.
The tape for Niraj Arora is insane. From 11:07 to 11:10 a.m. ET, TQQ and ORCL just chain combo him, one loss after another. Like the market found the tilt button and held it down.
By the 11:12 a.m. ET leaderboard print, Niraj Arora is sitting down at 19th with 10 trades, and that whole ORCL sequence from 11:08 to 11:10 a.m. ET is basically the crime scene photo explaining how he got there.
And then there's the real outlier, Ravi Kiran Kohli, locked at rank 22 on the 11:12 a.m. ET ledger, carrying that enormous drawdown, while Meta, AMD, MDB, and ORCL keep printing fresh symbol losses in the 11:07 to 11:10 a.m. ET window.
Gasping, look at that tape. In just a few minutes, around 11:08 a.m. ET, MD and AMD both chalk up multi-$1,000 red swings for Ravi Kiran Kohli. It's like a slot machine stuck on lose more every time the candle prints.
Big picture, the 11:07 to 11:10 a.m. ET block is a volatility node. Niraj Arora, Ravi Kiran Kohli, and Sudhish Udayakumar all take synchronized damage from ORCL, MDB, AMD, Meta, and Google, setting up a potential cascade if those names keep trending. We are 90 minutes past the New York opening bell in the Wick elevator division, and this dashboard snapshot at 11:15 a.m. ET shows a clean green crown for SVR RAJ with a firm grip on first place and the $1,000 top prize lane.
SVR RAJ at 11:15 a.m. ET is a monster, 16 trades deep, still on top of the elevator, riding that momentum like the crown is chained to their wrist.
16 tickets punched by 11:15 a.m. ET for SVR Raju tells you this isn't luck, it's a grind. That kind of volume on the top shelf means they've already walked through a couple of landmines and kept going.
And right under the crown at 11:15 a.m. ET, you've got Roshan Palan in second, 14 trades fired. That's the classic mid-boss, just waiting for one more spike to smash open that first place door.
Structurally, Sudhir Kumar Chitla in third at 11:15 a.m. ET is the quiet threat, only 8 trades on the log but still solidly green, which is exactly the profile that can slingshot into the $500 second place payout with one well-timed burst.
Manish Kapoor sitting fourth at 11:15 a.m. ET is that patient predator. 6 trades, still green, just stalking the edge of that $250 podium slot like they know the script flips late.
Groaning. Then you've got Abhijit Kaktikar in fifth at 11:15 a.m. ET with one lonely trade keeping them barely green. That's not a cushion, that's a tightrope over the zero line with a hurricane under it.
Nishai Kumar Manjunath at rank 7 by 11:15 a.m. ET is the volume anomaly, 70 trades fired just to hold a slim gain, a textbook example of how hyperactivity doesn't necessarily translate into outsized profit.
70 trades for Nishay Kumar Manjunath at 11:15 a.m. ET. Just to sit barely green is the definition of working way too hard for your lunch. One bad candle and that whole morning turns into a donation.
Abhilash Rajan at 8th by 11:15 a.m. ET is still clinging to green with just 4 trades. That's the sleeper build, low activity, low risk, and one good surge away from teleporting straight into podium chat.
Groaning. TP down in 10th at 11:15 a.m. ET is the first one over the cliff. 2 trades, a small red number, and the realization that the free ride ends the second you fall under zero.
Once you cross into the lower half with Puvan Srinivas in 11th at 11:15 a.m. ET, the structure flips. Now it's all about damage control and minimizing drawdown rather than chasing incremental upside.
Gasping. And yo, check the volatility meter. Doc John just ripped TSLA from deep red toward recovery between 11:14 and 11:15 a.m. ET, stacking a 480 PNL swing on that name alone while still sitting 16th overall.
Meanwhile, Ansan Saji is getting the other side of that TSLA whip at 11:15 a.m. ET, flipping from green to a nasty red hit on the same name. That's what happens when you dance with the most volatile kid at the party.
Deeper in the red stack, Sudhish Udaya Kumar at 21st by 11:15 a.m. ET is carrying a heavy AMSN and Google burden, a classic case where concentration risk turns a couple of wrong-way moves into a full elevator drop.
And Neeraj Arora is in full-blown boss fight with TQQ and ORCL at 11:15 a.m. ET. Brutal red swings on both tickers, turning a decent spot into a deep drawdown. But that kind of volatility cuts both ways if they keep swinging.
Remember, we've still got 4 hours and 44 minutes left in this New York session and over a week until March 13th. This elevator bracket loves turning today's red zone survivors into tomorrow's prize pool legends.
It's 11:20 a.m. ET in New York. The Wick elevator division has been live for an hour 50, and our Traders Compare spotlight locks onto a 3-way showdown. Dead_cat_bounce, Fox, and CS 1975.
This is your podium fight right here. Dead_cat_bounce on top, Fox in second. CS 1975 in third. Only 3 seats for that 1750 prize pool. And everyone wants elevator glory.
In raw PNL at 11:20 a.m. ET, dead_cat_bounce is sitting on about 1543, while Fox is back at roughly 708. So that's not just a gap, that's a full floor of elevator cable between first and second.
And look at the chase dead underscore cat underscore bounce at about 1543 versus CS 1975 around 404.8 at 1120 MET. That's a skyscraper of green the chaser has to speed run before the bell.
Momentum-wise over this window into 11:20 a.m. ET, dead underscore cat underscore bounce has added about 1544.5, Fox roughly 709, and CS 1975 around 405.8, all improving, but the leader's slope is the steepest.
That's the crazy part. Dead underscore cat underscore bounce barely kissed red at about minus 1.5 early in the window. Fox fell down an elevator shaft to almost minus 940, and somehow they're now stacked 1-2 heading into the late morning.
All three are fully realized as of 11:20 a.m. ET, zero unrealized on the board. So dead underscore cat underscore bounce, Fox and CS 1975 aren't hoping for miracles. They've already booked every dollar of this push.
Risk posture between the top two is eerily similar. Dead underscore cat underscore bounce and Fox both sit with realized P&L equal to their totals and flat unrealized at 11:20 a.m. ET, but only one of them is translating that discipline into a four-figure cushion.
Check the aggression stats. Dead underscore cat underscore bounce has cranked through 12,400 shares across 3 names. Fox swings 12,000 even in just 2, and CS 1975 is the sniper with 800 shares on a tight 2-stock playbook.
Groaning Fox and CS 1975 are both in that improving momentum lane, but Fox's path from a minus 900 plus trough to a 700 gain is the kind of emotional roller coaster that usually ends with someone puking at the close.
Remember the stakes. First place in this elevator gets $1,000, second 500, third 250. So every extra dollar dead underscore cat underscore bounce adds over Fox and CS 1975 is literally prying cash out of their hands.
Fox's line is that classic grinder story: big early hold down near minus 900 plus, then a slow disciplined climb to about 708 by 11:20 a.m. ET, with realized equal to total and no leftover risk on the table.
CS 1975 is the quiet assassin in this bracket. Low activity intensity tag, just 800 shares over 2 stocks, but still converting that into roughly 404.8, realized by 11:20 a.m. ET, with no open exposure.
The Wick tournament runs all the way to March 13th. So this dead underscore cat underscore bounce versus Fox versus CS 1975 arc at 11:20 a.m. ET is just one episode in a longer boss rush. Any one of them can still script the final cutscene.
We are 1 hour 54 minutes into the Wick elevator session at 11:24 a.m. ET, and this is your Traders Compare Showdown. Dead underscore cat underscore bounce versus Alpha Man versus Yusudi, 3 for control of the shaft.
On raw position, dead underscore cat underscore bounce sits at rank 1, while Alphaman and Yusudi 3 trail way back at 23 and 22. So structurally, this is a single green outlier floating above a deep red undercard.
Look at the P&L polarity. By 11:24 a.m. ET, dead underscore cat underscore bounce is up 1,543, while Alpha Man is buried at minus 11,593 and change. That's not a gap, that's a canyon.
Oh, and between dead underscore cat underscore bounce and Usudi 3 at 11:24 a.m. ET, you've basically got a mirror match flipped upside down, plus 1500 versus minus 2500. Same window, totally different universes.
For dead underscore cat underscore bounce, the story from 2:54 p.m. ET on March 2nd to 11:24 a.m. ET today is controlled ascent. Total P&L climbs from just below zero to a peak and close at 1,543, with the trough a trivial minus 1.5 back at the start.
Between Alpha Man and Usudi 3 in that same window ending 11:24 a.m. ET, you're arguing over degrees of pain. One draws down from about minus 1,000 to almost minus 13.6, the other from a tiny green to a minus 3,632 trough.
Alphaman's ride from 3:59 p.m. ET on March 2nd to 11:24 a.m. ET today is a full-on horror elevator, peaking at just about minus 1,000, then crashing to a trough near minus 13,645 by 9:58 a.m. ET this morning.
Usudi 3 opens their tournament tape at 12:07 p.m. ET on March 2nd, ticks up to a modest peak of 14.75 by 2:50 p.m., then bleeds all the way down to a trough of minus 3,632 by 12:09 p.m. ET on March 4th.
Alphaman and Usudi 3 both show that same pattern at 11:24 a.m. ET, 0 realized, all the loss unrealized, which means every dollar of that minus stack is still live risk, just hanging over the account.
Dead_cat_bounce is playing hit and run with 12,400 shares traded by 11:24 a.m. ET, while Usudi 3 logs literally 0 shares in that window. That's the difference between piloting a fighter jet and just watching the radar.
Structurally, Dead_cat_bounce and Alphaman both touch 3 to 4 names by 11:24 a.m. ET, but one turns that into a clean realized curve, the other into a diversified catastrophe of unrealized exposure.
The wild part is that by 11:24 a.m. ET, Dead_cat_bounce is all realized and flat, no open risk, which means every tick of that plus 1543 is locked in before lunch.
Usudi 3's current snapshot at 11:24 a.m. ET is a frozen state of regret, minus 2,505.5 unrealized, no realized offset, and 0 shares active, effectively choosing stasis, overtaking the loss.
And the symbol carnage is real for Alphaman. At 11:23 a.m. ET, MBD alone slams the book for about minus 3,760 in P&L, turning that line into a highlight reel of pain.
Meta isn't doing Alphaman any favors either, dropping about minus 1,371 in P&L at 11:23 a.m. ET, just piling more weight onto an already overloaded elevator cable.
Even AAPL is part of the dragnet for Alphaman, logging about minus 2,351 at 11:23 a.m. ET, reinforcing how concentrated the damage is in a tight cluster of tech names.
Geogul tags in on Usudi 3 at 11:23 a.m. ET for another minus 306, so even the secondary symbols are chipping away at whatever comeback arc was left.
So in this three-way clash at 11:24 a.m. ET, Dead_cat_bounce is the disciplined closer, Alphaman is the overexposed tech brawler, and the Usudi 3 is stuck in the penalty box with Red Unrealized 3, totally different philosophies on how to ride the Wick elevator.
Look at the scorecards as of 11:28 a.m. ET. Dead_cat_bounce has climbed from a tiny trough of about minus 1.5 to a peak and current total P&L of 1543, while Alphaman slid from a mild peak around minus 1039 into a deep hole below minus 11 grand.
For Dead_cat_bounce, that ascent from minus 1.5 at 2:54 p.m. ET on March 2nd to 1543 at 11:28 a.m. ET today is a textbook V-shaped recovery. They turned the entire drawdown into realized profit with 0 unrealized risk on the board.
Risk posture tells the whole story. At 11:28 a.m. ET, Dead_cat_bounce is pure realized green at 1543 with 0 floating exposure, while Alphaman is sitting on about minus 11,347 entirely unrealized, like a live grenade in the account.
And you can see how it happens around 11:25 to 11:26 a.m. ET. Alphaman gets hammered across AMD, Meta, ORCL, and MDB in rapid-fire symbol P&L hits, a full-on multi-name boss rush, tearing into that unrealized stack.
And it's not just one punch. By 11:26 a.m. ET, Alphaman has taken a fresh minus 2,428.55 hit on ORCL on top of that AMD damage, layering losses like combo hits on the same health bar.
Roll the clock back 1 more minute to 11:25 a.m. ET, and it's the same story. Meta cracks Alphaman for about minus 1,392.79, while MDB slams in for roughly minus 3,792.20, a double hit that turns a bad stretch into a meltdown.
Structurally, Dead_cat_bounce reaches their peak P&L of 1543 at 10:47 a.m. ET and holds it through 11:28 a.m. ET, while Alphaman's trough doesn't arrive until 11:01 a.m. ET, with a low around minus 13,829. It's stability versus freefall.
Chuck 400 share tally for Dead_cat_bounce as of 11:28 a.m. ET screams active scalper energy, high intensity entries and exits, but every chip is fully booked into realized P&L.
For Alphaman, the same 11:28 a.m. ET totals show zero realized PNL and all of that minus 11,347, sitting as unrealized. Mechanically, that means conviction or paralysis, but either way, the exit button hasn't been pressed.
That's why on the Wick elevator, dead_cat_bounce is wearing the crown at rank 1, while Alpha Man fights for survival at rank 23. Same tournament, same clock, completely different relationship with risk and momentum.
It is 11:32 a.m. ET in New York, just over 2 hours into the Wick elevator division, and the latest 11:32 a.m. ET dashboard print shows SVR Raju still presiding over the shaft with a compact green cluster holding ranks 1 through 3.
SVR Raju at the 11:32 a.m. ET update is pure elevator royalty. 16 trades fired, top rank locked, and everyone else in this $1,750 prize pool is basically speed running the dungeon just to get a look at that number 1 door.
And glued right under the crown at 11:32 a.m. ET is Roshan Palan in second, 14 trades deep and playing that sweaty mid-boss role where every new click could either crack rank 1 or yeet them straight into the mid-pack blender.
Sudhir Kumar Chitla sitting third on the 11:32 a.m. ET board with only 8 trades is the classic slow bleed threat. No panic, no overclicking, just waiting for the tape to drag the overtraders back down to their level.
Rahul Davis has climbed into fourth by 11:32 a.m. ET with 22 trades, converting earlier chaos into a fragile band of green that now acts as a buffer between the disciplined top trio and the volatility swamp below.
Anil Sununa in sixth on the 11:32 a.m. ET snapshot is basically running a 1 hit point build, 7 trades, tiny cushion, and still queuing up for more like the elevator boss can see their health bar flashing red.
Nishe Kumar Manjunet at rank 7 with 70 trades by 11:32 a.m. ET is the volume demon of the Wick, barely green, but absolutely carpet bombing the tape, trying to force a portal straight into that top 3 payout zone.
The quiet surprise on this 11:32 a.m. ET board is Abhijit Kaktikar in eighth, only 2 trades, still green, and effectively treating the Wick like a precision sniper match, while everyone else is full auto in a phone booth.
Adnan TP in 10th as of 11:32 a.m. ET with only 2 trades and a small red is that awkward mid-game state where you've taken damage but haven't unlocked the big comeback button yet.
Bhuvan Srinivas at rank 11 on the 11:32 a.m. ET print is already in the red zone, but with only 2 trades logged, this is pure latent firepower. That's the profile that can rip a staircase run up the shaft if they time one tech squeeze right.
Amit Yadav in 14th by 11:32 a.m. ET remains a high variance case study, only 2 trades, but the existing red stack means any additional entry is functionally a leveraged bet on a late session rescue.
Chaitran Chanchlani sitting 15th at 11:32 a.m. ET with 6 trades and a heavy red bar is that mid-level raid boss who already burned their cooldowns and now just has to tank whatever the market throws next.
But look at that TSLA lifeline for Doc John around 11:31 a.m. ET. The symbol finally flips hard in their favor, and you can feel the entire elevator crowd wondering if that's the spark that starts a full-on comeback climb.
For Sadish Udayakumar, the combo of AMSN and Google around 11:31 a.m. ET is just a slow-motion car crash. Every print adds new damage to an already rough card and drags them deeper into that 22nd place hole.
And Insidian Saji getting tagged by TSLA at 11:26 a.m. ET is just insult stacked on an already red profile. One more heavy swing that keeps them pinned down in 19th, instead of letting them climb back into the mid-pack scrum.
Over in 20th at 11:32 a.m. ET, Niraj Arora is still deep in the red, but BKR finally lights up green around 11:28 a.m. ET. That's the kind of single symbol turnaround that can ignite a redemption arc if they keep pressing the right door panels.
Structurally, the 11:32 a.m. ET leaderboard now reads like a pressure gradient, a tight knot of disciplined green contenders chasing the $1,000 top prize, and a sprawling lower deck where tech volatility is writing most of the story with more than 4 hours of sessions still to play. It is 11:36 a.m. ET in New York, just over 2 hours into the Wick elevator division, and the dashboard is frozen with SVR RAG still presiding over a slim green kingdom, while a massive red underworld churns beneath.
SVR Raju is still your elevator boss as of 11:36 a.m. ET, 16 trades deep and holding rank 1 like that top floor penthouse is already paid for out of the prize pool.
Right on their heels, Roshan Palan is parked in second at 11:36 a.m. ET with 14 trades, looking like the classic runner-up story, unless they find one more gear before this elevator ride ends.
And Sudhir Kumar Chitla, chilling in third at 11:36 a.m. ET with just 8 trades is wild low click count, solid green like they speed ran the early levels and then just refused to die.
Rahul Davis at fourth as of 11:36 a.m. ET has already logged 22 trades, and that kind of volume from mid-pack is usually the prelude to either a sustained climb or a sudden freefall.
Just behind Manish Kapoor in fifth at 11:36 a.m. ET with only 6 trades is playing precision sniper, tiny footprint, but still high enough on the board to smell that $1,000 throne.
Anil Sununi in sixth at 11:36 a.m. ET with 7 trades and a flicker of green is basically standing on a trapdoor. One bad sequence and they're riding the express down into the red zone.
Abhijit Kaktikar in eighth as of 11:36 a.m. ET has just 2 trades on the book, a minuscule sample size that makes their small green line feel more like a placeholder than a finished story.
Bilash Rajan hanging on in ninth at 11:36 a.m. ET with 6 trades and barely any edge is the definition of purgatory. Not losing hard enough to quit, not winning hard enough to matter.
Sliding into the red tier, Adnan TP at 10th as of 11:36 a.m. ET with just 2 trades is basically playing hardcore mode. Every new click is a boss fight for their whole day.
Jayavir Madali sits 12th on the board at 10 a.m. ET with 0 trades in this window, effectively frozen while the rest of the field reshapes the ladder around them.
Amit Yadav down in 13th at 11:36 a.m. ET with only 2 trades and a heavy red bar is living the nightmare version of concentration, low activity, high pain.
But watch Chitransh Chanchlani in 14th as of 11:36 a.m. ET, 6 trades, deep red, and still plenty of room to fire off a hero sequence if they want that late session redemption arc. That TSLA surge for Doc John around 11:34 and 11:35 a.m. ET was pure elevator whiplash, back-to-back symbol hits, turning a brutal drawdown into a live wire comeback attempt.
Meanwhile, Sadish Udaya Kumar, buried in 22nd at 11:36 a.m. ET, hasn't clicked a thing lately, but AM Zen and Google kept piling on fresh losses between 11:31 and 11:33 a.m. ET. That's a slow-motion car crash with no hands on the wheel.
Niraj Arora, sitting 21st as of 11:36 a.m. ET, just used BKR as a damage control lever. That symbol swung their line by more than $300 between 11:34 and 11:35 a.m. ET, shrinking what had been a much deeper hole.
And then at the absolute bottom, Ravi Kirangoli in 23rd at 11:36 a.m. ET has a whole tech rate boss stacked on their chest. AMD, MDB, ORCL, and Meta all slamming them in multi-$1,000 waves from 11:33 to 11:35 a.m. ET.
When AMD and Meta are both detonating for Ravi Kirangoli at 11:33 and 11:34 a.m. ET, that's not a dip. That's a boss fight wipe. But hey, in the Wick, even the last place account can still send one highlight reel reversal through this elevator shaft.
Taken together, this 11:36 a.m. ET snapshot shows the top of the field defined by measured trade counts and controlled risk, while the basement is almost entirely shaped by massive tech volatility spikes that moved accounts by thousands of dollars in just a few minutes. It is 11:40 a.m. ET in New York, 2 hours and 10 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and the dashboard now shows a clean three-player green crest with SVR Araju, Roshan Palan, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla, separating from a sea of red below.
SVR RAG is still the raid boss on this floor, leading the tower as of 11:40 a.m. ET with 16 trades fired and a thick green cushion that's turning this run into a serious campaign for that $1,000 first place prize.
Snapping right at their heels, Roshan Palan holds second as of 11:40 a.m. ET with 14 trades, that earlier SQQ burst still powering the climb, and you can feel they're one volatile ticker away from instantly threatening the throne.
And in third at 11:40 a.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is still the quiet assassin. Only 8 trades on the day, no heroics, just enough green to sit in the payout zone, while everyone else below them bleeds for scraps.
Look at the grind in the mid-pack. Rahul Davis sits fourth as of 11:40 a.m. ET with 22 trades ripped. That's pure button mashing on the elevator panel, trying to force open the door into top 3 money.
Gasping at 11:40 a.m. ET belongs to Anil Sanoon, 7 trades, small green, and it feels like they're standing on a springboard where one aggressive ticker choice either yeets them into the top pack or straight down the shaft.
Groaning. Then in 7th at 11:40 a.m. ET, Nishay Kumar Manjunath has now spammed 70 trades for a tiny green line. That's not risk management, that's speed running your stamina bar for a shot at a slightly nicer participation trophy.
I love this from Abhijit Kaktakar in 8th as of 11:40 a.m. ET. Just 2 trades, still green. That's like a sniper perched on the mezzanine, waiting to unload a single burst that rockets them into the highlight reel.
10th at 11:40 a.m. ET is Adnan TP with 2 trades and a tiny red bruise. Not blown up, not really in contention, just stuck in that miserable limbo where every new click might finally decide if today matters or not.
Twelfth place at 11:40 a.m. ET is still Jayavir Medali, frozen on a 10 a.m. ET snapshot with 0 recorded trades, in an elevator format built on pressure decisions. That's effectively choosing not to step into the car.
Groaning. In 13th at 11:40 a.m. ET, Doc John's 5 trade tape is still red, but TSLA finally handed them a $551 lifeline at 11:39 a.m. ET. When one stock digs you out of a deep hole like that, you know exactly where your emotional baggage is parked.
14th at 11:40 a.m. ET is Amar Yadav with just 2 trades and a heavy drawdown. That's pure glass cannon energy. Every future order from here is an all or nothing shot at re-entering the 1750 prize conversation.
15th at 11:40 a.m. ET is Lakhan Gursali, 8 trades deep and way underwater. That's the part of the bracket where every extra click feels like either the miracle reversal arc or the final stomp while you're already down.
16th at 11:40 a.m. ET is Chitransh Chanchlani with 6 trades and a deep red ledger. That earlier MSFT hit turned this entire session into a slow walk down the stairs while everyone else rides the elevator past you.
17th at 11:40 a.m. ET is Sunil Solia, 4 trades in and sitting on a substantial loss profile, and notably MSFT punched them again at 11:39 a.m. ET with another $531.00 symbol, PNL move, that reinforced the damage from earlier.
19th at 11:40 a.m. ET is an SA Saja with 6 trades and a huge drawdown. That's like loading into hard mode with no armor. Every new symbol choice from here is either the miracle crit or instant respawn.
Siding in third at 11:44 a.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla has that steady measured green profile, 8 trades, no heroics, just the kind of controlled line that quietly locks down the last 250 payout slot while everyone else tries to speedrun their account into the ground.
The volume monster right now is Rahul Davis in 4th at 11:44 a.m. ET with 22 trades fired. Structurally, that's a pure volatility engine, a smaller PNL number, riding on very high interaction with the tape.
Anchoring the entire elevator in 23rd at 11:40 a.m. ET is Ravi Kiran Goli, and their tech stack just ate a meteor shower between 11:36 and 11:39 a.m. ET. MDB alone smashed them for $-3,995.24 at 11:38 a.m. ET, and another $-4,046.70 at 11:39 a.m. ET, with AMD, Meta, and ORCL all piling on too.
Structurally, Ravi Kirangoli's portfolio now reads like a correlation case study. Synchronized downside from MDB, AMD, Meta, and ORCL across 1136 to 1139, AMET has effectively turned last place into a concentrated tech volatility sink for the entire tournament.
It's almost cruel. TSLA finally throws Doc John a lifeline from 1140 through 1143 AMET, but the overall line is still buried in 16th, proof that a couple of good candles can't instantly erase a morning of bad decisions.
Structurally, what's brutal for Sadishu Dayakumar is correlation risk. AMZ and Google both registering fresh downside symbol PNL events from 1141 to 1143 AMET, compounding losses without any offsetting winner in the book.
Groany for Ravi Kirangoli. Every one of those Meta, MDB, AMD and ORCL symbol hits between 1140 and 1143 AMET just digs the hole deeper. That's not a drawdown anymore. That's a full-blown tech crash concentrated in one unlucky account.
But the crazy part is the setup, because Ravi Kirangoli is so overloaded in those violent tech names. If Meta, MDB, AMD, or ORCL snaps back this afternoon, that last place slot at 1144 AMET could turn into the nastiest comeback arc in the entire 1750 prize pool race.
Just below Niraj Arora in 21st at 1144 AMET is the classic cautionary tale, 12 trades deep in the red and no fresh catalyst yet to suggest the market cares about their conviction.
Gasping and Saji in 20th at 1144 AMET is basically playing hardcore mode. 6 trades, a nasty red bar, and those earlier TSLA hits already shaved chunks off their life bar before lunch.
Big picture at 1144 AMET. The Wick elevated division is split disciplined green at the top from SVR Arju, Roshan Palan, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and then a chaotic underbelly where tech names like TSLA, AMZ, Meta, MDB, AMD, and ORCL are turning every rank move into a full-on boss fight.
It is 11:52 a.m. ET in New York. The Wick's elevator division is 2 hours and 22 minutes deep, and the dashboard has hardened into a sharp contrast, steady green control at the top, and an outright tech disaster crater shaping the bottom of the ladder.
Up top at 11:52 a.m. ET, SVR Arju is still wearing the crown. 16 trades fired, green stack intact, running this tower like a planned campaign instead of a morning gamble.
Roshan Palan is still glued to second at 11:52 a.m. ET with 14 trades, pure volume pressure on the throne, just hammering the tape, trying to yank that first place slot open.
Sitting third at 11:52 a.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla has only 8 trades on the board. Nice cushion now, but with that little volume, one bad read in the back half of the session can erase the whole morning.
The mid-pack opens in fourth at 11:52 a.m. ET with Rahul Davis, 22 trades already deployed, effectively converting the middle of the ladder into a high-frequency stress test.
Then in fifth at 11:52 a.m. ET, you've got Manish Kapoor, only 6 clicks and still green. That's like barely touching the joystick and somehow staying in striking range of the podium.
6 in the green at 11:52 a.m. ET is Anil Sununi, 7 trades, tiny profit, but that's the kind of razor's edge where one clean idea can rocket you into the money.
8th at 11:52 a.m. ET is where the grind lives. Nishay Kumar Manjunath has 70 trades for a tiny green outcome. That's an entire keyboard's worth of effort for a coffee money edge.
In ninth at 11:52 a.m. ET, Abjit Kaktikar has just 2 trades and still sits green. That's low APM, high discipline gameplay, while everyone else is button mashing.
Rounding out the green
Then we
cluster,
flip the sign.
10th at
11th at
11:52 a.m. ET
11:52 a.m.
is
ET
Abhilash
is
Rajan
Adnan TP.
with 6
2
trades and a
trades
marginal
just barely
positive
in the
result.
red. That's the
Functionally,
danger
a
zone
coin
where
flip
one
that
more
has landed
swing
on
can
the right
turn the
side
whole
so
day
far.
heroic or
12th at
hopeless.
11:52 a.m. ET, Bhuvan
13th at
Srinivas has only
11:52
2
a.m. ET
trades
is
and is
JVR
already
Madali,
meaningfully
0 new
red.
trades this
That's
hour,
the kind of
and
start
still
where you
stuck in a
feel like
prior
you
loss,
paid
just
full
watching the
ticket just
ladder
to sit in the
reshuffle while
penalty
their
box.
PNL sits frozen in place.
14th at 11:52 a.m. ET
15th
is
at
Amit
11:52
Yadav,
a.m. ET
2
is where the
trades
red
and a
really starts to
sizable
bite.
drawdown.
Chitransh
Structurally,
Chanchlani has 6
that's low
trades and a big
information
negative
pain.
tag.
Not much
Textbook
learning,
case of
but
early
a very
aggression
real
turning
hit
into
to
a
the
slow
equity
bleed.
curve.
16th at 11:52 a.m. ET is Sunil Salia, 4 trades on, and that MSFT sequence from 11:47 to 11:49 a.m. ET just nuked their line with 3 straight downside symbol hits.
17th at 11:52 a.m. ET is Doc John, 5 trades and deep red overall, but TSLA absolutely ripped for them between 11:47 and 11:51 a.m. ET, stacking back-to-back positive symbol bursts to claw a huge chunk off the earlier damage.
18th at 11:52 a.m. ET, Deva Munasamy sits in a sizable drawdown with 8 trades, a notable reversal of prior tournaments where they functioned as a consistent top-tier threat.
19th at 11:52 a.m. ET is an Hussain Saji with 6 trades and a heavy red mark. Earlier TSLA and AM Zen hits already softened them up, and there hasn't been a real counterpunch since.
20th at 11:52 a.m. ET is Lakangor Sali, 11 trades and one of the nastiest red tags in the middle tier. That's full send energy with 0 payoff so far.
21st at 11:52 a.m. ET is Chidambara Raja, no new trades since just after 11:01 a.m. ET, and locked into a prior tech drawdown while the rest of the field continues to reshuffle above.
Groaning 22nd at 11:52 a.m. ET, Niraj Arora has 12 trades and a deep red balance. Earlier or ECL pressure already cracked that lineup, and there hasn't been a real green rescue sequence yet.
And dead last in 24th at 11:52 a.m. ET is Ravi Kirangoli. No new trades this hour, but absolutely obliterated by that chain of AMD, MDB, Meta, and ORCL symbol collapses from 11:46 to 11:51 a.m. ET. It's just a tech boss rush in the red.
Those AMD, MDB, Meta, and ORCL ticks for Ravi Kiran Goli between 11:46 and 11:51 a.m. ET are pure punishment. Every update just pushes the tech book deeper into the hole with no green candle in sight.
At 11:56 a.m. ET in New York, 2 hours and 26 minutes into the Wick's elevator division, the dashboard has crystallized into a sharp green trio at the top and a long descent of red all the way down to Ravi Kirangoli in 24th.
Roshan Palan sitting second at 11:56 a.m. ET with 14 trades is in that classic no man's land. Nicely green, sure, but one bad sequence and that comfortable spot turns into a ledge.
And I love where Sudhir Kumar Chitla is at 11:56 a.m. ET third place, only 8 trades. That's like sitting on a full clip while everyone else has been mag dumping into the open.
The hinge between comfort and chaos is now Rahul Davis at fourth on that 11:56 a.m. ET ladder. 22 trades logged and only a slim green buffer separating them from the red tide below.
Then you hit the soft underbelly. Anil Sunune in sixth at 11:56 a.m. ET is barely green after 7 trades. The kind of fragile edge the market usually erases the second you start feeling clever.
But look at the volume maniac. Nishay Kumar Manjunath is seventh at 11:56 a.m. ET with 70 trades fired, just mashing the volatility button and somehow still hanging on in the green.
From ninth down at 11:56 a.m. ET, Abhilash Rajan marks the true pivot. 6 trades, tiny green, and 1 sloppy entry away from being swept into the red crowd below.
And then boom, the line flips red with Madhav S. Ravi in 10th at 11:56 a.m. ET on just 1 trade. Basically speed running straight to the wrong side of the scoreboard.
Adnan TP in 11th at 11:56 a.m. ET with 2 trades and a small red is in perfect bounce territory. 1 clean scalp and they can vault back over that green-red border.
12th at 11:56 a.m. ET is where you find Bhuvan Srinivas. 2 trades solidly red and already in that zone where the next click feels more like gambling than trading.
Right under that, Amit Yadav in 14th at 11:56 a.m. ET has only 2 trades but a chunky red. That's the I sized it like a hero and got treated like a villain experience.
Then you've got Chitrans Chanchlani in 15th at 11:56 a.m. ET, 6 trades deep, firmly red. That's not paper cut territory anymore. That's full-on slugfest with the market.
16th at 11:56 a.m. ET is Doc John. 5 trades on the tape and still buried in red despite a couple of better TSLA updates earlier. Classic case of one good name trying and failing to bail out a rough morning.
Those MSFT updates for Sunil Sulya at 11:53, 11:54, and 11:56 a.m. ET compress into a textbook volatility trap, successive negative swings turning what was once a positive symbol line into a core contributor to their 17th place drawdown.
Groaning Deva Munasamy in 18th at 11:56 a.m. ET shows 8 trades and a heavy red, while Google and AMSN kept tagging them with fresh losses from 11:52 through 11:56 a.m. ET. That's death by 1,000 tech cuts.
Anna Sansarji down in 19th at 11:56 a.m. ET is still feeling that earlier TSLA nuke, 6 trades total, and the kind of red number that makes you want to uninstall your platform for the day.
Look at the grind from 20th Lakon Gorsley has 11 trades on the board by 11:56 a.m. ET and a big red total. But that kind of activity means the elevator doors are still open for a comeback run.
22nd at 11:56 a.m. ET is where you find Niraj Arora, 12 trades in, sitting on a heavy red total, with earlier ORCL chaos already showing how fast a single theme can flip a strong morning into a slog.
And Sudhesh Udaya Kumar in 23rd at 11:56 a.m. ET hasn't added a new trade, but Google and AMSN kept hammering them between 11:52 and 11:56 a.m. ET, dragging that total PNL even deeper into the basement.
And anchoring the board at 11:56 a.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli is still eating an absolute tech inferno. AMD, Meta, ORCL, and MDB have all been slamming their symbol PNL in multi-$1,000 chunks from 11:52 through 11:56 a.m. ET, turning last place into a full-blown stress test.
And then there's Sudhir Kumar Chitla in 3rd at 12 p.m. ET, only 8 trades on the tape, which means that last $250 podium slot is being defended with scalpel swings instead of wild stabs.
The intriguing hinge at noon is Rahul Davis now in 4th with 22 executions, a hyperactive ladder climber who has finally forced their way into the green zone and turned the top of the board into a 4-player cluster.
Look dead center at noon, and you see pure chaos. Nishai Kumar Manjunath holding 7th with 70 trades fired. That is not a staircase. That is a rocket-powered dumbwaiter with the brakes cut.
Contrast that with Anil Sunune in 6th at 12 p.m. ET, 7 trades, tiny green, and you can almost hear them refusing to press the button again because they know one bad tick sends them plummeting with the rest of the pack.
Just beneath that, Abhijit Kaktikar in 8th at 12 p.m. ET with only 2 trades represents the minimalist archetype, nominally green but with so little sample size that a single misstep could invert their entire tournament story.
Then you've got Abhilash Rajan in 10th at 12 p.m. ET, 7 trades, modest drawdown, living that quiet bead life where nothing is catastrophic yet, but every new decision feels like pouring sand into the gears.
The lower mid-pack at noon, starting with Puvan Srinivas at 11th and only 2 trades, is structurally fascinating, heavily negative outcomes with minimal activity, suggesting process issues rather than simple variance.
But the comeback spark in that red jungle is Doc John. TSLA has gone full rescue mission between 11:56 a.m. and 12 p.m. ET, ripping their symbol line by over $500 off the lows and turning their curve into a massive green spike.
On the flip side, Sunil Surya at 18th by 12 p.m. ET is getting absolutely mauled by MSFT from 11:57 to 12 p.m. ET. The symbol flips a small gain into a brutal series of losses, stacking almost $800 of red in the last hit alone.
Down near the basement at 23rd as of 12 p.m. ET, Sadish Udayakumar is locked in a cage match with Google. Every tick from 11:56 to 12 p.m. ET smashes another $400 to $500 of red into the book, and it just keeps swinging.
And anchoring the very bottom at 24th by 12 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli is living through a tech apocalypse. AMD, MDB and ORCL have all printed multi-$1,000 red swings between 11:57 and 12 p.m. ET, turning their PNL into a cautionary tale in real time.
The wild part is that with Ravi Kiran Goli already so deep by that 12 p.m. ET snapshot, every fresh tick in AMD, MBD, or ORCL is now a potential slingshot. One violent squeeze, and this entire bracket gets a jump scare from the bottom up.
It is 12:04 p.m. ET in New York, 2 hours and 34 minutes into the Wick, and the elevator dashboard still shows SVRRAG on top of that 12:04 p.m. ET update, a clean pillar of green separating them from a sea of stressed red below.
SVRRAG is still the elevator boss at 12:04 p.m. ET, 16 trades deep and guarding that number 1 spot like it's the only door to that $1,000 top prize in this 1750 pool.
Right under them at 12:04 p.m. ET, Roshan Palan is locked in second with 14 trades, just waiting for one wobble from the leader to jam the doors and force a swap at the very top of the shaft.
Hi, in third at 12:04 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is still running that low-volume 8-trade experiment, which looks smart right up until variance decides to kick the cables out from under you.
The front-end structure at 12:04 p.m. ET is fascinating. Rahul Davis now sits fourth with 22 trades, functionally acting as the high-activity hinge between the controlled green at the top and the grinding noise of the mid-pack.
And Nishad Kumar Manjunath in seventh at 12:04 p.m. ET with 70 trades is the chaos engine of this lobby, just spamming the elevator buttons and trusting pure volume to punch a hole into the money.
Contrast that with Abhijit Kaktikar in 8th at 12:04 p.m. ET, only 2 trades and barely green. That's not conviction, that's peeking through the elevator doors hoping someone else hits the call button.
The pivot from green to red still happens around the low trade counts at 12:04 p.m. ET. Adnan TP sits 10th with just 2 entries, embodying that uncomfortable limbo between disciplined patience and simple inactivity.
Then there's Jayavir Madali sitting 13th at 12 p.m. ET with 0 new trades, basically choosing to stare at a negative mark instead of stepping back into the elevator and risking another drop.
Just above the absolute floor, Sadish Udayakumar remains locked in a heavy drawdown as of 12:04 p.m. ET, with no new trades since earlier Google and AMSN damage, effectively pinned near the bottom of the shaft.
And all the way at the bottom at 12:04 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli is still the cautionary tale, a brutal stack of tech names weighing them down, showing everyone exactly how far this elevator can fall when the trade goes bad.
In the mid-pack microstructure, the most interesting line belongs to Doc John, whose TSLA series between 12 o'clock and 12:03 p.m. ET shows repeated sharp relief rallies that dramatically shrink what had been a deep drawdown.
Meanwhile, Sunil Surya's MSFT sequence from 11:58 to 12:01 p.m. ET is just a staircase of pain. Green to red, then deeper red. Each minute another step down the shaft with no bounce to soften the landing.
For Sadish Udayakumar, the combined Google and AMZN tape between 11:58 and 12:03 p.m. ET is effectively an anchor, with sequential red events that keep pressing their equity curve toward the lower boundary of the bracket.
That Google and AMZ combo for Sudesh Uday Kumar from 11:58 to 12:03 p.m. ET feels like getting hit by two elevated doors at once, each red tick slamming them further away from any realistic comeback window.
With 3 hours and 56 minutes still left before the bell at 4 p.m. ET, this 12:04 p.m. ET snapshot is not a finish line, it's the staging area, and SVR RIJU's lead is just the brightest target for every hungry trader chasing that prize pool.
It is 12:08 p.m. ET in New York, 2 hours and 38 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and this leaderboard snapshot at 12:08 p.m. ET has solidified around a single bright green pillar on top, with a long, brutal red staircase underneath.
At the top of the shaft at 12:08 p.m. ET, SVR Araju is still the elevator boss, 16 trades on the book, and a commanding green cushion that's putting a spotlight on that $1,000 first place bounty.
Breathing down their neck at 12:08 p.m. ET is Roshan Palan, 14 trades deep and sitting in second. That's pure pressure cooker energy with $500 on the line if they can just crack the leader's armor.
Then you've got Sudhir Kumar Chitla in third at 12:08 p.m. ET with only 8 trades. That's the kind of low-volume, high-leverage profile where one bad decision deletes that $250 podium dream instantly.
Rahul Davis is now the volume hinge of the green block at 12:08 p.m. ET, 22 trades fired and clinging to fourth, where every incremental decision can either pull them into the payout zone or tip them into the red spiral below.
Chucked under that, Anil Sunune at fifth on this 12:08 p.m. ET board is barely green with 7 trades. That's the wobble zone where one misclick turns a comfy cushion into a sudden trapdoor ride.
Manish Kapoor in sixth at 12:08 p.m. ET is that patient predator archetype. 7 measured trades, still green, just waiting for the perfect window to lunge into that top 3 money stack.
Abhijit Kaktikar in eighth at 12:08 p.m. ET is a fascinating outlier. Only 2 trades, still modestly green, essentially a latent threat sitting in the middle of the pack with plenty of unused ammo.
Gasping, then you hit Abhilash Rajan in ninth at 12:08 p.m. ET. 7 trades, tiny green, and it feels like they're one aggressive burst away from either slingshotting into the top cluster or free falling into the red zone.
Adnan TP in 10th at 12:08 p.m. ET is the gateway to the red. Only 2 trades, tiny loss, and you can feel that next decision either rip them back into safety or shove them straight into the grinder below.
Bhuvan Srinivas in 12th at 12:08 p.m. ET has only 2 trades and is already meaningfully underwater, which suggests an extremely fragile psychological state as the back half of the session approaches.
Groaning. Just below that, Madhav Sravi in 14th at 12:08 p.m. ET has only 1 trade on, and it's already dragged them deep into the red. That's the kind of start that makes every next click feel like defusing a bomb.
Chitransh Chanchlani is parked in 15th at 12:08 p.m. ET with 6 trades and significant red, but the continued activity suggests they're still in problem-solving mode rather than capitulation, which is dangerous but potentially rewarding.
Amit Yadav in 16th at 12:08 p.m. ET is a classic comeback candidate. Just 2 trades, heavy red, and a ton of runway left if they decide to flip the script and start swinging for that prize pool.
Again, you've got Devamunasamy in 17th at 12:08 p.m. ET with 8 trades and a big red crater. Every new order there is basically mashing the volatility button for the entire middle of the field.
Sunil Sulia is marooned in 18th at 12:08 p.m. ET with 5 trades and a deep red profile, and given how their MSFT line's been behaving, at this point it feels less like trading and more like weathering a storm.
Down in 20th at 12:08 p.m. ET, Lakhangur Sali has 11 trades and a brutal red drawdown. That's the kind of profile where you either tighten up instantly or risk turning a bad day into a highlight reel for all the wrong reasons.
Chidambara Raja is locked in 21st off at 10:01 a.m. ET print with 0 trades today. One brave click could be the start of the nastiest redemption arc in this entire elevator, or the final chapter of a disaster story.
Niraj Aurora sitting 22nd at 12:08 p.m. ET with a 12-trade footprint is the cautionary tale. A once dangerous profile now buried deep in the red after that ugly ORCL and TQQQ sequence earlier in the session.
Bow to the elevator boss. SVR Araju is locked in at rank 1 on that 12:12 p.m. ET print, 16 trades deep and holding the $1,000 crown spot like the top floor already has their name on it. The wildest single name story on the board is TSLA for Doc John between 12:02 and 12:06 p.m. ET. That line rips from deep red through a series of 500 plus and 600 plus positive swings, turning one symbol into a full-blown comeback engine.
Structurally, Rahul Davis in fourth at 12:12 p.m. ET with 22 trades is the tempo outlier in the green stack, high frequency, modest cushion, and one sharp downswing away from being ejected out of the money.
And that whole tech storm for Ravi Kirangoli from 12:03 to 12:05 p.m. ET, cascading losses in AMD, ORCL, MDB, and Meta basically locks them into last place unless they fire off something absolutely heroic in the final hours.
In the lower half, Doc John at 16th as of 12:12 p.m. ET is fascinating, firmly negative overall, yet clearly engaging TSLA repeatedly, using single-name volatility as their primary comeback engine.
On the brutal side of variance, Sunil Sulia down in 18th at 12:12 p.m. ET is getting absolutely steamrolled by MSFT from 12:06 to 12:11 p.m. ET. You've got a sequence of -907, -1075, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -995, -1025, and then -937 on that ticker alone.
You can feel the squeeze. AM Zen slams Suresh Udaya Kumar for 2,725 at 12:05 p.m. ET. Then Geogul stacks on with hits of 505, 411, and another 470 by 12:10 p.m. ET. Like the entire mega cap complex queued up to camp their respawn. The MBB lane alone for Ravi Kirangoli is wild. 12:05 p.m. ET tags them for about -4,223, and by 12:10 p.m. ET is still chewing another 4,103.8. While AMD and Meta are throwing their own multi-thousand punches on top.
That's not a drawdown. That's a tech exorcism. AMD smacking Ravi Kirangoli for roughly 3,700 plus at both 12:05 and 12:08 p.m. ET. Meta dropping another 1,600 at 12:08 p.m. ET. And ORCL ripping over 3,000 at 12:05 p.m. ET. Turns their whole book into a highlight reel of red crits.
Further down, Niraj Aurora sitting 22nd at 12:12 p.m. ET is the poster child for cumulative damage. A dozen trades, a heavy red total, and earlier ORCL plus TQQQ sequences already carved out most of the cushion they thought they had in this tournament.
We are 2 hours 46 minutes past the New York Open at 12:16 p.m. ET in the Wick elevator division, and this fresh 12:16 p.m. ET dashboard scan shows SVR RAG still wearing the green crown in first, with a firm grip on that $1,000 top prize lane.
SVR Arju at 12:16 p.m. ET is a menace on the shaft. 16 trades fired, still sitting solo on the top floor of this elevator, while everybody else is just trying to catch the same ride.
Roshan Palan is parked in second at 12:16 p.m. ET with 14 tickets on the tape, close enough to smell that $500 payout, but far enough that one bad sequence turns the climb into a slide.
And Sudhir Kumar Chitla sitting third at 12:16 p.m. ET with just 8 trades is still that sleeper boss. Low volume, clean green, one momentum burst away from ripping straight into that $500 lane.
Structurally, the mid-pack is fascinating. Rahul Davis in fourth at 12:16 p.m. ET has 22 trades on record, the most activity in the green stack, but only a slim cushion separating them from the churn directly underneath.
And check Nishai Kumar Manjunath at 6 by 12:16 p.m. ET, 70 trades on the odometer just to stay barely green. That's full-blown button mashing mode, trying to keep the elevator doors from closing.
I love the profile from Abhijit Kaktikar in 7th at 12:16 p.m. ET. Only 2 trades. Still green, just waiting like a coiled spring for the perfect setup to rocket toward that $250 podium slot.
The real knife edge line is Abhilash Rajan in 8th at 12:16 p.m. ET, 11 trades in and just underwater. That's the spot where traders start pressing instead of thinking.
Okay, volatility siren time. Doc John is absolutely whipping TSLA around between 12:12 and 12:15 p.m. ET, swinging that line hard with back-to-back green PNL bursts while still sitting deep in the red at 16th overall.
That TSLA burst for Doc John around 12:15 p.m. ET is the exact kind of mid-session boss fight you want. Huge green pop on a single name while the overall P&L is still bleeding. The perfect fuel for a comeback montage if they can chain it.
Flip the tape and you see the other side of volatility for Sunil Sulia. MSFT between 12:13 and 12:15 p.m. ET goes from comfy green into a nasty drawdown. A reminder that one ticker can yank your whole day sideways.
You can literally see the screen flash red. AMs and spikes against Surish Udaya Kumar around 12:13 p.m. ET. Gio Gul joins the party, and every tick just drags that rank down toward the bottom of the shaft.
And at the very bottom, Ravi Kirangoli is in a full-blown tech storm from 12:12 to 12:15 p.m. ET. AMD, Meta, ORCL, and MBD are all lighting up with red symbol P&L hits, turning that account into a highlight reel of pain.
The Meta and ORCL legs of that cluster for Ravi Kirangoli around 12:13 p.m. ET complete the picture. A tightly concentrated tech book getting hit from multiple angles, leaving almost no room to hedge or breathe.
And remember, we've still got 3 hours 44 minutes left until the New York close. This elevator can absolutely flip. One monster sequence and somebody from the red zone is speedrunning back onto the podium.
It's 12:20 p.m. ET in New York, 2 hours and 50 minutes into the Wick elevator session, and the dashboard has settled into a stark picture. One dominant green leader, a thin mid-pack, and a long tail of deep red.
On top of the shaft right now is SVR Riju, rank 1 with that fully realized cushion locked in as of 12:20 p.m. ET, running 16 trades and still wearing the crown for the Wick's $1,000 first place prize.
Sitting in second, Roshan Palan is green but way behind into 12:20 p.m. ET, 14 trades on the tape and still staring up a big gap to the leader before we even talk about that $500 runner-up payout.
And look at the momentum spike from Madhav's Ravi 4 trades. Clean green into 12:20 p.m. ET. And the tape shows those TSLA bursts turning a zero line into a mid-pack launch pad in just a couple of minutes.
That TSLA sequence for Madhav S. Ravi around 12:18 to 12:19 p.m. ET is a textbook volatility capture, one symbol PNL burst, then another, effectively writing their entire tournament story off a single name.
Don't sleep on Sudhir Kumar Chitla either. 8 trades, steady green into 12:20 p.m. ET, and quietly parked in 4th with a clear line of sight on that $250 third place elevator payout.
Groaning. Then you've got Rahul Davis in 5th, 22 trades slammed through by 12:20 p.m. ET for a relatively tiny edge that's full auto volume for what still looks like a knife fight just to stay barely green.
Contrast that with Nishai Kumar Manjunath at rank 870 trades logged by 12:20 p.m. ET for only a slim positive, the definition of high APM, low reward, and a lot of cognitive load for a very modest leaderboard footprint.
Meanwhile, Abhijit Kaktikar in 9th is still that sniper we talked about earlier. Just 2 trades into 12:20 p.m. ET, and somehow green basically speedrunning risk management while everyone else button mashes.
Down the board, the fireworks are coming from Doc John. TSLA is just detonating down there around 12:17 to 12:19 p.m. ET, flipping that line from heavy red into a serious relief rally in a handful of ticks.
At the very bottom, Ravi Kirangoli is essentially a case study in concentrated tech risk, AMD, Meta, ORCL, and MDB, all bleeding heavily between 12:16 and 12:19 p.m. ET, creating that massive unrealized drawdown anchoring rank 25.
Meta and ORCL aren't just bad for Ravi Kirangoli into 12:19 p.m. ET. They're dead weight. Each fresh symbol PNL hit just drags that already ugly total deeper. The classic hope it bounces posture that never actually hits the sell button.
And then there's Satish Udayakumar in 24th. AMSN just nukes that line between 12:16 and 12:18 p.m. ET, turning a small green sliver into a brutal red slab in the span of a couple candles.
In the lower middle, Deva Munasamy and Sunil Sulia are both stuck in that classic tournament limbo by 12:20 p.m. ET. Multiple trades on the book, big red totals, and no obvious catalyst on the event tape hinting at a fast turnaround.
Niraj Arora and Sudish Udayakumar both feel like latent boss fights right now. Deep red totals, but enough time left after 12:20 p.m. ET that one clean volatility wave could still flip their entire tournament narrative.
Zooming back out at 12:20 p.m. ET, the race for that 1750 prize pool is crystal clear. SVR RAG is the boss at the top. Roshan Palan and Madhav's Ravi anchoring the chase, and everybody else either clawing up from red or trying not to fall off the podium entirely.
It is 12:24 p.m. ET in New York, 2 hours 54 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and the latest 12:24 p.m. ET dashboard still has SVR RAG anchored at rank 1, with a compact fully green profile on top of the field.
And that top slot is not a fluke. By 12:24 p.m. ET, SVR RAG is sitting alone at the summit with clean momentum and 16 completed trades, already planting a flag over the $1,000 first place share of this 1750 prize pool.
Right under that, the big green surge is Madhav's Ravi at rank 2, only 4 trades on the tape, but a velocity spike off that Tesla run just minutes ago. This is what a low volume, high impact momentum arc looks like.
That Tesla tape for Madhav S. Ravi is textbook laddering. By 12:23 p.m. ET, the symbol PNL has ratcheted from 0 up through a series of green prints, first into the mid-300, then 400 plus, ultimately stretching into the high 900s in under 5 minutes.
That is a highlight reel Tesla drive from flat to a monster green candle for Madhav S. Ravi by 12:23 p.m. ET, and that single name is rocket fueling his charge at the $500 second place payout.
The AMD line alone tells the story. At 12:18 p.m. ET, AMD is already heavily negative, and by 12:20 p.m. ET, the symbol PNL deteriorates by over 3,000 in a single adjustment, then extends that drawdown further by 12:23 p.m. ET in a follow-on hit.
Meta is especially cruel here. Across 12:19 to 12:23 p.m. ET, you see a sequence of 4 separate negative Meta updates, each over $1,000. So instead of one clean stop out, Ravi Kirangoli is just absorbing slow, repeated damage.
A similar pattern, though on a smaller absolute scale, is unfolding for Sunil Solia in 19th. Microsoft was modestly positive, then between 12:20 and 12:23 p.m. ET, 3 consecutive symbol PNL updates flipped that into a progressively worse red line.
And out of nowhere, AMSN just jumps out of a closet on Sudish Udayakumar at 12:21 p.m. ET. Amazon swings from a small win into a more than $2,600 slam, instantly shoving him deeper into the red without any extra trade count to justify the risk.
The cleanest reversal of fortune on the midboard is actually Vaishnava Jith by 12:21 p.m. ET. They register a big win event that neutralizes roughly $700 of prior losses in a single move and helps catapult them into the current top 5 with just one completed trade.
Down in 20th, even the relief feels temporary. For Doc John, Tesla does throw a positive 300-plus swing at 12:19 p.m. ET, but in the context of a 600-plus total drawdown, it's more like a bandage than a comeback.
Structurally, the latter is polarizing at 12:24 p.m. ET, a tight, efficient green cluster from ranks 1 through 6, then a long gradient of red where many traders have frozen trade counts and are simply watching earlier decisions play out.
This is the heartbeat of the Wick, topside grinders like SVR Raju and Madhav S. Ravi pressing edges, mid-pack snipers like Vaishnav Ajith landing surgical blows, and deep red brawlers like Ravi Kirangoli trying to climb a multi-name tech avalanche before time runs out.
It is 12:28 p.m. ET in New York, just under 3 hours into the Wick elevator division, and the latest dashboard print still shows a tightly packed green crest at the top, with SVR Raju, Roshan Palan, Madhav S. Ravi, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla separating from a deep red field below.
SVR Raju is still owning the shaft off that 12:28 p.m. ET update, 16 trades in, locked at rank 1, and playing the raid boss for this entire $1,000 top prize, while everybody else has to climb through their wake.
And glued right under that is Roshan Palan at rank 2 on the 12:28 p.m. ET board, 14 orders deep and basically speedrunning the mid-boss role, where one more burst could slam them into first or eject them into the mid-pack blender.
Don't sleep on Madhav Sravi in third at that same 12:28 p.m. ET snapshot. Only 4 trades on the tape and still green. That's either surgical discipline or someone too scared to click the mouse again.
Structurally, Sudhir Kumar Chitla sitting in fourth with 8 trades by 12:28 p.m. ET rounds, out a compact green quadrant at the top. 4 different approaches, one shared trait of keeping risk contained above the waterline.
Groaning. Then you've got Anil Sonnin in 6th and Nishay Kumar Manjunath in 7th at 12:28 p.m. ET. One with 9 trades, the other with a whopping 70. Both barely green, both one bad decision away from joining the loser's lounge.
Abhijit Kaktikar in 8th with just 2 trades at that 12:28 p.m. ET mark is still playing elevator on easy mode. Tiny green, tiny sample. But the second they crank size, this whole profile can flip from cozy to chaos.
By 12:28 p.m. ET, Manish Kapoor in 9th and Karthika Suresh in 10th effectively form the border between order and entropy, minimal trade counts, P&L lines hugging the zero axis, and no real margin for experimental ideas.
The middle red tier from Vaishnav Ajith at 14th through Jayavir Madali at 15th by 12:28 p.m. ET is classic elevator purgatory. Enough pain to matter, not enough volume to justify it.
By 12:28 p.m. ET, Ansayan Saji and Lakhang Gursali in ranks 21 and 22 represent traders who have committed to the session 6 and 11 trades respectively, but have yet to convert that activity into positive drift.
But the true end boss of the red zone is still Ravi Kirangoli in last place at that 12:28 p.m. ET snapshot. Massive drawdown, 0 fresh trades this print, and a whole highlight reel of tech names earlier, just shredding that equity curve.
Zoom in on volatility and Madhav S. Ravi is the standout. Those TSLA symbol P&L spikes around 12:22 to 12:27 p.m. ET show a whole staircase of intra-minute swings, but the net effect is that they're still parked in the green and cruising in third.
From a risk structure perspective, that TSLA sequence for Madhav S. Ravi between roughly 22 and 12:27 p.m. ET looks like controlled aggression, rapid repricing, but without blowing them out of the top-tier cluster.
The wild card in that chaos is Chitrans Chanchlani. That big win event on the 12:21 p.m. ET tick shows they can rip huge reversals in one shot, exactly the kind of volatility weapon you need if you want to rock it out of the mid-pack dungeon.
The MSFT line for Sunil Sulia around 12:23 p.m. ET is another quiet inflection, a green to red flip that nudges them further down the board and illustrates how one misaligned tech trade can reprice an entire ladder position.
Put it all together, and the tech tickers are the saw blade here. TSLA giving Madhav's Ravi enough juice to hold third as of 12:28 p.m. ET, while AMD, ORCL, MDB and Meta keep grinding Ravi Kiran Goli into the bottom of the shaft.
With 3.5 hours left before the 4 p.m. ET close, this 12:28 p.m. ET snapshot still has SVR Raju wearing a crown, but the real story is that every TSLA, AMSN, and MSFT tick is now a potential boss fight for the entire $1,750 prize pool.
And glued to the crown at 12:32 p.m. ET is Madhav's Ravi in second. Only 4 trades on the book, but that TSLA line just went turbo between 12:29 and 12:31 p.m. ET, the kind of late ignite sequence that can snap the leaderboard in half.
That TSLA burst for Madhav's Ravi around 12:31 p.m. ET is pure rocket fuel. One symbol lighting up, and suddenly second place feels like a launch pad instead of a ceiling.
Roshan Palan in third at 12:32 p.m. ET with 14 trades is that relentless mid-boss, not the flashiest moves on the tape, but always one sequence away from turning the top of this bracket into a three-way cage match.
Sudhir Kumar Chitla in fifth as of 12:32 p.m. ET, 8 trades in, still represents the classic slow play contender. No overextension, just a stable green foothold that keeps them in striking distance of that $500 second place check.
And Nishay Kumar Manjunath in ninth by 12:32 p.m. ET with 70 trades is still the volume demon of the Wick. That kind of click count means every tiny move on the tape hits their P&L like a combo multiplier.
Adnan TP Park in 12th at 12:32 p.m. ET with just 2 trades and a small red is in that limbo state. Enough damage to hurt, but still totally one clean sequence away from flipping the whole card green.
Bhuvan Srinivasan 14th at 12:32 p.m. ET with only 2 trades and a heavy red bar is pure latent upside. That's the profile that can rip a hero staircase run if they nail just one tech squeeze in the back half of the session.
By 12:32 p.m. ET, Lakam Gorsali down in 22nd with 11 trades and a deep red profile is the cautionary tale. Lots of effort, lots of action, and the elevator still insists on going down.
Chitranj Chanklani in 16th as of 12:32 p.m. ET with 6 trades and a heavy red stack still has that late session redemption arc written all over them. One aggressive sequence and they can rocket straight out of the danger zone.
Amit Yadav in 17th at 12:32 p.m. ET with just 2 trades and chunky red is the definition of a hostage situation. Every next click is basically a leverage bet that the tape finally decides to be kind.
Sanil Sulia in 18th by 12:32 p.m. ET is still bleeding from that MSFT gauntlet between 12:29 and 12:31 p.m. ET. Multiple back-to-back hits that turned one ticker into a full-blown raid boss on their card.
For Sadish Udaya Kumar, anchored in 25th at 12:32 p.m. ET, that AMZZine sequence from 12:29 to 12:31 p.m. ET was a full-on elevator shaft drop, repeated hits that turned a manageable card into a deep drawdown story.
Down in 24th at 12:32 p.m. ET, Niraj Aurora is still buried in red, but we've already seen single symbol lifelines on this card earlier in the session. It only takes one hero ticker to turn that freefall into a comeback montage.
Gasping Khayan Goli still hard stuck in last at 12:32 p.m. ET, and that cluster of AMD, Meta, MDB, and ORCL hits from 12:27 to 12:31 p.m. ET was just a meteor shower. Every tech ticker that printed seemed to push the floor even lower.
It is 12:36 p.m. ET in New York. We are 3 hours and 6 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and the dashboard has crystallized into a sharp staircase, a tight green cluster from SVR RAG through Sudhir Kumar Chitla, then a long descent into increasingly violent red at the bottom.
And look at the TSLA tape for Madhav Esravi at 12:35 p.m. ET. That symbol line jumps over $1,400 in a couple of minutes. It's like they pressed turbo boost and the car actually stayed on the track.
TSLA for Madhav S. Ravi between 12:31 and 12:35 p.m. ET is a straight-up revival arc from a 900-plus jump to that $1,400 surge. That's a single ticker trying to drag them all the way into the trophy conversation.
Then you've got Vaishnav Ajit in fourth at 12:36 p.m. ET with only 6 trades and a keen green line. That's like half a level of gameplay and still sitting in the money race for that $250 third place slot.
And TSLA is the jetpack for Vaishnav Ajit at 12:32 p.m. ET. That symbol rips them more than $400 in the right direction, instantly turning a quiet day into a live podium threat.
Meanwhile, Sudhir Kumar Chitla in fifth at 12:36 p.m. ET with 8 trades and a narrow green edge is walking the classic tightrope. Just enough cushion to matter, just enough exposure that one bad sequence dumps them out of contention.
And I love this Nishay Kumar
Grown in
Manjunath
12th at
12:36
p.m.
p.m.
ET.
ET with 70
Adnan
trades is
TP
just
has only
spamming the
2
market.
trades
High
and they're
APM,
already red.
tiny edge, trying
That's
to
the worst
grind their way
combo.
out of mid-pack
Low
purgatory,
sample
one
size, high
micro pick at a
pain,
time.
and no clean way to tell if it's
Just
bad luck
beneath
or bad
them,
process.
Bhuvan Srinivas
Amit
in
Yadav in
14th at
17th at 12:36
12:36
p.m.
p.m.
ET has only
ET,
2 trades
with
and a
2
heavy red bar.
trades and
That's the
deeper
I took my
drawdown,
shot. The
is
boss one
effectively
tapped me.
frozen
And
in
now
a
I'm
small
staring at
but
the
highly
respawn timer version
consequential
of
sample,
participation.
where each additional order carries
Chitrans
oversized
Chanchlani at
psychological weight.
16th as of
And Doc John
12:36
marooned in
p.m. ET
22nd at
is 6
12:36
trades
p.m.
deep
ET,
in
with
solid
5
red,
trades and a
but
big
that's
red hole is
exactly
the
the
harsh
profile
reminder
that
that
can
even
flip
wild
into a
TSLA
hero run.
comebacks earlier in
One
the session
clean
can still
sequence,
leave you
and
buried
they're
if the rest of
rocketing
the
up
book
out of the
doesn't
basement
cooperate.
tier.
In 23rd at 12:36 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora with 12 trades and deep red is the quintessential drawdown puzzle. Enough activity to suggest a robust strategy, but results that force hard questions about where and how they sized into the day.
But BKR just threw Niraj Arora a lifeline at 12:34 p.m. ET. That symbol snaps over $300 back in their favor, a bright green flare inside an otherwise brutal red storyline.
Gasping. Meanwhile, MSFT is absolutely mauling Sanail Sulia from 12:31 to 12:35 p.m. ET. That line cascades lower in a series of hits, each swing slicing hundreds more off and turning their day into a full-on tech horror show.
Sunil Sulia sitting 18th at 12:36 p.m. ET, with 5 trades, and that MSFT bleed is living the nightmare version of concentration, one ticker, multiple updates, and every one of them a fresh kick on the way down.
Further down, Sudhish Udaya Kumar in 25th at 12:36 p.m. ET shows 0 trades in this latest snapshot, but their earlier AMZN sequence between 12:31 and 12:32 p.m. ET carved out a massive symbol drawdown that still defines their entire risk profile.
And at the very bottom, in 26 as of 12:36 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is still tanked by that tech nuke, AMD Meta and ORCL between 12:32 and 12:34 p.m. ET just kept stacking $1,000+ red blows and turned their curve into a crater. And there it is, Manifest Ravi has seized the throne as of 12:39 p.m. ET. Just 5 trades on the tape and a massive TSLA spike powering a first place run straight into that $1,000 prize lane.
Gasping, that TSLA line for Madhav Esravi between 12:36 and 12:37 p.m. ET basically teleports them up the ladder from flat to a towering green shot. It's like they speedran the entire morning grind in one ticker.
Roshan Palan now stabilizes in third as of 12:39 p.m. ET, 14 trades deep, still comfortably inside the $250 prize zone, but clearly no longer dictating the pace at the very top of the board.
5th at 12:39 p.m. ET is where the quiet killers live. Sudhir Kumar Chitla has only 8 trades and still sits green, just lurking right below the money while everyone around them burns stamina trying to chase the leaders.
Then you hit the grinder lane, Rahul Davis in 6th at 12:39 p.m. ET with 22 trades fired, turning the middle of this leaderboard into a pure APM war as they keep hammering for a doorway back into payout territory.
In 7th at 12:39 p.m. ET, Karthika Suresh is a fascinating outlier, only 4 executions logged, modestly positive, and structurally positioned such that a single high-conviction decision could vault them into the upper pack.
9th at 12:39 p.m. ET is Abhijit Kaktikar. Just 3 trades and still barely green. That's the kind of day where you're technically winning, but it feels like you haven't actually played the game yet.
Just outside that top 10 at 12:39 p.m. ET, Manish Kapoor in 11th is still green with only 8 trades. That's hyper-efficient energy, 1 clean sequence, and they can rocket right back into serious contention.
12th at 12:39 p.m. ET, Adnan TP has only 2 trades and a small deficit. Statistically, they're in that ambiguous zone where a single well-timed opportunity could either neutralize the day or compound the damage quickly.
Groaning. 13th at 12:39 p.m. ET is Abhilash Rajan. 12 trades and a meaningful red bruise. Not blown to pieces, but every new order from here risks turning a bad morning into a full write-off.
15th at 12 p.m. ET, Jayavir Madali remains frozen with 0 trades, mechanically still in the field, but strategically absent, leaving prior losses to define the entire tournament narrative so far.
17th at 12:39 p.m. ET is Amit Yadav. Just 2 trades and a glass cannon red profile. Every future order is basically an all-in shot to claw back toward the mid-pack or vanish into the lower pit.
18th at 12:39 p.m. ET, Doc John is still red after 5 trades, even with that earlier TSLA lifeline. The curve looks like a roller coaster that never quite made it back to ground level.
Groaning. 19th at 12:39 p.m. ET is Lakam Gorsali. 11 trades and a big red sink. That's the zone where every new click feels less like opportunity and more like adding weight to an anchor.
It is 12:44 p.m. ET in New York, 3 hours and 14 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and our Traders Compare spotlight is locked on a ranked grudge match, Prowler in 17th versus Mimitra Yadav in 18th.
Groaning. That MSFT sequence for Sunil Sulia from 12:37 to 12:39 p.m. ET is the nightmare. You go from a decent mark to a deep red crater in minutes and suddenly you're trading the PNL trauma instead of the stock.
Gasping 22nd at 12:39 p.m. ET, Sudesh Udayakumar is still pinned in a brutal tech combo. AM Zen smashed them from 12:36 to 12:39 p.m. ET. Google added fresh pain at 12:39 p.m. ET, and only AAPL gave a little green bounce to stop it from looking completely hopeless.
For Prowler, the curve from about 10:12 a.m. ET yesterday to 12:44 p.m. ET today shows a peak drawdown profile. The best mark was still slightly red near -$4 and change, and the trough hit roughly -316 around 11:24 a.m. ET.
Compare those swings side by side. Prowler's range lives between roughly -5 and -316, always underwater, while Mimitra Yadav rockets from +250 to that -273 pit, a far bigger emotional roller coaster inside this elevator.
On risk posture, Prowler closes this 12:44 p.m. ET snapshot with about -353 realized but +130 unrealized, while Mimitra Yadav is roughly -273 realized and flat on unrealized. One still has chips in motion, the other has mostly locked in the pain.
Mimitra Yadav at 12:44 p.m. ET is just frozen in the red. Everything realized, nothing left floating, like they hit the eject button after that peak to trough meltdown and decided no more exposure. I'm done getting farmed today.
Even their activity profiles tell different stories. By 12:44 p.m. ET, Prowler has cycled through about 350 shares across 2 names, while Mimitra Yadav has only moved roughly 300 shares in a single name over a longer window starting around 10:32 a.m. ET 2 days ago.
Mimitra Yadav's one stock, 300 share line from about 10:32 a.m. ET on March 3rd to this 12:44 p.m. ET print screams commitment. They picked a lane, floored it, and then watched the road disappear under them.
Stack those side by side. Prowler shows slightly higher share volume and double the symbol count, probing and adapting, while Mimitra Yadav is a pure single asset bet that went from hero to zero inside this tournament window.
From a pure ranking perspective, Prowler's tiny edge at 17th is entirely earned by being less negative at that 12:44 p.m. ET mark. A narrower weekly loss and a narrower trough keep them one rung above the competition.
Remember, this is the Wick. First place pays 1,000, second 500, third 250, and these two are fighting in the teens just to stay relevant before the close 3 hours and 16 minutes from now.
With 3+ hours of tape left, Prowler and Mima Troya Dav are dangling over the same red canyon, one with open risk, one with sealed losses, and every decision from this 12:44 p.m. ET snapshot forward decides who climbs back toward that prize pool and who rides the elevator straight down.
Dat 12:48 p.m. ET in New York, 3 hours and 18 minutes into the Wick's elevator division, the dashboard has rotated into a new formation. Madhav S. Ravi now sits on top of the prize stack, with SVR Raju and Roshan Palan rounding out the money line in a tight green cluster.
And look at this, Madhav S. Ravi is your number one at 12:48 p.m. ET, 5 trades in and leading the Wick with a clean green total. That is surgical aggression, sitting right over the $1,000 top prize.
SVR RG slipping to second at 12:48 p.m. ET after 16 trades feels wild. That's a full volume campaign, now chasing Madhav's Ravi instead of cruising on the throne. The entire momentum just flipped overhead.
Roshan Palan hanging in third at 12:48 p.m. ET with 14 trades is classic grinder energy. Plenty of effort, but now they're staring up at 2 different green cushions instead of just one.
Just below the podium at 12:48 p.m. ET, Vaishnav Ajith and Sudhir Kumar Chitla, in 4th and 5th, are quietly stabilizing the mid-green band, low double-digit trade counts, moderate exposure, but they currently define the line between comfort and chase mode.
Don't sleep on Anil Sununi either. 8th at 12:48 p.m. ET, 9 trades, still green and officially the last name keeping the profit lights on before we drop into the red brackets.
And right under that, Nishay Kumar Manjunath in 10th at 12:48 p.m. ET, with 70 trades and only a tiny green tag is a full cautionary tale. That's an entire day's worth of clicking for what amounts to transaction cost art practice.
Structurally, the board at 12:48 p.m. ET shows a compact, efficient green cluster up top and a long spectrum of drawdowns beneath it. The tournament is rewarding precision over sheer volume as we cross the midday threshold.
And look at that BKR ticker for Niraj Arora from 12:43 to 12:46 p.m. ET. That symbol keeps printing positive P&L updates, turning BKR into a mini rescue arc inside an otherwise heavy red day.
For Sanal Salia, those same MSFT events from 12:44 to 12:47 p.m. ET are just pure pain. Every minute, another red symbol update. Like the ticker is spam clicking the sell button on their equity curve.
At the absolute floor, Ravi Kiran Goli's tech basket is still the defining crater of this tournament. AMD, MDB, and ORCL all show fresh multi-$1,000 downswings between 12:42 and 12:47 p.m. ET, reinforcing how concentrated exposure has turned the bottom slot into a case study in correlation risk.
But that's exactly why the comeback story is still alive. If Ravi Kirangoli ever catches a coordinated snapback in AMD, MBD, and ORCL this afternoon, the entire bottom of the wick could detonate upward in one insane tech reversal run.
Sinal Sulia and Doc John both wearing MSFT damage in this 12:42 to 12:47 p.m. ET window shows how one ticker can quietly kneecap multiple campaigns at once. Same symbol, same direction, different traders all paying the same tuition.
With 3 hours and 12 minutes left until the 4 p.m. ET close, this 12:48 p.m. ET snapshot of the wick isn't a verdict. It's a live stress test of who can harness tech volatility, who's surviving it, and who's getting systematically unwound by it. It is 12:52 p.m. ET in New York, 3 hours and 22 minutes into the Wick's elevator division, and the dashboard has rotated into a fresh hierarchy, with Madhav S. Ravi now installed at the top of the tower, followed closely by SVR Raju and Roshan Palan, anchoring a tight green trio.
Madhav's Ravi is your new elevator boss right now at 12:52 p.m. ET, 5 trades in and sitting on the biggest green stack on the board. That is ultra efficient aggression, maximum impact with minimal clicks.
And look at the chase pack SVR Arju down in second at 12:52 p.m. ET, has 16 trades blasted through already, pure volume pressure, trying to claw that top spot back from Madhav S. Ravi.
Roshan Palan sitting third at 12:52 p.m. ET with 14 trades is the grinder in this triangle. Plenty of effort on the tape, but the scoreboard says there's still a full tier behind the real money up top.
Just beneath that podium, Vaishnava Jeeth in fourth at 12:52 p.m. ET has quietly assembled a solid green profile on only 6 trades, a textbook case of controlled risk converting into stable upward drift on the leaderboard.
Karthika Suresh holding sixth at 12:52 p.m. ET with 6 trades and a modest green is exactly the kind of player who can explode late one clean sequence, and that middle floor seat becomes an express elevator up.
Rahul Davis in seventh at 12:52 p.m. ET is the volume anomaly in the mid-pack, 22 trades fired for a relatively small positive outcome, effectively turning the center of the board into a live stress test of execution versus edge.
Eighth at 12:52 p.m. ET is where the edge gets razor thin. Anil Sununi has 9 trades and a tiny green. That's a whole lot of sweat for what still looks like tip money upside.
Rounding out the green cluster, Abhijit Kaktikar, in 10th at 12:52 p.m. ET, has just 3 trades and a small positive mark, essentially a low sample size coin flip that happens to be landing in their favor for now.
12th at 12:52 p.m. ET is Manish Kapoor with 8 trades and a small loss, enough activity to feel tired, not enough edge to feel clever. That's the worst of both worlds on a tournament day.
Adnan TP in 13th at 12:52 p.m. ET has just 2 trades and a tiny red. That's the do I even bother clicking again or just alt-tab and pretend this never happened tier of pain.
14th at 12:52 p.m. ET is Sheben Tishaji with 1 trade and a meaningful loss. That's logging into the Wick, taking a single punch and immediately rethinking your life choices.
Deeper into the red, Abhilash Rajan in 15th at 12:52 p.m. ET has 12 trades and a sizable drawdown, structurally resembling a series of small misalignments that compound into a very real equity dent.
Bhuvan Srinivas in 16th at 12:52 p.m. ET has only 3 trades and is already pushed deep into the red. Low volume, high damage, but that also means one big idea could still flip this script if they're brave enough to fire again.
Chitransh Chanklani down in 18th at 12:52 p.m. ET has 6 trades and a big red total. That's not a paper cut, that's getting comboed by the market and still mashing rematch.
Amit Yadav sitting 19th at 12:52 p.m. ET with only 2 trades, but a heavy red is the definition of high impact misfire. Barely any volume, but every click landed right on the wrong side of the move.
Groaning. In 20th at 12:52 p.m. ET, Devaman Asami has 8 trades and a brutal drawdown, a slow motion example of how a series of small wrong bets in this tech-heavy tape adds up to serious pain.
And S.A. Saji parked in 22nd at 12:52 p.m. ET with 6 trades, and a massive red is still feeling that earlier tech shock. But with more than 3 hours left, there's still room for a wild, crowd-pleasing rescue run if they dare reload.
Just above the absolute bottom, Dokchon in 24th at 12:52 p.m. ET has 5 trades and a brutal overall red. Even after that earlier TSLA lifeline, the rest of the book is still dragging them down the shaft.
Beneath that, Niraj Arora in 25th at 12:52 p.m. ET shows 12 trades and a large aggregate loss, though the recent BKR symbol line has started to repair some of the earlier drawdown and slightly flatten the descent.
Gasping and dead last in 27th at 12:52 p.m. ET is still Ravi Kirangoli. No new trades and just sitting on that massive tech crater after the AMD, MDB, Meta, and ORCL chain reaction earlier. It's like the elevator cable snapped and they never hit the emergency stop.
With 3 hours and 8 minutes still left until the 4 p.m. ET close, this 12:52 p.m. ET snapshot of the Wick is a live heat map, a tight green battle for the $1,000 top prize, and a tech-ravaged bottom field where any late surge could still rewrite who walks away with the money.
The mid-pack from Abhilash Rajan through Sheben Tishaji at 12:56 p.m. ET is a band of controlled adversity, double-digit negative totals, modest trade counts, and a striking absence of desperation volume so far.
And right under that, Lakan Gusali at 23rd with 11 trades by 12:56 p.m. ET is still swinging in the red. That volume says, I am not done, and there is plenty of runway left for a rip back towards safety.
Gasping tap PLTR tape for Doc John between 12:52 and 12:55 p.m. ET is brutal. Each update stacks roughly $350 more red onto the symbol line, turning what could have been a manageable loser into a full-on avalanche.
Sunil Surya in 19th at 12:56 p.m. ET illustrates the same pattern in MSFT, a single name flipping from positive to sharply negative around 12:52 p.m. ET, structurally redefining the entire equity curve for the session.
It's almost insulting BKR finally decides to help Mirage Aurora around 12:52 to 12:54 p.m. ET, coughing up multiple $500+ intrabar gains after the rest of the book has already been dragged through the mud.
Meanwhile, Suresh Udayakumar in 26th at 12:56 p.m. ET is getting absolutely slammed. Back-to-back AM Zain and Google updates from about 12:52 to 12:55 p.m. ET stack multiple $1,000 hits and pin their curve way down the shaft.
And at rock bottom in 27th as of 12:56 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli is getting crushed by the entire tech complex ORCL, AMD, Meta, even MDB, all bleeding out between 12:52 and 12:55 p.m. ET, each printing 4-figure or close to 4-figure hits on their own.
You can literally watch the Meta and AMD lines for Ravi Kiran Goli from 12:53 to 12:55 p.m. ET, each tick stacking over $1,000 of additional pain. It's not a drawdown anymore. It's a highlight reel for correlation risk gone wrong.
Taken together at 12:56 p.m. ET, the leaderboard now reads like a map of tech volatility exposure, a compact, disciplined green cluster at the top, and a sprawling red underbelly where concentrated AMZN, Geo, MSFT, and broader tech bets are dictating who survives the Wick's elevator ride. It is 1 p.m. ET in New York, 3.5 hours into the Wick elevator division, and the fresh 1 p.m. ET leaderboard print shows a complete regime change with Madhav S. Ravi now installed at number 1, above a tightly packed green cluster.
Madhav Ravi is the new elevator boss off that 1 p.m. ET update, only 5 trades in and still sitting on the top floor, guarding a path to that $1,000 first prize in this 1750 pool.
And look at the pressure valve on second at 1 p.m. ET. SVR Arju has 16 trades fired and is now chasing from below instead of cruising on top. Every new click either reclaiming the penthouse or sending them back down the shaft.
Roshan Palan sitting third at 1 p.m. ET with 14 trades is the classic middle of the podium problem. You've done a lot of work, you're green, but you're still staring up at 2 people between you and the real money.
The front-end structure is now a 4-pillar green tower as of 1 p.m. ET, with Vaishnav Ajith in fourth on just 6 trades, essentially a low-volume sniper wedged right at the edge of that top-heavy payout band.
Gasping, then you've got
Just
Sudhir Kumar
outside that
Chitla in
top
fifth
5
at
door
1 p.m.
at 1
ET
p.m.
with 8
ET.
trades, clinging to green but
Karthika
sitting in that
Suresh is
terrifying
parked in
hinge where
6th
one misstep
with
can
6
punch you straight
trades
out
and
of the money
steady
and
green,
into the blender.
the perfect launch pad for a late
Rahul
session
Davis in
push
7th at 1
straight
p.m.
into
ET
that
with
podium
22
money.
trades is the poster child
8th at
for
1 p.m.
overactivity.
ET belongs
Tons
to
of
Anil
button mashing,
Sununi with 10
tiny green
trades and a
outcome,
modest
and a
green
whole
mark,
lot of ways for that to
functionally
flip
a
if they keep
stability
forcing
anchor
it.
right at the edge of the upper pack
Then
where
you slam
aggression
into
has been
Nishay Kumar
tightly
Manjunath
managed
in
so
9th
far.
at 1 p.m. ET with 70 trades,
In 10th as
still
of 1
basically
p.m.
flat.
ET,
That's not a
Abhijit
curve, that's a
Kaktikar
noise
has only
machine
3
where volume
trades
is
on and a
max
sliver
and
of
the
green,
elevator doors won't
which
stop
means
rattling.
they've basically paid for a
The
ticket to the
pivot from
show
green to
and are
red
still
now
deciding
sits
whether
right
they
on
even want to
Adnan
get on the
TP in
ride.
12th at 1 p.m. ET, 2 trades
Just below
deep
that
with
in
a small
13th at
loss,
1 p.m. ET,
perfectly illustrating how
Chidambara
little
Raja has
activity
only
it can
2
take to
trades and
fall
is
off the
already
ledge
red,
in this
which is
structure.
the worst of both
Abhilash
worlds.
Rajan in
No
14th
real
at 1 p.m.
participation,
ET
but
with
still
12
enough
trades
pain
and
to
a
feel
decent
it.
drawdown is living that slow grind nightmare where every new decision feels like trying to sprint up a down escalator.
From 15th downward at 1 p.m. ET, starting with Puvan Srinivas on only 4 trades, the red field is defined less by overtrading and more by structural positioning errors that have compounded into meaningful losses.
16th at 1 p.m. ET is where you find Shebin Tishaji, 3 trades and a chunky loss. That's the kind of tape where every red tick makes you wish you'd just stayed flat all morning.
Interestingly, by 1 p.m. ET, Jayavir Madali remains 17th with 0 trades in this session, effectively locking in a passive drawdown while the entire elevator moves around them.
Groaning. Down at 20th as of 1 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulio is wearing the scars of that MSFT disaster between 12:56 and 12:59 p.m. ET. MSFT flips a once green line into brutal red with back-to-back hits of more than $500 each, turning their curve into a straight drop.
Structurally, that MSFT sequence for Sunil Sulia from 12:56 to 12:59 p.m. ET is a classic reversal trap. A positive symbol PNL converts into a large negative mark in just a few minutes, compressing a full session's risk into a tiny time window.
But the real volcano at the bottom is still Ravi Kiran Goli in 27th at 1 p.m. ET, AMD, ORCL, MDB, Meta, all slamming them in rapid fire from 12:56 to 12:59 p.m. ET with multiple 4-figure red bursts that shake the whole bracket every time those tickers move.
Notice too how AMD and ORCL for Ravi Kiran Goli from 12:56 to 12:59 p.m. ET oscillate between large incremental losses and a single notable recovery burst, producing that one big win event that momentarily lifts an otherwise deeply negative equity curve.
But there is a little spark in the red for Niraj Arora in 25th at 1 p.m. ET. BKR between 12:56 and 12:57 p.m. ET rips off back-to-back pops of more than $400 and then over $500, yanking that symbol line sharply higher, even while the overall PNL stays heavy.
And don't sleep on a San Saji in 22nd at 1 p.m. ET, 6 trades deep, big red, and still plenty of time on the clock for a wild late session gamble that either rockets them up the shaft or blows the doors clean off.
And look at the whiplash for SVR Arju. After ruling the earlier snapshots, they're now sitting second on this 104 PM ET board with 16 trades fired, suddenly chasing instead of being chased for that same top spot paycheck.
Roshan Palan gets kicked down to third on the 104 p.m. ET red, 14 trades deep and now staring at the back of 2 different green bars, which is exactly how a $500 dream quietly turns into a what-if story.
And jammed right behind that in fifth on the 104 PM ET board, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is clinging to the last payout adjacent rung, one good burst away from the podium and one slip away from getting swallowed by the crowd.
Karthika Suresh in 6th at 104 p.m. ET is the hinge of hope. Just 6 trades, still green, and sitting at the exact doorway where one hot sequence can catapult them into that $750 combined podium money zone.
The real structural fault line at 104 p.m. ET is around Anil Sununi in 8th, 10 trades in, modestly green, effectively functioning as the final step before the entire field transitions into red territory below.
Then you hit Abhijit Kaktikar in 9th at 104 PM ET with just 3 trades and a sliver of green. That's the twitchy sniper spot, all potential energy and no idea whether the next shot sends them skyward or straight into the basement.
Nishay Kumar Manjunath sits in 10th at 104 p.m. ET with 70 trades sprayed across the tape and only a tiny green to show for it, which is basically the definition of working way too hard for a seat that could vanish in one bad minute.
At 104 p.m. ET, the pivot from green to red still centers on Adnan TP in 12th, just 2 trades and a small loss, embodying that ambiguous zone between disciplined inactivity and simply freezing under pressure.
Groaning zone at 104 p.m. ET stretches from Doc John in 24th through Niraj Arora in 25th, both deep in the red after earlier swings, showing exactly how fast this elevator turns aggression into a multi-day headache.
But don't sleep on the comeback arc. At 103 p.m. ET, BKR explodes in favor of Niraj Arora, flipping that symbol by $560 in New York time, and turning a brutal bleed into a live wire recovery swing.
The gas Beo's MSFT ticks for Sunil Sulia from 12:59 to 1:03 p.m. ET are chaos. The line just whips from comfy green into heavy red in brutal chunks, like the floor keeps dropping out every single minute.
Down near the bottom, Sadish Udayakumar takes another beating between 12:58 and 1:03 p.m. ET as AMSN and Google pile on sequential red ticks, turning what was already a bad drawdown into a full-blown structural crater.
And at the absolute bottom, at 1:04 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is just getting hammered by MDB, AMD, and ORCL from 12:58 to 1:03 p.m. ET. It's like 3 different elevator cables snapping at once and dragging their curve straight down the shaft.
Groaning. Those MDB and ORCL prints for Ravi Kirangoli between 12:58 and 1:03 p.m. ET are just a slow-motion car crash, multi-$1,000 swings stacking on top of each other and burying any hope of a clean reset today.
But that same MBB, AMD, and ORCL storm for Ravi Kirangoli from 12:58 to 1:03 p.m. ET is also pure dynamite. Every tick in those names is so oversized that one violent reversal could rocket them past half this lobby in a single burst.
It is 1:08 p.m. ET in New York, 3 hours and 38 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and this updated 1:08 p.m. ET leaderboard has completely re-architected the top side with a fresh green pillar on top and a brutal extended red staircase below.
And look at the new boss of the shaft at 1:08 p.m. ET. Madhav S. Ravi has climbed in the first with 5 trades on the board and a sharp green cushion that's now the front door to that $1,000 crown.
Sliding just underneath, at 1:08 p.m. ET, it's SVR Arju in second with 16 trades. That is maximum button mash energy, still green, still deadly, but suddenly staring up at someone who just stole the elevator controls.
Roshan Palan, now parked in third at 1:08 p.m. ET with 14 trades, is the classic mid-session reality check. Plenty of effort, decent green, but they're one slip away from watching that $500 second-place dream evaporate.
The hinge of the upper block right now is Vaishnav Ajith in fourth at 1:08 p.m. ET. 6 trades, a measured green buffer, and structurally the first name that can be knocked out of the payout conversation with a single mistimed sequence.
Karthika Suresh, holding 6th at 1:08 p.m. ET with 6 trades, is your classic sleeper, small green, low volume, and perfectly positioned to hit the gas and rocket straight into that top 3 money stack if they choose violence.
Rahul Davis in 7th at 1:08 p.m. ET has 22 trades just to sit on a modest green line. That's not edge. That's a war of attrition where the market usually wins on stamina.
Just below, Anil Sunune at 8th on the 1:08 p.m. ET snapshot has 10 trades and a slim positive buffer. Statistically, that is the knife edge region where variance, not skill, decides if you finish green or leak into the red pack.
Abhijit Kaktikar, rounding out the green in 10th at 1:08 p.m. ET with just 3 trades, is basically running the minimum effort playbook, barely positive, barely active, and one bad idea away from joining the donation queue below.
Manish Kapoor in 12th at 1:08 p.m. ET with 8 trades and a small loss is exhibiting classic mid-pack drawdown dynamics, enough activity to be committed, not enough edge to separate from the cluster yet.
Sheben Tishaji sitting 14th at 1:08 p.m. ET with 4 trades and deeper red is what happens when you try to fix the day without actually changing anything. Same playbook, just a worse PNL line.
Abhilash Rajan in 15th at 1:08 p.m. ET with 12 trades and a meaningful drawdown is a textbook example of overtrading a losing theme, volume up, quality down, and the equity curve tilting accordingly.
Then you hit Jaber Medali in 16th, frozen since 10 a.m. ET with 0 new trades. The whole lobby is sprinting and they're just locked on a losing snapshot, like the pause button might magically fix it.
Amit Yadav in 18th at 1:08 p.m. ET has just 2 trades and a big red hole. That's not a strategy. That's taking one punch to the face and then spending the rest of the round wondering what license plate hit you.
Just below, Chidambara Raja in 19th at 1:08 p.m. ET with 2 trades and substantial red is effectively a dormant risk cluster, low activity, high pain, and a lot of psychological baggage if they decide to re-engage.
Groaning. Deva Munasamy in 21st at 1:08 p.m. ET has 8 trades and a serious drawdown. Every new ticket from here is basically doubling down on being the volatility piñata for the middle of the field.
Ansay Nsaji in 22nd at 1:08 p.m. ET with 6 trades and heavy red is structurally in the danger zone. Enough size to matter, not enough edge displayed to suggest an easy path back to neutral.
Hailai Kangasali in 24th at 1:08 p.m. ET with 11 trades and deep red is the slow-motion car crash profile. Too many decisions to blame on bad luck. Not enough discipline to stem the bleeding.
It is 1:12 p.m. ET in New York, 3 hours 42 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and this 1:12 p.m. ET dashboard flip has a brand new green pillar on top, with Madhav S. Ravi now anchoring rank 1 over a field that is mostly bruised red. Just above the absolute bottom, Sudhish Udayakumar in 26th at 1:08 p.m. ET hasn't added new trades, but earlier AMZN and Google sequences around 1:03 to 1:06 p.m. ET structurally transformed a shallow loss into a deep, tech-driven hole.
Anchoring dead last in 27th at 1:08 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Kohli has taken repeated body blows from MDB, ORCL, AMD and Meta between 1:03 and 1:07 p.m. ET. That's not a bad beat. That's a full technology sector mugging. Grown to 11th at 1:12 p.m. ET, and you hit Nishay Kumar Manjunath with 70 trades and a barely breathing green. That's not a strategy, that's a stress test to see how many fills you can take before your mouse gives up.
But the real hinge is Karthik Asuras in 6th at 1:12 p.m. ET. 6 trades, solidly green, perfectly parked between the safe money and the chaos. Just one hero push away from barging into that $250 podium lane.
The transition into red starts gently with Adnan TP and Abhilash Rajan occupying ranks 13 and 15 at 1:12 p.m. ET. Relatively low trade counts, manageable drawdowns, and profiles that can still realistically pivot back to flat with a single discipline sequence.
Just above the absolute bottom at 1:12 p.m. ET, Sudhish Udayakumar is still dragging that concentrated tech anchor, 0 new trades since earlier, just letting the earlier Google and AMZN damage sit there like a margin call screensaver.
Gasping, and the tape just keeps punching between 1:06 and 1:11 p.m. ET. AMD, ORCL, MDB, and Meta all take fresh swings at Ravi Kiran Kohli, chaining multiple 4-figure red bursts that turn every tech candle into a new episode of pain.
That AMD, ORCL, MDB Meta combo for Ravi Kiran Kohli from 1:06 through 1:11 p.m. ET is full-on raid boss mode. Every minute another heavy hit lands, but if they ever catch the reflexive squeeze, the comeback montage is going to look absolutely legendary.
Slightly higher on the
You
1:12
can feel the
p.m.
tilt.
ET ladder,
MSFT tags Sun
Sunil
Lasolia at
Sulia is
1:08 p.m.
living a
ET,
similar
then
pattern
again
in
at
miniature.
1:09 and 1:10
The
p.m.
latest
ET.
MSFT
Stepping that
ticks
line
around
from green into
1:08 to
deep red like the
1:10
tickers
p.m.
camping
ET
their
show.
stop loss and
A
refusing to
once
leave the
positive
lobby.
line flipping
In the
negative
deeper
in
red
stages.
cluster at
A
1:12 p.m.
textbook
ET,
example of
Niraj
overstaying a
Arora
momentum
is the poster
regime.
child for cumulative damage.
With
A
2
dozen
hours
trades,
48
a heavy
minutes,
downside
still
total,
on the clock at
and even when
1:12
BKR
p.m.
finally
ET,
printed a
that
favorable tick around
1750
1:09 p.m.
prize
ET,
pool is wide
it barely
open.
scratched the surface of the
Madhav's
existing
Ravi may
drawdown.
wear the crown, but one tech
Conceptually,
squeeze
the
for someone
1:12
like
p.m.
Doc John,
ET
or
snapshot
a
of the
clean
Wick
reversal
is a
for
live
Ravi Kiran
experiment in
Kohli, and the
resilience.
entire
One
elevator could
compact green
reshuffle
leader,
in a
a
single
chasing
floor.
pack of fragile winners, and a deep red tail where traders like Sudhish Udayakumar and Ravi Kiran Kohli are testing just how far a drawdown can stretch before the elevator cable snaps. It is 1:16 p.m. ET in New York, 3 hours 46 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and this 1:16 p.m. ET dashboard has flipped the script with Madhav S. Ravi now on top of the field, just ahead of SVR Raju, as we push into the late middle of the session.
Madhav's Ravi is your new
And just
shaft
beneath
boss
that,
at
SVR
1:16
Raju has
p.m.
finally been
ET.
knocked off the crown
5
into
trades
second by
deep
1:16
and leading
p.m.
the
ET.
whole Wick
16
for a
trades
shot
in
at
and
that
still solidly green,
$1,000 first
but the
place
era of
slice
untouchable
of the
dominance on this board is
1750
over.
pool.
Roshan Palan is parked in third by 1:16 p.m. ET, 14 trades on the odometer and still green, exactly that pressure cooker slot where one burst launches you into the $500 lane or dumps you into the chaos below.
Structurally, the upper mid-pack is defined by Vaishnav Ajith and Sudhir Kumar Chitla in 4th and 5th at 1:16 p.m. ET, both positive, both relatively low trade counts, essentially renting space along the payout boundary, while the high-volume profiles churn underneath.
Rahul Davis in 7th at 1:16 p.m. ET with 22 trades and only a slim green is the classic overworked mid-pack grinder. All that effort just to dangle a few rungs above the zero line.
Meanwhile, Bhuvan Srinivas has flipped the script by 1:16 p.m. ET, now in 8th and green with 6 trades, turning that earlier scary profile into a legit springboard if they catch one more clean wave.
Don't sleep on Karthika Suresh in 6th at 1:16 p.m. ET either. 6 trades, clean green, lurking just beneath the payout slots, and one aggressive push away from crashing the podium party.
Down in the red, the most interesting reversal candidate right now is Niraj Arora in 25th at 1:16 p.m. ET, where repeated BKR symbol PNL spikes between 1:12 and 1:15 p.m. ET in New York clawed back a significant chunk of earlier drawdown.
For Doc John in 22nd at 1:16 p.m. ET, the earlier MSFT pop into 1:12 p.m. ET, that then reversed by 1:15 p.m. ET, is the perfect example of hope turning into slippage from small green on the symbol to heavy red on the same name.
But that MSFT swing for Doc John between 1:12 and 1:15 p.m. ET also proves they're willing to fire when the window opens. One clean reversal there later in the session, and that deep red ranking can rocket straight back into the fight.
The most acute single-name pain sequence belongs to Sudesh Udayakumar in 26th by 1:16 p.m. ET, where AMEZN and Google both deteriorated sharply around 1:14 to 1:15 p.m. ET, compounding what was already a substantial tournament drawdown.
And Ravi Kiran Guli is still the chaos magnet at 1:16 p.m. ET. AMD, MDB, Meta, and ORCL all detonating in rapid fire around 1:11 to 1:15 p.m. ET. Every tick just dragging that bottom-ranked equity curve deeper into the pit.
Meta and ORCL in particular just keep twisting the knife for Ravi Kiran Goli. The Meta hits at 1:11 and 1:12 p.m. ET, and the ORCL cascades at 1:11 and 1:15 p.m. ET are the kind of slow-motion train wreck you can't look away from.
But if Ravi Kiran Goli ever catches a violent snapback in that AMD Meta ABOR-CL basket after 1:16 p.m. ET, this entire Wick elevator could rewrite itself in a single ramp. That's exactly the kind of late session redemption arc this format was built for.
Sitting in the lower middle at 1:16 p.m. ET, Deva Munusamy and Sunil Sulia are still deep red with multiple trades on, not dead, but totally in that scary zone where every new order feels like a coin flip between lifeline and trapdoor.
It is 1:20 p.m. ET in New York, 4 hours 50 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and the latest 1:20 p.m. ET dashboard has Madhav S. Ravi now installed at rank 1 with a compact 5-trade profile, quietly defining the top of this field.
And that crown is expensive. At 1:20 p.m. ET, Madhav S. Ravi is sitting alone on top of a $1,750 prize pool, staring straight down at that $1,000 champion share while everyone else has to fight uphill.
SVR Raju has been knocked off the throne and parked in second by 1:20 p.m. ET, 16 trades deep and still solidly green, but the story just flipped from frontrunner to chaser with a 5-trade sniper sitting above them.
And Roshan Palan is still latched into third at 1:20 p.m. ET with 14 trades. That's a full raid rotation of clicks, just waiting for one heater sequence to break the stalemate and rocket them into the payout cage match with the top 2.
Just beneath them, the 1:20 p.m. ET snapshot shows Vaishnav Ajith in 4th with 6 trades and a measured green, functioning as the structural bridge between the explosive top cluster and the choppy mid-pack.
Rahul Davis at 1:20 p.m. ET is still the volume meme, 22 trades on the ledger for a modest green, basically speed-running commissions just to cling to the tail of the payout neighborhood.
The mid-green lane from Bhuvan Srinivas to Anil Sonune at 7th and 8th on the 1:20 p.m. ET board is so swingable. Tiny cushions, 11 trades or less. One volatility burst away from either joining the top pack parade or free-falling into the red pit.
Structurally, Nishay Kumar Manjunath at 10th on the 1:20 p.m. ET ladder remains an outlier. 70 trades recorded for only a slim positive, an extremely high actions per minute profile, translating into surprisingly little leaderboard displacement.
Flip the card, And that shallow red band from Shebin T. Shaji through Adnan TP at 12th and 13th by 1:20 p.m. ET is pure comeback fuel, small damage, low trade counts, and plenty of time left on the Wick clock to rip a full redemption arc.
But then you hit that heavier red stretch from Abhilash Rajan through Sudhir Kumar Chitla at 14th and 15th on the 1:20 p.m. ET red. 9 to 12 trades, chunky losses. It's like they tried to speedrun the elevator straight through the floor.
Jayavir Madali at 16th as of 1:20 p.m. ET is particularly notable. 0 trades in this latest print, a frozen count that suggests the current drawdown is entirely legacy risk being allowed to play out without further intervention.
And right next to that, Sunil Sulia in 20th with 5 trades at 1:20 p.m. ET just ate a brutal MSFT swing. Microsoft flips from a positive into a heavy negative between 1:18 p.m. ET and 1:19 p.m. ET, smashing the symbol PNL and yanking their total line deeper into the red.
That BKR grind for Niraj Arora around 1:15 to 1:17 p.m. ET is the heartbeat of a comeback. No fresh orders, just pure price action working in their favor, shaving chunks off the red and keeping their tournament story alive in the basement.
Sighing, then there's Sudhir Udayakumar in 26th as of 1:20 p.m. ET. 0 new trades on the board while Google and AMZN kept printing fresh red symbol PNL hits between 1:15 p.m. ET and 1:18 p.m. ET. That's what it looks like when you let a losing basket just bleed out.
Gasping and
This
anchoring
is
the
the
entire
polarity
elevator
of
at
the
27th
Wick
on the
at
1:20 p.m.
1:20
ET
p.m.
snapshot
ET.
is still Ravi
Disciplined
Kirangoli,
climbers
just
like
getting chain
Madhav's
crit by Tech
Ravi
AMD
and
ORCL
SVR
MBB
Arju
Meta.
fencing
All
over
slam
the
fresh
$1,000
symbol
and
PNL hits
$500
between
payouts at
1:16
the
p.m.
top,
ET and
while
1:19
deep
p.m.
red
ET.
brawlers like
Each new
Ravi
minute turning that bottom
Kirangoli
slot
and
into a deeper
Sudesh
crater.
Udayakumar ride multi-name tech avalanches at the bottom with 2 hours 40 minutes left to rewrite their fate.
It is 1:24 p.m. ET in New York, just under 4 hours into the Wick elevator division, and the latest 1:24 p.m. ET leaderboard print has completely reconfigured the top deck with Madhav S. Ravi now installed at rank 1 and SVR Raju sliding to second.
Madhav's Ravi has
And now
seized
it's
the throne
SVR Raju
by
eating humble pie in
1:24
second at
p.m.
1:24 p.m.
with
ET.
5 trades
16
on the
trades
book.
deep,
That is a
still
low
solid green,
volume,
but the crown's
high
gone and every
impact
extra
climb
click from
straight
here
into
risks
pole
turning a clean
position
session into a
for the
slow leak.
$1,000 top payout.
And snapping right behind them at 1:24 p.m. ET is Roshan Palan in third, 14 trades fired. That's a full auto tape, just begging for one
Vaishnav
more burst
Ajith
to
is
blow this top
quietly
3 stack
anchoring
wide open.
fourth at 1:24 p.m. ET, with just 6 executions,
And
keeping
check
a
out the
moderate green
surge lane
profile while the
by
podium above
1:24
churns.
p.m. ET.
That's the classic control
Bhuvan
build,
Srinivas
trading
in
position for
5th with
stability.
9 trades, and Karthika Suresh in 6th with 6
Groaning.
are both
Then you've
green
got
and
the grinders
drafting,
like Rahul
just
Davis in
behind
8th
the
at
leaders.
1:24 p.m.
Literally,
ET with
one
22
hot
trades
sequence
shoved
away
through for
from
a small
crashing the
green.
payout party.
That's a lot of effort for a
Look
tiny
low
cushion.
down, and
One
Nishay
bad
Kumar
candle and it
Manjunath in 11th at
evaporates.
1:24 p.m. ET is wild. 70 trades, tiny green. That's not a PNL line. That's a machine gun heat map that just refuses to die.
Structurally, the mid-board at 1:24 p.m. ET is defined by micro-red profiles like Adnan TP and Shebin T. Shaji, small negative totals, light trade counts, and plenty of runway left if they choose to re-engage instead of freezing in place.
But volatility's already chewing on people. At 1:23 p.m. ET, Coin slaps Sudhir Kumar Chitla with a string of red symbol PNL updates, taking that line from comfortably positive into near flat and worse in a few brutal ticks.
Gas coin tape at 1:21, 1:22, and 1:23 p.m. ET just speed runs the nightmare sequence for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. One moment, it's a comfy green buffer. The next, it's a cascade of $400 grade hits, flipping the symbol into a whipsaw horror show.
For Sadish Udayakumar, the tech complex has turned into a minefield between 1:20 and 1:21 p.m. ET. AMZN alone prints back-to-back symbol PNL, hits exceeding $2,000 to the downside, while Google and AAPL alternate between partial recoveries and fresh damage.
And yet at 1:23 p.m. ETAP finally throws Sadish Udayakumar a lifeline, a $400 plus green swing on the symbol PNL that doesn't fix the whole drawdown, but absolutely proves this book can still punch back.
Furonin and Sanil Salia is getting deja vu on Microsoft. At 1:20 p.m. ET MSFT snaps from a soft green into a hard red in one simple update, turning what should have been a safe haven into yet another leak in the hall.
The true volatility epicenter is still Ravi Kiran Goli. Between 1:20 and 1:23 p.m. ET, AMD, Meta, and ORCL each log multi-thousand-dollar negative symbol PNL moves, compounding into an almost continuous tech sector downdraft on the bottom of the board.
Those AMD and ORCL hits for Ravi Kirangoli around 1:21 and 1:22 p.m. ET are full-on boss mechanics, nearly $2,000 to over $2,000 chunks ripped out in single symbol updates, the kind of red explosions that turn a bad day into a tournament legend for all the wrong reasons.
Scroll all the way down, and it's a horror gallery. Traders like Doc John, Niraj Arora, and Sudhish Udaya Kumar stacked in deep red at 1:24 p.m. ET, all with enough time left on the clock to either stage a miracle ladder climb or just dig the hole to the center of the earth.
With 2 hours and 36 minutes remaining before the 4 p.m. ET close, the 1:24 p.m. ET dashboard shows a compressed, disciplined green cluster from ranks 1 through 10, and an increasingly chaotic red tail being driven almost entirely by concentrated tech exposure, exactly the kind of structure that can still invert if one more volatility wave rolls through. It is 1:32 p.m. ET in New York, 4 hours into the Wick elevator division, and the dashboard has hardened into a razor-thin green summit from Madhav S. Ravi through Bhuvan Srinivas, then a long staircase of red that drops all the way down to Ravi Kiran Goli at the bottom.
And look at the new throne holder, Madhav's Ravi, is rank 1 at 1:32 p.m. ET, only 5 trades on the board, and still sitting on the fattest green bar in the tower, turning that $1,000 first place prize into their personal gravity well.
Meanwhile, SVR Raju has been bumped into second at 1:32 p.m. ET with 16 trades. You grind that hard all session, build a massive cushion, and suddenly the minimalist kid above you is the one guarding the $500 runner-up payout.
Roshan Palan locked in third at 1:32 p.m. ET with 14 trades is just surfing the slipstream, close enough to sniff that $250 podium prize, far enough back that they can still send one all-in sequence without nuking the whole day.
Just beneath them, Vaishnav Ajith in fourth at 1:32 p.m. ET with 6 trades and a tidy green buffer is basically running a controlled experiment in risk, enough profit to matter, enough restraint to stay within striking distance if the top 3 overextend.
Rahul Davis in 8th at 1:32 p.m. ET with 22 trades is still the volume gremlin of mid-pack, just chain queuing entries, so every tiny wiggle on the tape turns their PNL line into a heartbeat monitor.
Don't sleep on Karthika Suresh in 6th at 1:32 p.m. ET, 6 trades, steady green, and just one clean push away from slingshotting into that podium scrum if the leaders blink.
The quiet outlier is Chidambara Raja in 7th at 1:32 p.m. ET, only 2 trades, modest green, and an entire afternoon of optionality, which is exactly the kind of profile that can ambush a tired leaderboard late in the session.
But check this out, BKR just turned into a rescue rope for Niraj Arora. That symbol snaps a $500 gain in their favor at 1:31 p.m. ET, and suddenly the bottom tier storyline has a bright green heartbeat.
On the flip side, AMZN is still mauling Sadishu Dayakumar between 1:28 and 1:29 p.m. ET. Those hits stack into multi-$1,000 red, turning what could have been a manageable day into a full-blown drawdown lesson.
Coin is going full roller coaster for Sudhir Kumar Chitla between 1:28 and 1:30 p.m. ET. That line whips from solid green into heavy red with $600 swings. It's like strapping your P&L to a rocket with the fins on backwards.
At the very bottom, Ravi Kiran Goli is still carrying the heaviest red as of 1:32 p.m. ET, and the tape explains why AMD, Meta, ORCL, and MDB all dump sequentially between 1:28 and 1:31 p.m. ET, a concentrated tech storm that punishes every ounce of their correlation risk.
Gasping. And AMD plus Meta plus ORCL just pile drive Ravi Kiran Goli in that same 1:28 to 1:30 p.m. ET window. 3 separate tech names all firing off huge red bursts. It's like the whole sector queued up to take turns on their account.
And buried in 25th at 1:32 p.m. ET, Doc John is still deep in the red, but not out of the story. 5 trades on the book means there's room for one disciplined swing to turn that pain graph into a late session redemption arc.
It is 1:36 p.m. ET in New York, 4 hours and 6 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and the dashboard now shows a dramatic inversion at the top. The minimalist profile of Madhav S. Ravi has taken control of rank 1, while the former pace setter, SVR Raju, has slipped to second.
Madhav S. Ravi is your new ladder boss at 1:36 p.m. ET, 5 trades in, sitting on the biggest green stack on the board and guarding that $1,000 first place path like the prize pool already has their signature on it.
For SVR Raju, second place at 1:36 p.m. ET is the special kind of pain, 16 trades of solid execution, still firmly in the $500 payout lane, but overshadowed by someone who needed barely a third of the clicks to climb past them.
Roshan Palan chilling in third at 1:36 p.m. ET is like that player who locked in early, 14 trades deep, solid green, and now just has to dodge the tilt while everyone behind them mashes buttons trying to steal that $250 podium cash.
Just off the podium, Vaishnav Ajith in fourth at 1:36 p.m. ET has only 6 trades and a clean green cushion, which turns their situation into a classic decision tree. Press for a late surge toward the money, or preserve a quietly efficient session.
Rahul Davis stuck in 7th at 1:36 p.m. ET with 22 trades and only a slim green edge is living the grinder's curse. Tons of effort, microscopic payoff, and no guarantee the next push doesn't finally flip the line red.
Meanwhile, Abhijit Kaktikar sitting 10th at 1:36 p.m. ET with just 3 trades and a tiny green sliver is basically on demo mode, technically winning, but it feels like they haven't even hit the start button compared to the spam clickers around them.
Don't sleep on the middle tier. Kartika Suresh in 6th and Chidhambara Raja in 8th at 1:36 p.m. ET are both running low-click, green profiles, the exact kind of steady pilots who can suddenly rocket into the payout zone if the leaders finally wobble.
Down at 14th at 1:36 p.m. ET, Adnan TP with just 2 trades and a small loss is stuck in the worst limbo. Not active enough to prove a thesis, just negative enough that every new click feels like a potential final mistake.
Gasping and the MSFT saga for Sunil Sulia just got nastier between 1:34 and 1:36 p.m. ET. That ticker slams them from green to a sharp red loss. A pair of back-to-back hits that basically turned one stock into a full horror montage on their dashboard.
Groaning. That MSFT collapse for Sunil Sulia from 1:35 to 1:36 p.m. ET is the purest form of concentration risk. One name, multiple updates, and each one carving deeper into the day until the entire P&L curve is just a diagonal line down.
And coin just turned into a roller coaster from hell for Sudhir Kumar Chitla between 1:33 and 1:36 p.m. ET. That red plunge, multiple $100 swings each minute, and a full momentum flip right in their face.
In the lower ranks, BKR has quietly become a lifeline for Niraj Arora. From 1:32 to 1:35 p.m. ET, that symbol steadily claws back several $100s, softening what had been one of the more severe drawdowns on the entire board.
At the very bottom, Ravi Kirangoli at 1:36 p.m. ET is still pinned by that tech wreck. AMD, Meta, ORCL, and MDB all logged fresh heavies between 1:32 and 1:36 p.m. ET, turning an already ugly drawdown into a full-blown tutorial on what overexposed correlation looks like when it detonates.
Remember, with 2 hours and 24 minutes still remaining until the 4 p.m. ET close, this 1:36 p.m. ET snapshot of the Wick elevator division is less a final ranking and more a stress test of who can ride volatility, manage concentration, and still navigate toward that 1750 prize pool. It is 1:40 p.m. ET in New York, 4 hours and 10 minutes into the Wick's elevator division, and the dashboard has settled into a clear hierarchy, a compact green summit led by Madhav S. Ravi, SVR Raju, and Roshan Palan, with a very long tail of traders managing various shades of red beneath them.
On top of the tower right now, at 1:40 p.m. ET, Madhav Miss Ravi is still your elevator boss. 5 trades, clean green, and they're defending that $1,000 lane like it's the championship point.
Sighting in second at 1:40 p.m. ET, SVR Raju has 16 trades logged and a solid green stack. That's plenty to keep them in the $500 lane, but it has to sting watching someone above do more with a third of the clicks.
In third at 1:40 p.m. ET, Roshan Palan anchors the last podium slot, 14 trades, comfortably positive and structurally positioned as the buffer between the hyper-efficient leaders and the rest of the chasing pack.
Vaishnavajit chilling in 4th at 1:40 p.m. ET with just 6 trades is terrifying. That's one well-timed push away from hijacking somebody's payout and rewriting the whole podium in a single sequence.
Rahul Davis down in 8th at 1:40 p.m. ET has 22 trades for a modest green. That's the grind zone where your hands are tired, your edge is thin, and one bad idea can erase an entire morning's work.
Further down, Nishay Kumar Manjunath now sits in 12th at 1:40 p.m. ET with 70 executions. Statistically, that's extreme volume for a very small edge, a classic case of effort outpacing realized reward.
I love this Kartika Suresh in 6th at 1:40 p.m. ET with just 6 trades and green. That's speedrun energy in reserve. They've barely pressed any buttons and still live right under the money line.
Anil Sununi in ninth at 1:40 p.m. ET has 11 trades and a modest green. That's the uneasy middle. You're technically winning, but one or two misreads from drifting straight into the red crowd just below.
Structurally, the mid-board at 1:40 p.m. ET is dominated by micro-green profiles like Abhijit Kaktikar and Dokjon, low to moderate trade counts, tiny edges, and curves that suggest risk has been managed more defensively after earlier shocks.
Look at the volatility tape. At 1:38 p.m. ET, BKR absolutely rips for Niraj Arora, flipping that symbol by about $600 in seconds and turning a deep individual name hole into a real rescue arc on the ticker feed.
On the other side of the tape, coin has been mauling Sudhir Kumar Chitla between 1:37 and 1:39 p.m. ET. That symbol walks from a solid gain into a loss with back-to-back hits in the $500 range. Classic example of not taking the gift when it's there.
For Sudesh Udayakumar, the symbol tape is schizophrenic. At 1:37 p.m. ET, AMZ inflicts a roughly $2,500 drawdown, only for AAPL at 1:38 p.m. ET to claw back more than 400, a textbook illustration of concentrated tech risk cutting both ways.
Then you scroll down to Ravi Kirangoli, and it's a full-on tech storm between 1:36 and 1:40 p.m. ET. AMD, Meta, and ORCL are all firing multi-thousand-dollar red spikes, turning every one of those tickers into a separate boss fight on the same account.
Gasping and AMD is just piling on at 1:36, 1:37, 1:39, and 1:40 p.m. ET. You've got repeated hits around $2,000 a pop for Ravi Kirangoli, like the ticker is combo locking their PNL bar with no chance to mash out.
At the lower fringe, traders like Javir Madali and Sudesh Udayakumar remain frozen on zero executions as of 1:40 p.m. ET, mechanically present in the Wick, but strategically sidelined while prior damage continues to define their tournament curves.
And right on their heels at 1:44 p.m. ET is SVR REGO. Way more trades fired, way more chaos in the tape, but they're still clinging to that second place rung and staring straight up at the $1,000 crown.
Vaishnav Ajith in fourth at 1:44 p.m. ET is that awkward spot. Green but not quite in the money. Close enough to taste the payout ladder and far enough away that one bad sequence could dump them back into the red crowd below.
I love where Bhuvan Srinivas is sitting in fifth at 1:44 p.m. ET. Solid green, plenty of trades under their belt, and they're basically one hot run away from blasting straight through Vaishnav Ajith and right into that podium stack.
The mid-pack dynamics at 1:44 p.m. ET are defined by traders like Karthika Suresh and Rahul Davis, modest gains, moderate to high trade counts, and a lot of latent potential if they can convert that activity into a late session surge.
Then you've got Chidambara Raja at eighth with almost no trades on the tape by 1:44 p.m. ET. 2 shots fired, tiny positive, basically playing not to lose while the rest of the room is swinging for that prize pool.
The volatility radar at 1:43 p.m. ET is locked on Sudhir Kumar Chitla in 10th. Coin just inflicted back-to-back drawdowns on their symbol PNL, dragging a previously comfortable mark sharply lower in 2 consecutive minutes.
Gas coin swing for Sudhir Kumar Chitla around 1:42 to 1:43 p.m. ET is a full-on trapdoor. It rips from a strong mark into a deep cut in seconds, like the ticker just yanked the floor out from under their 10th place cushion.
But listen to the BKR ticker for Niraj Arora between 1:40 and 1:43 p.m. ET. It just keeps printing green symbol updates in rapid-fire bursts, a roaring little comeback arc inside a tournament line that's still buried in red overall.
It's wild. Every time the BKR feed blips for Niraj Arora around 1:40 to 1:43 p.m. ET, the line jumps higher, like that one ticker is speedrunning a rescue mission, while the rest of their book is still screaming for help.
Deeper on the board, the AMZN print for Sudesh Udayakumar at 1:42 p.m. ET is one of the single nastiest symbol reversals today. The position pivots from healthy green to severe red in a single update, essentially rewriting their entire tournament profile in one move.
Those AMD and MDB hits for Ravi Kirangoli from 1:40 through 1:43 p.m. ET are just wave after wave. Every new tick is another chunk torn out of the curve, like they're getting combo locked by the entire growth sector.
And don't sleep on Meta and ORCL in that same 1:40 to 1:43 p.m. ET stretch for Ravi Kirangoli. Those extra red pulses are what turn a bad day into a full-on disaster. stacking losses and locking them into that 28 slot on the elevator.
With a little over 2 hours until the 4 p.m. ET bell, the message from this dashboard is simple. If you're in the red basement, every new trade can either be the start of a rescue arc like Niraj Arora's BKR line, or the next step in a slow-motion blow-up like what we're seeing in those tech-heavy books.
It is 1:48 p.m. ET in New York, 4 hours and 18 minutes into the Wick's elevator division, and the dashboard still shows the same sharp contrast we've been tracking all afternoon. A compact green podium led by Madhav S. Ravi, SVR RAG, and Roshan Palan, stacked above a very long descent of increasingly stressed red campaigns.
Madhav's Ravi is still your elevator boss on the 1:48 p.m. ET board, 5 trades in, sitting on that number 1 stack and guarding the $1,000 crown at the top of the wick like it was built specifically for them.
And look right under that throne at 1:48 p.m. ET, SVR Araju is still grinding in second with 16 trades fired. That is pedal to the floor volume, trying to claw back the gap without spinning out of control.
Roshan Palan in third. At 1:48 p.m. ET is that classic grinder on the money line. 14 trades deep. Decent cushion, but they're staring up at 1,000 on top and 500 in second while only having a claim on the last 250 in this prize pool.
Just off the podium at 1:48 p.m. ET, Vaishnav Ajith in fourth with 6 trades, embodies controlled aggression. A modest green buffer and low shot count means there is still plenty of ammunition if an endgame opportunity appears.
And I love this cluster around the edge of the cash at 1:48 p.m. ET. Bhuvan Srinavis in fifth with 15 trades is the pressure cooker story. Tons of execution stacked up and just 1 or 2 clean sequences away from blasting into that top 3 payout lane.
Rahul Davis in 8th at 1:48 p.m. ET with 22 trades is the definition of working hard, not smart. That many clicks for a tiny positive is how you end a tournament exhausted and wondering where the edge went.
Anil Sunune and Nishay Kumar Manjunath, sitting 9th and 10th at 1:48 p.m. ET, illustrate 2 very different philosophies, one with a modest trade count nursing a small gain, the other blasting 70 orders just to hover near break-even.
Out in 11th at 1:48 p.m. ET, Manish Kapoor's 8 trades and tiny loss are pure purgatory. You've taken enough shots to feel committed, but not enough conviction to actually bend the equity curve your way.
The volatility panel at 1:48 p.m. ET is lighting up around Sudhir Kumar Chitla's coin line between 1:46 and 1:48 p.m. ET New York time. That symbol walks from a comfortably positive mark into near flat, then into damage, a compressed sequence that turns a once stable green into a precarious grind.
Gasping, and the MSFT ticker is just going berserk for Sunil Sulea. From 1:46 to 1:48 p.m. ET, you see that line plunge through multiple negative symbol updates, flipping what used to be a healthy green into a brutal red crater in only a couple of minutes.
But check the other side of that tape for Niraj Arora. BKR from 1:46 to 1:48 p.m. ET is a bright green heartbeat inside a red overall day, a little intraday comeback arc where the rescue ticker refuses to stop printing positive updates.
For Sunil Sulea, that pair of MSFT hits from 1:47 to 1:48 p.m. ET is basically a live fire lesson in why you don't let a winner turn into a villain once the tape flips. Every extra minute in the seat just widens the hole.
Down at the absolute floor, Ravi Kirangoli's tech basket is still a blinking red siren. AMD, MDB, ORCL, Meta all stack fresh multi-$1,000 downswings between 1:46 and 1:48 p.m. ET, turning the bottom rank into a full-on correlated meltdown showcase.
It is 1:52 p.m. ET in New York, 4 hours and 22 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and this fresh dashboard has hardened into a clear structure, a tight, glowing green cap at the top, and a deep, tech-heavy red trench stretching all the way down to the basement.
And the king of that tower right now at 1:52 p.m. ET is still Madhav's Ravi in first, 5 trades in, and standing alone on the rooftop with the biggest green stack and a direct line of sight to that $1,000 first place bounty.
Chasing right behind, SVR Raju locked in second at 1:52 p.m. ET with 16 trades fired is just hurling volume at the problem, trying to claw back that top seed before the clock cuts off their ammo.
Roshan Palan sitting in third at 1:52 p.m. ET with 14 trades is the classic grinder story. Plenty of effort, solidly green, but still staring up at two players who made their money with far fewer decisions.
Just off the podium, Vaishnav Ajith holds fourth at 1:52 p.m. ET with 6 trades and a steady green profile, essentially operating as the control group for disciplined, low-frequency decision-making in the middle of all this chaos.
Karthika Suresh chilling in sixth at 1:52 p.m. ET with 6 trades and a modest green is one sequence away from detonating the mid-pack. That's exactly the kind of sleeper who can rocket from nowhere into prize money in the last hour and change.
Seventh at 1:52 p.m. ET is Bhuvan Srinivas with 19 trades and only a small positive to show for it. That's a whole lot of key presses for something that still looks like coffee money.
Rahul Davis in 8th at 1:52 p.m. ET is the volume outlier in the green cluster. 22 trades deployed for a fairly modest gain, turning their entire day into a live audit of execution quality versus pure activity.
Shibin T. Shaji now in 10th at 1:52 p.m. ET with 9 trades and barely any cushion is walking that annoying tightrope where every new idea feels like it could either fix the day or make the hole twice as deep.
But look at the click machine. Nishay Kumar Manjunath in 11th at 1:52 p.m. ET with 70 trades is just spamming the elevator buttons, still barely green and hunting for that one explosive sequence to finally break free of the middle floor.
13th at 1:52 p.m.
Adnan
ET
TP down in
is Abhijit
14th at
Kaktikar with just
1:52
3
p.m.
trades
ET
and a
with 2
tiny
trades
green.
and a small
That's
loss is
basically
in
a
that
coin
awkward
flip that
spot where
landed
you've done
heads,
just
and now the
enough to
whole
be
question
annoyed
is
but
whether
not
they
enough
dare
to
flip it
justify
again.
the emotional damage.
Abhilash
Deeper
Raja
in the
sitting
pack,
15th
Sudhir
at
Kumar Chitla's
1:52
coin
p.m.
position has
ET
completely
with 12
inverted
trades
at
and a
1:51
noticeable
p.m.
red
ET.
is one
That symbol
breakout away
sequence
from
flips
flipping the
from a
narrative.
comfortable intraday
All that
gain to a
screen time can
significant
still
loss,
translate
and their
into a
overall
last-minute
line follows
charge
it straight
if they
down the
nail the
leaderboard.
next rotation.
Those coin ticks for Sudhir
Same
Kumar
story with
Chitla
Sunil
around
Sulio on
1:49 to
MSFT by
1:51
1:50
p.m.
p.m.
ET
ET.
are brutal.
A
It's
once
like watching
comfortable
a
green has
trapdoor
been
open under
carved
a
into a
green
sharp
position,
red,
and
and
every
that
minute
single
the
ticker
floor
pretty
just
much
drops another
explains why
level.
they're stuck grinding near the lower half of
But
the
there's a
board.
spark of life down there at 1:51 p.m. ET. Niraj
Contrast
Arora
that with
rips a
Satish
huge positive
Udayakumar,
update on
whose AM
BKR,
Zen line at
finally punching
1:48
back
p.m.
against that
ET
earlier
transitions
damage
from a
and
modest
showing
gain
there's
to a
still
severe
knockout power
drawdown in a
left in the
single
red
update,
zone.
effectively
And at the
freezing
very
them near the
bottom,
bottom as
Ravi
they choose
Kirangoli is still
inactivity
buried
over
under that tech
compounding
news,
the error.
MDB, ORCL, AMD, Meta, all lighting up around 1:48 to 1:51 p.m. ET. Just
Those
wave after
MDB
wave
and
of red
ORCL
slamming them
updates for
deeper into
Ravi
last place.
Kirangoli around 1:50 to 1:51 p.m. ET are the definition of
With just
compounding
over
pain.
2 hours
Every
left
new
at
tick takes an already
1:52
ugly line
p.m.
and just
ET,
grinds it
the
further into the
message
red
from this
concrete.
board is loud. Madhav Ravi is in the driver's seat for that $1,000 crown. But one big sequence from any of these volatile tech names can still rip the entire elevator shaft apart.
It is 1:56 p.m. ET in New York, 4 hours and 26 minutes into the Wick elevator division with just over 2 hours left on the clock, and this 1:56 p.m. ET dashboard is now a narrow green tower on top of a very long, very technical red staircase.
And planted at the very top at 1:56 p.m. ET is Madhav's Ravi in first. 5 trades in, sitting on the biggest green stack in the building and staring straight down at that $1,000 crown for the Wick's elevator division.
Right under that in second at 1:56 p.m. ET, SVR Raju has 16 trades on and a solid green print. But this is the nightmare zone. A full workday of clicking and you're still chasing someone who did it in basically a coffee break.
Gasping Roshan Palan in third at 1:56 p.m. ET is that last big block of green in the money band, 14 trades, healthy cushion, but you can feel the pressure because one bad leg and they're tumbling out of that $250 podium slot.
Just beneath the prize line at 1:56 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja in fourth and Vaishnava Jith in fifth form a compact, efficient green cluster. Low trade counts, high impact, and perfectly positioned if the front three overextend into the close.
From 6th through about 11th at 1:56 p.m. ET, names like Karthika Suresh, Rahul Davis and Bhuvan Srinivas. You've got this messy mid-pack where the PNL is positive, but the trade counts are high enough that one tilt sequence nukes the whole morning's work.
And sitting right in that chaos at 1:56 p.m. ET is Nishay Kumar Manjunath in 11th with 70 trades. That's not a leaderboard, that's a seismograph. Just constant tiny jolts instead of one clean move.
From Manish Kapoor in 12th through Adnan TP and Abhijit Kaktikar, just below at 1:56 p.m. ET, you're looking at the hinge of the distribution, small reds, modest activity, and a structural fork between recovery back to green or a slide into the deeper drawdown band.
Gasping, then you drop into that next red tier at 1:56 p.m. ET with Sunil Sulia and Chitransh Chanchlani. They're not blown out like the very bottom, but every new tick feels like the elevator is shuddering and the cables are starting to creak.
For Sunil Sulia specifically, the MSFT tape between 1:54 and 1:56 p.m. ET continues the same structural story, repeated symbol updates that carry that name from prior positive territory into increasingly negative territory, reinforcing their placement in the lower half of the board.
It's almost cruel. By 1:56 p.m. ET, BKR has thrown multiple $500+ pops for Niraj Arora between 1:53 and 1:56 p.m. ET, but the rest of the book is still such a mess that the elevator car barely moves off the basement floor.
And the coin feed for Sudhir Kumar Chitla between 1:53 and 1:56 p.m. ET is just violent. Each update rips another multi-$100 slice off, flipping coin from comfy green to heavy red and yanking them deeper into that late pack danger zone at 1:56 p.m. ET.
Groaning. MSFT is doing the same kind of slow-motion car crash for Sunil Sulia between 1:54 and 1:56 p.m. ET. You've got back-to-back symbol updates that drag that line from a couple hundred up to multiple hundreds down, turning what should have been a winner into dead weight.
And at the absolute bottom, at 1:56 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is still getting tag teamed by the whole tech complex, MDB, AMD, ORCL, Meta, all printing back-to-back four-figure and near four-figure hits around 1:53 to 1:56 p.m. ET, just stacking red bricks onto an already massive drawdown.
Layer ORCL and Meta on top of that for Ravi Kirangoli, and you get a fully synchronized tech unwind, ORCL dropping over $2,300 and Meta shedding nearly $700 at 1:56 p.m. ET, collectively locking them into that last place slot with a structurally severe drawdown. It is 2 p.m. ET in New York, 4.5 hours into the Wick elevator division, and this 2 p.m. ET dashboard has hardened into a tall green spine at the top with a very long, very jagged red descent underneath.
And sitting right on top of the shaft at 2 p.m. ET is Madhav S. Ravi in first, 5 trades deep and leading the pack, staring straight down at that $1,000 crown in the Wick prize pool.
SVR Arju is jammed in second at 2 p.m. ET with 16 trades fired. Pure pressure cooker vibes as every new click either slams them back into the lead or widens the gap to that $1,000 first prize.
Roshan Palan, stuck in third at 2 p.m. ET with 14 trades, is living the classic podium purgatory. You're in the money, but you're still 2 clean moves away from that 1,001 careless click from falling off the 250 tier entirely.
Structurally, Vaishnav Ajith in fourth at 2 p.m. ET on just 6 trades is the quiet hinge of the Green Tower, a low-volume participant whose next decision meaningfully determines whether the top cluster stays compact or stretches away.
Gasping, then you've got Chidambara Raja in fifth at 2 p.m. ET with only 2 trades on, dangling right on the edge of that payout band where one more big decision either blasts them into the Green Tower or ejects them into the red staircase.
Kartika Suresh in sixth at 2 p.m. ET with 6 trades and steady green is basically standing on the launch pad, one hot sequence, and they're rocketing straight into that $750 combined podium money zone.
Rahul Davis in 8th at 2 p.m. ET with 22 trades, and modest green is acting as a volatility buffer between the true contenders and the middle pack, absorbing a lot of rotation without meaningfully reshaping the top structure yet.
Shebin T. Shaji clinging to 10th at 2 p.m. ET with 9 trades, and shallow green is basically in warning label territory. Not losing, not winning, just burning mental capital while the real money battles happen above.
At 11th as of 2 p.m. ET, Nishay Kumar Manjunath with 70 trades and only marginal green represents pure churn, enormous activity, negligible displacement, and a risk profile that can invert very quickly late in the session.
Manish Kapoor in 12th at 2 p.m. ET with 8 trades and just a tiny bit of green is right on the heartbeat line. One surge and they're back in the mix. One mistimed chase and they're tumbling into the red crowd below.
The formal pivot into red now begins on Adnan TP in 14th at 2 p.m. ET, only 2 trades deep but already underwater, underscoring how little it takes to cross from marginal safety into structural drawdown in this format.
Right under that, Abhilash Rajan in 15th at 2 p.m. ET with 12 trades and a noticeable loss. Looks like full-on till danger. Lots of attempts, equity curve bleeding, and still 2 hours left on the clock to either recover or implode.
Down in 17th
Even in
at 2
26th
p.m.
at 2 p.m. ET,
Sun No
Niraj
Surya
Arora has
is
that
deep
one
in the
bite
red,
spot.
but still
BKR at
swinging.
1:58
And that
p.m. ET
earlier
in New York
MSFT
time,
flush on the
topped by
tape is
$550.
exactly the
A
kind of
rare
single
green
name
jolt in an
roller
otherwise
coaster
heavy tape
that
that
can
at least
flip an
proves the
entire
playbook still
tournament
works
arc
sometimes.
if they catch a reversal.
Gascoigne tape for Sudhir
And that
Kumar Chitla between
BKR burst
1:58 and 2
for
p.m. ET
Niraj
NY
Arora
time is just
at
a free fall
1:58
multiple hits
p.m.
stacking over
ET,
500 and then more than $600
$550
of red,
upside
smashing a
in
one's
a
green
single
symbol
symbol
straight through the
tick
floor
is
and
the
dragging them
exact
into the
kind of
lower pack.
comeback spark
For
that can light
Dokjan
up a
in
deep red
25th at 2
curve
p.m.
if
ET,
they can stack
the
even 1
earlier
or 2 more of
PLTR
those
hit
before
around
the
1
bell.
p.m. ET,
At the
added
absolute
hundreds
bottom
of
in
dollars of
28th at 2
additional
p.m.
red in a
ET,
single burst,
Ravi Kiran Kohli is
transforming
getting
what could have
crushed
been a
by a cluster of
stabilizing
MDB,
position into a
AMD,
structural anchor on their
ORCL and
entire
Meta hits
P&L
between
curve.
1:58 and 2 p.m. ET,
Those
NY
MDB
time,
explosions
with
for Ravi
repeated
Kiran Kohli at
multi-$1,000 red
1:58 and
prints
2
that
p.m.
turn their
ET,
equity
smacking
curve
them
into
for
a
more than
straight-down elevator
$3,800
shaft.
and then about
And
$3,800
ORCL is
again,
just
are
piling
just
on
brutal,
for Ravi
like hitting the
Kiran
same
Kohli
concrete floor
at
twice with no
1:58,
bounce in between.
1:59.
Even
At
above
2
that,
p.m. ET,
Satish
see repeated hits
Udayakumar
in the
in
ball pack
27th
of
at 2 p.m. ET
$2,300 to
absorbed an AM Zen shock
$2,400
at
of red, a
1:57
full-on
p.m. ET
cascade
NY
that turns
time,
one bad
where a
symbol
roughly
into a full
$2,500
portfolio
swing
meltdown.
inverted the symbol from green to sharply negative in a single update. 4 hours and 34
For Sunil
minutes into the
Sulia,
Wick elevator
those
division,
MSFT ticks
and this
around
2:04
1:57 to
p.m. ET
1:59
dashboard
p.m. ET NY
snapshot
time are just
shows a
body blows,
compact green
each
cluster
update
from
peeling
1st
off
through
roughly
9th,
$380
hovering
to
over a huge field
$450
of
of
deep red
P&L,
drawdowns,
and turning what
chasing
started
that
as a green idea into a slow
$1,500
motion bleed
and
into the lower bracket.
$250 payout stack.
And jammed right under that, it's not just MDB and ORCL. AMD and Meta are also cracking Ravi Kiran Kohli for well over $700 a clip. They're still green, still terrifying, but they're the hunter who suddenly has to chase up for that same price instead of being chased under their feet.
Roshan Palan sitting third at 2:04 p.m. ET with 14 trades and a thinner green bar is in that dangerous comfort zone, close enough to smell the $500 slice, far enough that one lazy sequence turns this into a regret story.
Structurally at 2:04 p.m. ET, the field pivots around Vaishnava Jith in 4th and Chidambara Raja in 5th, both lightly traded, modestly green, effectively functioning as the final buffer before the volatility of mid-pack volume tries to crash through the podium wall.
And of course, by 2:04 p.m. ET, the edge of that green cluster lands on Sudhir Kumar Chitla in 8th and Rahul Davis in 9th. Enough cushion to feel safe, not nearly enough to survive a bad idea, which is exactly how you fall off the money ladder in the last 2 hours.
Below that, the 2:04 p.m. ET snapshot shows a clean inflection around Anil Sununi in 10th through Nishay Kumar Manjunath in 12th, double-digit trade counts, small gains or small losses, and collectively forming the statistical hinge between safety and the drawdown ladder.
By 2:04 p.m. ET, Abhilash Rajan in 16th is the poster child for overtouching the book, 12 trades and a notable red, not catastrophic, just that slow grind where you keep trying to fix it and end up digging a smoother, deeper hole instead.
Just beneath that, the 2:04 p.m. ET board shows Jayavir Madali, Sunil Sulia, and Chitranj Chanchlani stepping down into deeper red without adding new trade count, which is classic tournament gravity, prior damage exerting more influence than any fresh decision-making.
Groaning band at 2:04 p.m. ET stretches from Ayansan Saji through Doc John and down to Lakangur Sali. Multiple trades, heavy red, and the kind of accumulated pain where the best decision might just be to stop clicking and let the clock run out.
From a microstructure standpoint, that earlier 2:02 p.m. ET BKR update for Niraj Arora was pivotal, a substantial positive symbol swing that didn't erase the overall loss, but materially altered the slope of their equity curve and kept 26th place from becoming a terminal position.
That coin sequence for Sudhir Kumar Chitla from 2 o'clock through 2:03 p.m. ET is exactly how you torture morning. You go from a solid green buffer to watching multiple 300 plus and 600 plus dollar hits stack back to back, and suddenly 8th place feels a lot more fragile than it looked on paper.
A similar dynamic shows up for Doc John in the MSFT stream at 2:01 and 2:02 p.m. ET, sequential symbol updates that flip a modest intraday gain into a notable loss within minutes, effectively accelerating their slide toward the bottom quartile of the field.
Those MSFT ticks for Doc John are brutal. At 2:01 p.m. ET, they drop $415 in one shot. Then at 2:02 p.m. ET, another $493 evaporates. In fact, feel their P&L curve just snapping from green to blood red in real time.
And down near the bottom at 2:02 and 2:03 p.m. ET, AMZN just body slams Sadish Udayakumar. One candle nukes them by $2,564 at 2:02 p.m. ET. Then another crushes $2,530 at 2:03 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 p.m. ET. Then another crushes $2,500, turning a shallow loss into a full-on mega cap disaster zone. That's what makes rank 1 so spicy by 2:08 p.m. ET. Mad Havser has locked in $16.02 realized, 0 unrealized. It's all cash in a backpack, and they're just camping the top floor of this elevator with the door open.
Gasping? So risk-wise, they're actually playing the same game, both flat, both green, but the stakes are wild because every new click from here to the close is a direct swing in a $1,500 price gap between first and second.
Fine, the real split is aggression by 2:08 p.m. ET. Mad Havser has traded just 800 shares in this window on a single stock, while dead_cat_bounce has blasted through 12,400 shares across 3 names. That's a totally different throttle setting.
Dead_cat_bounce is the volume demon, 12,400 shares and 3 different stocks in play by 2:08 p.m. ET. That's the tempo of someone who's ready to spam the buy button until the elevator cables start to smoke.
Remember, this isn't just ladder clout. The Wick elevator division is playing for $1,750 total with 1,000 up top, 500 for second, and 250 for third. So every P&L blip right now is literally price pool equity moving.
We've covered 4 hours and 38 minutes since the opening bell. There's still almost 2 hours left, and this head-to-head is a live wire. One burst from dead_cat_bounce, and that $59 gap at 2:08 p.m. ET evaporates instantly.
But dead_cat_bounce is built for chaos, improving momentum, active intensity, and that 12,400 share footprint by 2:08 p.m. ET screams, give me volatility and I'll speedrun this straight into first.
Mentally, this is where it gets ugly. Both traders are flat, both are green, but whoever breaks discipline first in the last hour and 52 minutes is probably the one donating their prize tier to the other.
This is the Wick. This is elevator division. And with the tournament running through March 13th, this single duel between rank 1 and rank 2 at 2:08 p.m. ET might be the blueprint everyone else studies for the rest of the series.
It is 2:12 p.m. ET in New York, 4 hours 42 minutes into the Wick elevator division, and this latest dashboard at 2:12 p.m. ET still has Madhav S. Ravi quietly perched at rank 1, atop a field that's now fully stratified into a compact green summit and a very deep red canyon.
Madhav S. Ravi at 2:12 p.m. ET, is still the elevator kingpin. 5 trades, rank 1, and the whole 1750 prize pool stacked under their feet while they stare down at everyone else scrapping for that $1,000 crown and the 500 and 250 shadows underneath.
And the chase is real. SVR Arju is locked in at rank 2 on this 212 PM ET board with 16 executions, high APM, and absolutely no chill as they try to claw into that same $1,000 lane without punting themselves out of the 500 slot.
Sighting in third at 2:12 PM ET, Roshan Palan is in that classic purgatory, 14 trades, a decent green, close enough to smell the $500 second place money, but one impulsive click away from watching both the podium and the payout slip right through their fingers.
Structurally, Vaishnav Ajith at rank 4 on the 2:12 PM ET snapshot functions as the hinge of the green pack, 6 trades, a measured positive, and the bridge between the explosive podium trio and the more fragile, grindy profiles just below.
Then you've got Bhuvan Srinivas at rank 8 on this 212 PM ET board. 24 trades deep, tiny green, playing full spam combo style, where one more overextension either catapults them toward the top cluster or dumps them straight into the red pit.
Grown down to rank 11 at 2:12 PM ET, and you hit Nishay Kumar Manjunath, 70 trades logged for a paper-thin green, basically stress testing the matching engine just to stay barely above flat.
In contrast,
That
Manish
whole
Kapoor
mid-pack
at
from
rank
Sudhir
12 on
Kumar
the
Chitla to
2:12
Abhijit
PM ET
Kaktikar at
ladder
212 PM
represents
ET
the
is just a
low-frequency
razor's edge,
profile,
light
8
trade counts,
trades,
skim
a
greens,
very
and tiny
modest
reds.
positive,
Everybody one volatility
essentially
burst
choosing
away
risk
from either getting
containment
dragged
and
into the payout
survival
brawl
over
or
chasing the
dumped into the deep
explosive
red
upside of the
graveyard.
podium block.
Side into red starts gently with Adnan
Deeper
TP
in
and
the red
Abhilash
cluster
Rajan
at
at 2:12
2:12
PM
PM
ET.
ET,
Low
the
trade
grouping
counts,
from
manageable
Chitranj
losses, the kind
Chanchlani
of damage you
through
can still
Dogjan
realistically
is
repair with one
characterized
disciplined
by
late session
relatively
push if you
small
stop poking the
execution
hornet's
counts,
nest.
paired with outsized
It feels like
drawdowns,
that whole
a
block from
sign that
Chitranj
individual
Chanchlani
trade
down to
sizing,
Dogjan at
rather
212
than
PM
pure
ET blew
frequency,
cooldowns
has
on the wrong
done
boss
most of the
fight, took
damage.
the hit, and now they're just
Groaning
watching
just below
respawn
them at
timers tick
2:12
while
PM
the
ET,
leaderboard runs away from them.
Niraj Arora is the case study in cumulative
From
paying
a
12
tape structure
trades, heavy
standpoint,
red,
the
and even
BKR
that
line
series
for
of
Niraj
BKR pops
Arora
between 2:08
after
and
2:08
2:12 PM
PM
ET
ET
in New
is
York only
fascinating.
converts a portion of the earlier
Repeated
damage
positive
into a less
symbol
ugly shade of
PNL
bad.
shocks, creating a
You can
visible
feel it BKR
inflection
for Niraj
in an
Arora between
otherwise
208
downward
and
equity
212 PM
curve.
ET is just
A
pulsing on
textbook
the dashboard.
illustration of how a
Green
single
bursts firing
ticker
in a
can
red
seed a
ocean.
comeback
And if that
narrative,
ticker rips one
even
more
while the
time,
aggregate
this dude
remains
could
negative.
speedrun from disaster arc into
A
full
little
redemption
higher on the
storyline.
2:12 PM ET ladder, Sunil Solia's
MSFT
MSFT
literally camped
sequence
Sunil
from
Sulia's line,
2:07 through
tagging
2:10
them at
PM ET
207,
in New
209,
York
and 210
remains a
PM ET,
cautionary
walking
tale,
that PNL
a
from
once
comfy
positive
green into
symbol
deep red,
line stepping
like the ticker
methodically
refused
into
to
the
leave the
red
lobby until
as
it had
they
fully greased the
overstayed a
account.
fading momentum regime.
Down near the floor at 2:12 PM ET, Sadish Udayakumar is still chained to that tech anchor. No new trades, just letting the earlier AM Zen and Google hits from around 2:07 and 2:12 PM ET in New York sit there like an expensive lesson in concentration risk.
And anchoring the standings at 2:12 PM ET, Ravi Kiran Kohli remains the outlier in sheer magnitude, a dense tech basket where MDB, AMD, Meta, and ORCL collectively transformed the lower end of this elevator into a live fire lab on correlated downside and compounding symbol PNL shocks.
Gasping, those MDB, AMD, Meta, and ORCL bursts from 207 to 212 PM ET for Ravi Kiran Kohli are just a highlight reel of pain, multi-name tech all slamming at once. Every candle another stomp that keeps them welded to last place.
Strip the drama, and it's simple. By 2:12 PM ET, MDB and ORCL in particular have stacked repeated four-figure hits on Ravi Kiran Kohli, turning what could have been a rough day into a full-blown risk management horror story.
And remember, there's still 1 hour 48 minutes left on the clock. At 2:12 PM ET, that 1750 prize pool is not locked, and one violent tech squeeze or one perfectly timed comeback rotation could flip this entire elevator from Madhav Ravi's throne all the way down to the deep red outliers. It is 2:16 PM ET in New York. The Wick elevator division is 4 hours and 46 minutes deep, and we've loaded into a three-way cage match. CS 1975 versus Fox versus Lakan Gosali for control of this mid-pack battlefield.
Statistically, at 2:16 PM ET, Fox is the clear leader with about $708 of total PNL. CS 1975 is chasing with roughly 445, and Lakan Gosali is fighting out of a deep minus 935 hole. So this matchup is literally one comeback arc versus two very different shades of green and red.
Look at the rank spread at
Printing
2:16 p.m.
rank 3
ET.
Fox versus
Fox
rank
sitting in
25
third
Wick and
overall,
Gursali is
CS
pure ladder distance. One is already
1975
eyeing
in
that
fourth.
$250
That's a knife
podium
fight
slice.
on the
The
payout
other is
doorstep
just
where
trying to
one
stop
misstep
free-falling
turns a
before the
$1,000
closing
dream
bell.
into spectator
From the
status.
opening of this window to
Contrast that
2:16
with the
p.m.
swing
ET,
profiles.
Fox is
CS
pumped about
$1,975 goes
$709
from a
of
trough near
P&L, while
-36
CS
to a peak around
$1,975
445 by
has stacked roughly
2:16 p.m. ET,
446.
while La
So
Congorsali
momentum-wise, the
collapses from a
leader
massive
isn't just ahead;
1516
they're
peak to
outpacing the
that
nearest chaser by a
-935
full
trough.
extra leg
Two
of
traders
profit.
experiencing the
Groaning,
same
Fox's
volatility
equity
wave
curve
from
from an ugly
opposite
trough
sides of
around
fortune.
-938
Risk
to that
posture check at
708 finish
2:16
by
p.m. ET.
2:16 p.m.
Fox and
ET is a
Lakangursali are
comeback.
both flat on
But
unrealized.
Lakangursali's
Everything
path from
locked in
plus
realized P&L,
1516 down to
while CS
-935 is
1975
a
is
slow
still carrying
motion
about
car
40
crash.
bucks of open
Same
risk.
market,
The only one
totally
leaving chips
different
on the table
survival
right now.
stories.
Fox is the archetypal closer here at 2:16 p.m. ET, turning 708 of realized P&L with 0 unrealized left, while CS 1975's roughly 405 realized plus 40 unrealized shows a more incremental, still evolving build into the late session.
In pure aggression, Fox is a monster. By 2:16 p.m. ET, they've ripped through 12,000 shares across two names, while CS 1975 has only 1,100 shares over three symbols, same green color, wildly different throttle settings.
What's wild is that by 2:16 p.m. ET, CS 1975's low activity 100 share profile is solidly green, while Lakangursali's 3,860 shares sprayed across four symbols have just dug a deeper red trench, proof that volume without edge is just a faster shovel.
All three share the same improving or slipping momentum tags into 2:16 p.m. ET, but only Fox converts that into a top 3 rank. CS 1975 hovers just beneath in 4th, and Lakangursali drops to 25th. So the story is less about signals and more about execution quality.
Size 1975 is the quiet killer in this trio. Low activity posture, just 1,100 shares and 3 names traded, yet they've walked that curve from a small drawdown to roughly 445 up by 2:16 p.m. ET, without ever really lighting fireworks.
The fascinating part of Fox's arc is that their worst trough near -938 hit back on March 3rd at 12:37 p.m. ET, and yet by 2:16 p.m. ET today, they've clawed all the way to 708, a sustained 2-day recovery rather than a single lucky spike.
Groaning. Sees 1975's peak and current both hit at 2:16 p.m. ET around 445, which means every decision in this window has nudged them higher from that -36 low at 1:45 p.m. ET yesterday, grinding, not gambling, their way into the green.
So as the Wick elevator barrels toward the 4 p.m. ET close, Fox is defending that rank 3 spearhead. CS 1975 is stalking just one rung below, and Lakangursali is the volatile wild card. Any one of them could still write the next insane highlight reel in this tournament.
Setting in second at 2:20 p.m. ET, SVR Raju has 16 trades logged and a strong green stack, but all that grind just buys them a runner-up lane while the low-click sniper above guards the $500 payout slot.
Just beneath the podium at 2:20 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla in 4th with 9 executions is running a compact, still positive profile after surviving that earlier coin volatility, and functionally acts as the buffer between the top 3 payout cluster and the chasing pack.
Then you've got Vaishnav Ajith sitting 5th at 2:20 p.m. ET with just 6 trades, cleanly green and coiled. That's the classic late game ambush build. One decisive push away from crashing straight into the money and blowing up somebody's podium dream.
11th at 2:20 p.m. ET, Nishay Kumar Manjunath is still the grind poster child. 70 trades for a hair of green, mountains of execution risk just to cling to the edge of relevance while the real money sits above.
Structurally, the lower edge of green at 2:20 p.m. ET is defined by profiles like Abhijit Kaktikar in 13th, just 3 trades, marginally positive, and maximum optionality if they choose to deploy fresh risk into the final 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Right behind Ednan TP in 15th at 2:20 p.m. ET has only 2 trades and a small red scar. That's not a blown account. That's a press the big red button or go home quietly moment waiting to happen. And the ticker that detonated a lot of that mid-pack comfort is still MSFT for Sunil Sulia between 2:16 and 2:19 p.m. ET. That line flips from green into deep red in a cascade of hits, turning one name into a full-blown boss fight on their card.
Specifically, MSFT for Sunil Sulia prints a brutal sequence from 2:16 through 2:19 p.m. ET, with the symbols PNL stepping from a prior intraday green into stacked red at each minute mark, functionally reclassifying their entire day as a single-name misallocation problem. That AME's then collapse for Sadish Udayakumar around 2:15 p.m. ET is then compounded by additional pressure from Google in the same minute, both symbols printing negative PNL adjustments and jointly locking Sadish into the lower reaches of the standings at the 2:20 p.m. ET raid.
But there is still life in the red zone. BKR has been the heartbeat trade for Niraj Arora between 2:16 and 2:19 p.m. ET, firing off back-to-back positive P&L bursts that pull their total off the lows and hint at a late-game redemption arc if they keep pressing that edge.
All the way at 28th by 2:20 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is still buried under a tech avalanche. MDB, ORCL, AMD, and Meta, each printing heavy red ticks between 2:14 and 2:19 p.m. ET, the kind of concentrated sector bet that turns a bad idea into a full portfolio crater.
It is 2:24 p.m. ET in New York, nearly 5 hours into the Wick elevator division, and the latest 2:24 p.m. ET leaderboard print shows a sharp split between a compact green summit led by Madhav S. Ravi and a brutal red cascade stretching all the way down to Ravi Kirangoli at the bottom.
Madhav Ravi is still the raid boss at 2:24 p.m. ET, 5 trades on the board, rank 1 locked, and the entire $1,000 first place beam from this 1750 prize pool pointed straight at their P&L bar.
SVR Raju sitting in second at 2:24 p.m. ET with 16 trades is the definition of painful efficiency math, 3 times the clicks of the leader, and they're the one eyeing the smaller $500 lane instead of the throne.
And Roshan Palan is glued to that third place rail at 2:24 p.m. ET. 14 trades fired, last podium slot in hand, and just one clean burst away from yoinking either the 1,000 or the 500 out of the top duo's pockets.
Structurally, the scariest profile on the upper deck at 2:24 p.m. ET is actually Vaishnav Ajith in fourth, only 6 trades, solidly green, and a massive reservoir of unused risk to deploy into any late volatility spike.
Then you've got Chidambara Raja in sixth at 2:24 p.m. ET with just 2 trades. That's not a leaderboard line, that's a sleeper agent waiting to detonate one late game setup into the payout zone.
Karthika Suresh in 7th at 2:24 p.m. ET with 6 trades and a modest green line is the quiet grinder archetype done right. Enough activity to matter, not enough to bleed out from boredom.
At 8th on the 2:24 p.m. ET board, Bhuvan Srinivas is the volume outlier in the green cluster with 24 trades, a high iteration strategy that somehow converged on the same P&L level as much lower click neighbors.
And rounding out the top 10 at 2:24 p.m. ET, Anil Sunune is that sneaky micro green profile. 11 trades, tiny positive, and perfectly placed to slingshot if the folks above finally misclick into the red.
Just outside that cluster at 2:24 p.m. ET, Nishay Kumar Manjunath in 11th with 70 trades, and only a small positive total, is effectively running a stress test on how far pure activity can be pushed without destroying a green session.
Meanwhile, Abhijit Kaktikar down in 13th at 2:24 p.m. ET with 3 trades and a tiny green sliver is basically on power save mode, technically winning, but nowhere near the kind of risk you need to sniff the podium.
Gasping. And Sunil Sulia is still wearing that Microsoft scar at 2:24 p.m. ET. Multiple MSFT updates slammed that symbol from comfy green into hard red, turning one ticker into a full-blown boss fight on their card.
But Coin just reminded everyone how insane this tape is for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. At 2:21 p.m. ET, that symbol rips a $304.50 green burst into their line, a full-on momentum spike right when they needed it most.
And then there's Ravi Kirangoli, absolute bottom of the tower at 2:24 p.m. ET, MDB, AMD, Meta, and ORCL all took turns detonating their P&L between 2:21 and 2:23 p.m. ET. Every update just another red flash on the dashboard.
Those late MBD and ORCL ticks for Ravi Kirangoli around 2:21 to 2:23 p.m. ET are straight up highlight reel material, multi-$1,000 red bursts slamming in back to back and dragging their total even deeper into the abyss.
With about 1 hour and 36 minutes left before the 4 p.m. ET close, the 2:24 p.m. ET dashboard is mathematically poised, a compact, disciplined green pack fighting for the 1,500 and 250 payouts, and a wildly unstable red tail where a single volatility wave could still rewrite the entire story of the Wick elevator division. It is 2:28 p.m. ET in New York, just under 90 minutes left in the Wick's elevator division, and the dashboard is still crowned by a tight green trio of Madhav S. Ravi, SVR-RAJ, and Roshan Palan sitting on top of a very long staircase of increasingly stressed red campaigns.
And look at the throne right now. Madhav's Ravi is locked in at rank 1 at 2:28 p.m. ET with just 5 trades on the card, the most efficient green bar in the building, guarding that $1,000 first place bounty.
Sighting in second at 2:28 p.m. ET, SVR Raju has 16 trades logged and a fat but slightly smaller green cushion. That's the classic grinder's tax. You work 4 times as hard as the leader and still stare up at the same $1,000 wall.
Roshan Palan, holding third at 2:28 p.m. ET with 14 trades, is basically drifting in the draft, comfy on that $250 podium spot, but one bad push away from getting booted straight back into the mid-pack blender.
Just off the podium at
And breathing
2:28
down
p.m.
that
ET,
neck in fifth
Vaishnav
at
Ajith in fourth
2:28
with only
p.m.
6
ET.
executions and a
Bhuvan
tidy green buffer
Srinivas
is
the
still the
quiet
pure
menace,
optionality profile,
25 trades,
enough profit to be
steady
relevant,
green,
enough
sitting just
restraint that one
outside the
clean
cash
sequence could
and waiting
rewrite the
for one
entire top
crack
3.
in that podium armor to
Rahul
surge
Davis
straight
down in
into the
ninth at
prize
2:28
pool.
p.m. ET with 22 trades is
Groaning.
still the volume
In
gremlin of
11th at
mid-pack.
2:28
Every tiny
p.m.
tick on the
ET,
tape gets
Nishay
amplified into a
Kumar
heartbeat
Manjunath
spike
has
on that
70
TNL
trades
line.
for a tiny sliver of green.
Karthika
That's not a
Suresh
strategy, that's
sitting
cardio.
8th at
You're basically
2:28
sprinting on a
p.m.
treadmill and
ET
hoping the
with
prize
6
money appears at
trades
the end.
and calm green is
The
still a
real wild
slingshot
card around the
waiting
middle
to
remains
fire. One
Chidambara Raja
decisive
in
push
6th at
and that
2:28
quiet little
p.m.
bar
ET.
can
Just
rocket
2
from
trades,
mid-tier into the
modest
money
green and a
lane.
vast amount of
Gasping and
unused
Sudhir
risk
Kumar
budget that
Chitla
could
in
either
fifth
stay
at
dormant
2:28 p.m.
or
ET has
detonate
10
the
trades and that
standings in a
jagged
single
green profile
calculated
that still
swing.
screams volatility magnet. The
Remember,
earlier coin roller
coin
coaster
already
proved they're willing
flashed
to strap
huge
the
for
account to a
Sudhir
rocket if
Kumar
they smell
Chitla
momentum.
around
Sighing down
2:21
in the red
p.m.
ladder,
ET.
Sunil Sulia's
That kind of
MSFT line
300
from
plus pop
2:21 to
on a
2:23
single
p.m.
update
ET
is
is a case
exactly
study
the
in
ticker
overconfidence, a
that can
green
drag
symbol flipping
someone from
hard into
quiet
multiple
green
$100 hits,
into
and
full
suddenly
late
one ticker
session
owns the
hero mode.
entire narrative for the day.
Those MSFT updates for Sunil Salia at 2:21 and 2:22 p.m. ET are just gut
For
punches.
Sudhish
The line
Udaya
snaps from a
Kumar,
comfy
the
positive
Google
into deep red
sequence
so
from
fast it looks
2:21
like the
through
chart hit a hidden
2:25
trapdoor.
p.m. ET
And that
is a
same
slow-motion
2:21 p.m.
compression
ET
of risk,
block was a disaster
each minute
cluster for
adding
Sudhish
another few
Udaya Kumar.
$100s of
AM
loss
then alone
and
rips a
reinforcing
multi-thousand
just
dollar
how
chunk
quickly
while
a
Google keeps
concentrated
grinding
bet can
lower.
spiral once
That's
it
not a bad
starts
tick.
moving against
That's
you.
what happens when you stack correlated risk and hope for mercy.
But down near the bottom, Niraj Arora is still clinging to that BKR comeback from around 1:31 to 1:35 p.m. ET. Those earlier multi-$100 green bursts turned a flatline into a heartbeat and keep their campaign alive even as the rest of the card leans red.
That BKR burst for Niraj Arora around 1:31 p.m. ET was literal defibrillation, back-to-back spikes that shocked a heavy drawdown into something that actually wants to fight for a late session redemption arc.
At the absolute floor, Ravi Kirangoli's card between 2:21 and 2:25 p.m. ET is just a tech demolition reel. AMD, Meta, ORCL, and especially MDB all logging fresh 1,000+ red swings until the whole equity curve looks like a ski slope.
Gasping, those back-to-back MDB and AMD hits for Ravi Kirangoli from 2:21 through 2:25 p.m. AT are savage. Every minute another multi-$1,000 crater, like the whole tech sleeve queued up to speedrun a margin call on one account.
With 90 minutes left, the shape of the wick is clear. Hyper-efficient green at the top, fragile grinders in the middle, and a cluster of high-volatility campaigns at the bottom, where each new update can either stabilize the damage or send it into freefall. It is 2:32 p.m. ET in New York, 5 hours into the Wick elevator division with 90 minutes left, and our Traders Compare spotlight locks onto a razor-thin green staircase from rank 2 down to 4.
This is dead_cat_bounce versus Fox versus Chida for pure cash ladder control in the Wick. Rank 2, 3, and 4 all live in our window from March 2nd through 2:32 p.m. ET today.
Look at the gap. Dead_cat_bounce sits in second with a total PNL of $1,543 at 2:32 p.m. ET, while Fox trails in third at $708 at that same 2:32 p.m. ET timestamp. So the cushion is real but not untouchable.
And Fox at $708 versus Chura at $429.52, both locked in at 2:32 p.m. ET, is the real knife fight for that $250 third place payout slot.
From the start of this window on March 2nd to 2:32 p.m. ET today, dead_cat_bounce has added $1,544.50, Fox has stacked $709, and Chida has ripped an eye-watering $10,119.82 of swing from deep red to that current green.
By contrast, dead_cat_bounce has the cleanest equity curve in the trio, dipping only to minus $1.50 at 2:54 p.m. ET on March 2nd, and then grinding up to that $1,543 peak at 3:26 p.m. ET today.
Fox's curve is the chaos middle ground, crashing to a brutal minus $938.50 at 12:41 p.m. ET on March 3rd, before clawing back to that $708 peak at 11:16 a.m. ET today.
So in pure volatility terms, Chida is the swing monster, Fox is the recovering brawler, and dead_cat_bounce is the disciplined climber, all converging on this same 2:32 p.m. ET snapshot.
In risk posture terms at 2:32 p.m. ET, both dead_cat_bounce and Fox are sitting on fully realized stacks, 1543 and 708 with zero unrealized, which means they're effectively playing with house money now.
And you can see that in APL, where at 2:31 p.m. ET, a single burst rips $374.50 of PNL for Chida, flipping that symbol into a full-on comeback engine.
So while dead_cat_bounce and Fox have locked in their wins for this window, Chida is literally surfing a live wire of unrealized risk that could blow this whole 2-3-4 order wide open.
On aggression, dead_cat_bounce has pushed 12,400 shares across 3 names by 2:32 p.m. ET. Fox is right behind with 12,000 shares on just 2 names, which is a tighter, more concentrated bet profile.
It's wild. Dead_cat_bounce and Fox are spam click grinders, but Chida is the low activity sniper who just happens to be firing bullets big enough to move the entire PNL curve by thousands.
Peak versus trough tells the story. Dead_cat_bounce falls just $1.50 below zero at the worst point, while Chida eats a staggering minus $9,690.30 before turning it into that $429.52 peak at 2:32 p.m. ET.
With an hour and 28 minutes left in the session, and more than a week left in the Wick, this trio defines the elevator division's middle game: realized security on top, unrealized chaos below, and a lot of prize money in between. It is 2:36 p.m. ET in New York, 5 hours and 6 minutes into the Wick's elevator division, and the dashboard has crystallized into a sharp gradient, a compact green summit, led by Madhav S.R. Ravi, SVR Raju, and Roshan Palan, suspended above a very long tail of traders trying to claw their way back toward that $1,500 and $250 prize ladder.
On the very top floor right now,
Pass,
at
SVR
2:36
Raju sitting
p.m.
second at
ET,
2:36 p.m.
Madhav's
ET
Ravi
with 16
is still
trades, and
your
the thick green
elevator
bar is
boss.
the classic
5
runner-up story.
trades, a
You've
fat
done the
green
work,
stack,
you're squarely
and
in that
absolutely
$500 lane,
gatekeeping
and it still
that
feels like the tournament
$1,000
graphic
first
is
place
built to make you
payout
look like
from
the
anyone
understudy.
daring to challenge.
And Roshan
Just
Palan,
off the
locked into
podium
third
at
at 2:36
2:36
p.m.
p.m.
ET, is
ET,
just vibing in the
Chidambara
250 zone.
Raja in
14
fourth,
trades,
with
solid
only
green,
2
and
trades
they're
and a
basically the
firmly
bouncer
positive
between the
curve
calm podium
represents
and the
the
chaos
purest
storm
version
brewing
of
right
latent
under them.
upside,
Right
almost no
behind
button
them
presses,
at
yet
2:36
structurally
p.m.
one
ET,
clean sequence away from
Vaishnava
punching into
Jit
the payout
in
zone.
fifth, with just 6 trades.
Then
and
you've got
clean
Sadir
green
Kumar
is
Chitla in
pure
6th at
rocket fuel
2:36
waiting
p.m.
for
ET.
ignition.
11 trades
One
deep and still
well-timed
green after
push,
that earlier
and they
coin
can
horror show.
absolutely
That's the
snipe a
kind of
podium
survivor
share
arc
out
where
of
every
nowhere.
extra dollar feels like stolen loot
Boulevard
from the market
Srinivas down in
boss.
7th at 2:36 p.m. ET with 28 trades and a modest green is the definition of grinder fatigue. You've spammed the keyboard all session just to cling to a
Karthika
small edge while the
Suresh in
efficient
8th
crowd
at
above you makes it look
2:36
easy.
p.m. ET, 6 trades and steady green, effectively
And check
functions as a
Rahul
pressure
Davis
valve,
in 9th
low
at
activity, low
2:36
stress,
p.m.
but
ET,
positioned
22
precisely
trades,
where a single
tiny
misstep from
green,
above
and
could
still
catapult them
swinging.
into the prize
This is the classic
conversation.
ladder climber who refuses to stop pressing buttons, hoping momentum finally
My
breaks their
favorite
way.
chaos profile is still Nishai Kumar Manjunath in 12th at 2:36 p.m. ET. 70 trades for a
Down at
sliver of green is
15th at
full arcade mode.
2:36 p.m.
Like they
ET.
turned the tournament
A
into a click per
non-TP
minute
with 2
challenge
trades
instead
and
of
a
a
small
P&L
loss
race.
is stuck in the worst headspace. Not active enough to justify the damage, just red enough that every potential comeback click feels like it could be the nail in the coffin.
Amit Yadav in 22nd at 2:36 p.m. ET, with just 2 trades and a heavy red imprint, faces a stark decision tree: defend what remains of the stack and accept the drawdown, or lean into variance and attempt a late-stage elevator rescue.
And don't sleep on the redemption arc. BKR has been a lifeline for Niraj Arora, and those green pops through 2:32 and 2:32 p.m. ET New York time turn what looked like a doomed campaign into something that actually wants to fight back up this ladder.
Those BKR flips for Niraj Arora around 2:31 and 2:32 p.m. ET are insane. Back-to-back green spikes, ripping hundreds of dollars at a time, like someone just slammed the emergency brake on a free fall and yanked the curve back towards survival.
On the flip side, MSFT has been carving into Sunil Sulia. Those hits around 2:32 and 2:33 p.m. ET take them from comfortable green to outright red in a couple of updates. Textbook concentration risk turning one ticker into a full session autopsy.
Watching MSFT for Sunil Salya between 2:32 and 2:33 p.m. ET is like a jump scare montage. Each tick rips another few hundred out, yo-yoing from green into deep red, while the rest of their dashboard just has to sit there and witness the rug pull.
At the very bottom at 2:36 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is still buried under that tech wreck. AMD, Meta, ORCL and MDB have all printed fresh red chunks this afternoon, turning what started as a bad day into a full-blown tutorial on what happens when every correlated bet goes wrong at once.
Meanwhile, AAPL just turned into a launch pad for Chidambara Raja. That surge around 2:32 to 2:35 p.m. ET blasted their symbol PNL by hundreds of dollars in a couple of minutes and shoved their whole profile into sniper elite status on this board.
That AAPL ramp for Chidambara Raja between roughly 2:31 and 2:35 p.m. ET is one of the clearest inflection points on the tape, a single symbol delivering multiple $100 spikes and transforming a cautious 2-trade posture into a legitimate podium threat. It is 2:40 p.m. ET in New York, 5 hours and 10 minutes into the Wick's elevator division, with an hour and 20 to go, and the dashboard has crystallized into a steep structure, a tight green podium led by Madhav S. Ravi, SVR Raju, and Roshan Palan, standing above a very long descent of increasingly distressed red campaigns.
Sitting in third at 2:40 p.m. ET, Roshan Palan is the last one clinging to prize equity. 14 trades, solidly green and basically acting as the bouncer between real money and the long line of hopefuls stuck on the outside.
Just off the podium at 2:40 p.m. ET, Vaishnavajith holds fourth with only 6 trades logged. Statistically, that's a low-activity profile sitting alarmingly close to the money line, one decisive sequence away from displacing someone in the payout bracket.
Gasping mid-board, Sudhir Kumar Chitla in 6th at 2:40 p.m. ET with 13 trades is in full juggling act mode, small green, lots of activity, and absolutely no room for a single lazy entry if they want to climb into the real money conversation.
Rahul Davis in 10th at 2:40 p.m. ET illustrates the classic high-activity plateau, 22 trades, a small cushion above zero, and a curve that suggests the marginal value of each new decision is steadily declining as fatigue sets in.
Slide further down and you hit Nishai Kumar Manjunath in 12th at 2:40 p.m. ET with 70 executions. That's turbo volume with barely any PNL to show, like speedrunning the order ticket just to stay in the same spot on the staircase.
Down in 14th at 2:40 p.m. ET, Shebin Tishaji has 10 trades and is basically flat. That's the purgatory zone where every new idea feels mandatory, but the account is one bad tick away from joining the red crowd below.
But the symbol tape around 2:38 and 2:39 p.m. ET is a horror reel for Sudishu Dayakumar. AMZ and Google both slam in back-to-back red waves, with each AMZ update carving out roughly $2,500 chunks, and every Google tick adding hundreds more to the drawdown.
Over on MSFT, the 2:38 to 2:39 p.m. ET tape keeps punishing Sunil Sulia. You see a healthy green turn into successive hits of more than $300 and then over $500. Classic example of overstaying a winner until it happily becomes a loser.
In sharp contrast, AAPL has been a structural stabilizer for Chidambara Raja between 2:35 and 2:39 p.m. ET. Consecutive symbol updates in the roughly $400 to $500 range transform a small loss into a meaningful green anchor under their overall line.
The cool part is how consistent it is from 2:37 through 2:39 p.m. ET. Every BKR update for Niraj Arora is another big green chunk. Like the ticker itself decided to become a comeback engine inside an otherwise ugly day.
All the real carnage, though, is still living with Ravi Kirangoli at the bottom between 2:34 and 2:39 p.m. ET. MDB, ORCL, and Meta each print multiple multi-thousand-dollar red spikes, the kind of clustered tech damage that turns a bad session into a full account autopsy.
It is 2:44 p.m. ET in New York, 5 hours and 14 minutes into the Wick's elevator division with about an hour and 16 minutes left, and this latest dashboard still shows that sharp structure, a compact green summit with Madhav S. Ravi, SVR RAG, and Roshan Palan on top, and then a long staircase of increasingly complex red campaigns stretching all the way down to Ravi Kirangoli.
And at this 2:44 p.m. ET snapshot, Madhav S. Ravi is still the final boss on the board, 5 trades in and holding that number 1 slot with the biggest green bar on the screen as the $1,000 top prize for the Wick elevator division keeps glowing just above their name.
Right below, SVR Araju is clamped into second with 16 trades on the tape at 2:44 p.m. ET. Way more button clicks, way more noise, but still locked into that $500 ladder wrong and chasing every tiny fluctuation to close the gap on first.
Then you've got Sudhir Kumar Chitla in fourth at 2:44 p.m. ET, comfortable green, double-digit trades, and the memory of that earlier coin rug pull still hanging over the tape, a reminder that one bad sequence can erase a whole day's work.
I love where Vaishnav Ajif is parked in fifth at 2:44 p.m. ET, only 6 trades, a tidy green cushion that is pure ammo in the clip energy, just waiting to spring a late session assault on the podium money.
And then Bhuvan Srinivas in sixth at 2:44 p.m. ET is just spamming the board. 29 trades fired. Tiny green edge. It's like they're trying to brute force their way into the cash with sheer volume and pure adrenaline.
Karthika Suresh in 8th at 2:44 p.m. ET, 6 trades and steady green, represents the classic mid-pack inflection point, one disciplined push, and they're suddenly relevant for the podium, one lapse and they vanish into the red cluster below.
Truckle Davis in ninth at 2:44 p.m. ET with 22 trades and a sliver of green is still the effort to reward cautionary tale that many executions for that little cushion is how you end the session tired, tilted, and empty-handed.
And don't sleep on Harsh Goyal in 10th at 2:44 p.m. ET, only 3 trades, small but clean green. That is a sleeper profile that can explode if they finally step on the gas in this last hour and change.
Shibin T. Shaji down in 14th at 2:44 p.m. ET is basically walking the line, 10 trades just under break-even, and every new click now feels like flipping a coin between small redemption and getting pinned underwater for the close.
And watch the APL ticker for Chidambara Raja around 2:42 to 2:43 p.m. ET. It snaps from a nasty red drawdown to a sharp green burst in a few updates, flipping that symbol from problem child to hero and giving their whole tournament line a sudden pulse.
By contrast, the MSFT feed for Sun Lasulia between 2:40 and 2:42 p.m. ET is a slow-motion car crash. A previously positive mark gets ground down by consecutive negative symbol updates, reinforcing why they're sitting deep in the red band on the current dashboard.
And at the very bottom, Ravi Kirangoli's tech stack is still a full-blown alarm siren between 2:40 and 2:43 p.m. ET. AMD, MDB, ORCL, and Meta all keep printing fresh red updates, just wave after wave of pain, locking them into last place on this 2:44 p.m. ET board.
That's the volatility hotspot right now. Ravi Kirangoli's AMD and MDB lines from 2:40 to 2:43 p.m. ET are just cascading red, massive symbol swings that turn the bottom of the Wick leaderboard into a live fire tech stress test.
It is 2:48 p.m. ET in New York, 5 hours and 18 minutes into the Wick's elevator division, with about 72 minutes left on the clock, and this dashboard snapshot has crystallized into a razor-thin green crown on top of an extended red descent.
Sitting on that throne right now at 2:48 p.m. ET is Madhav S. Ravi in first, 5 trades in, and guarding the biggest green stack on the board like it's the deed to that $1,000 top prize.
And glued right under that in second at 2:48 p.m. ET, you've got SVR Raju with 16 trades already on the odometer, burning a full workday of clicks just to stare up at someone who built their lead in a coffee break.
Then you slam into Roshan Palan in third at 2:48 p.m. ET, 14 trades deep, and basically the last big green pillar in the money band, knowing one bad sequence and that $250 podium slot just evaporates.
Just beneath the podium at 2:48 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla, in fourth with 14 trades, represents the classic inflection point, enough activity to be committed, but still within striking distance of both a promotion into the payout tier and a slide back into the noise.
And right beside that, Vaishnav Ajith in fifth at 2:48 p.m. ET with just 6 trades is sitting on that loaded slingshot profile, low volume, clean green, and one well-timed burst away from crashing the podium party and stealing a chunk of that 1750 prize pool.
Further down the green ladder, Rahul Davis holds ninth at 2:48 p.m. ET with 22 trades, exemplifying a high-activity, low-yield profile where execution is abundant, but marginal edge is painfully scarce.
And in 11th at 2:48 p.m. ET, Nishay Kumar Manjunath with 70 trades and barely any cushion is basically playing endurance mode. Massive effort, tiny payoff, and 1 lapse away from watching all that work sink below zero.
Keep an eye on the APL ticker for Chidambara Raja between 2:42 and 2:43 p.m. ET. That symbol rips from red into solid green, a back-to-back burst of positive updates that turns a losing line into a launch pad for their 8th place climb.
On the other side of the tape, that MSFT line for Sunil Sulio at 2:47 p.m. ET is just ugly. A sharp negative swing that drags a once positive symbol deep into the red and helps cement their slide into the bottom tier.
Gasping, and at the absolute basement, Ravi Kirangoli is still getting hammered by that tech basket from 2:43 to 2:47 p.m. ET. You see AMD, ORCL, MDB, Meta all firing off fresh red updates, just wave after wave of losses, pinning them to 29th with no sign of a bounce.
That ORCL stream for Ravi Kirangoli between 2:45 and 2:47 p.m. ET is a highlight reel meltdown, back-to-back heavy red prints that keep deepening the hole and turning one ticker into the anchor on their entire tournament.
And MDB and Meta just pile on for Ravi Kirangoli around 2:43 to 2:46 p.m. ET. Each new negative symbol update stretching that drawdown staircase until 29th place looks less like bad luck and more like a full-blown tech disaster.
In the shallow red zone, Shebante Shaji at 13th with 10 trades by 2:48 p.m. ET is living that tightrope life. Tiny loss, limited ammo left, and every new idea feels like it could either spin them back to green or kick them straight down the staircase.
With just over an hour left at 2:48 p.m. ET, the whole story compresses into that top band. Can anyone from this hungry mid-pack punch through the noise, or does Madhav's Ravi ride this controlled low trade assault all the way to that $1,000 crown?
It is 2:52 p.m. ET in New York, 5 hours and 22 minutes into the Wick elevator division with just over an hour left, and this 2:52 p.m. ET dashboard shows a slim pillar of green at the top, casting a long shadow over a very crowded red basement.
Sitting on the throne at 2:52 p.m. ET is still Mad Havs Ravi in first, just 5 trades on the book and a towering lead that has them staring straight at that $1,000 top prize in the Wick.
Clamped right under them at 2:52 p.m. ET, SVR Arju in second with 16 trades is just mashing the buttons, throwing volume at the ceiling, trying to punch into that four-figure first-place payout before the clock slams shut.
Then you've got Roshan Palan parked in third at 2:52 p.m. ET, 14 trades deep, stuck in that lovely little purgatory where you can see both the 1,000 above and the dropout of the 250 tier below every time you blink.
Just outside that podium band at 2:52 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla in fourth is the model of resilience, recovering from that earlier coin inversion to rebuild a meaningful green buffer with 14 trades and a renewed claim on the $500 tier if the top of the board missteps.
Gasping, and right behind in fifth at 2:52 p.m. ET, Vaishnav Ajit with just 6 trades is that coilless spring low volume, clean green, and one well-timed burst away from jumping straight into the prize pool dogfight.
Karthika Suresh in sixth at 2:52 p.m. ET with 6 trades is literally standing on the launch ramp, a solid green base, low risk of overtrading, and a perfect angle to sling into that $750 prize pool if they light the boosters in the next hour.
Rahul Davis in eighth at 2:52 p.m. ET with 22 trades and modest gains is still the volume anomaly in the green cluster, turning their entire session into a live case study of whether pure activity can ever substitute for precision.
Sitting in 10th at 2:52 p.m. ET with just 2 trades, Chidambara Raja is in that cruel coin flip zone. Enough green to care about, not enough activity to feel safe if they hit the button one more time.
Manish Kapoor in 12th at 2:52 p.m. ET with 8 trades and only a slight lift is emblematic of the lower mid-tier. Structurally sound, modestly engaged, but still trapped below the surface of the prize pool as the leaders continue to compound above.
Gasping, 13th at 2:52 p.m. ET, Shebin Tishaje is basically break-even parkour, 10 trades hovering at the waterline, and every new idea could be the jump into green air or the slip straight into the red slide.
14th at 2:52 p.m. ET, Adnan TP with 2 trades and a small bruise is in that annoying emotional tax bracket. You've lost just enough to care, not enough to justify how tired you're going to feel about it later.
Abhijit Kaktakar down in 15th at 2:52 p.m. ET with 4 trades and a manageable red is one clean breakout away from flipping the script. All that unused ammo could still fuel a late game push up the elevator shaft.
And look at the ticker tape. Those MSFT swings for Sunil Sulia between 2:47 and 2:50 p.m. ET just ripped them from a comfy green into hard red. 2 separate hits of around $700 each time at 2:47 p.m. ET and 2:50 p.m. ET, turning one ticker into a full-on gravity well.
Meanwhile, down near the
But
bottom,
the craziest swing
Niraj
on the
Arora in
board
27th
is
is
Sidisha
basically living and dying
Dayakumar
on
in
BKR
28th
at 2:47 p.m.
at
ET.
2:51 p.m. ET.
They claw back about
AMZ detonates
$470,
with a
and
massive
at
drop of
2:50
about
p.m. ET, they snag roughly
$2,659,
$580 more,
and Google
turning
piles
one
on with
ticker into a
another hit
slow-motion
of
rescue
roughly
mission from deep drawdown.
$464,
And
flipping a
anchoring the
once
field in
manageable
29th,
profile into a
Ravi
full-on
Kiran
elevator
Kohli's board
shaft
is
plunge.
essentially a case study in correlated tech risk across AMD, ORCL, Meta, and MDB between 2:45 and 2:51 p.m. ET. You see successive losses in the low to mid-thousands on each update, compounding into a structural collapse rather than a single bad tick. It is 2:56 p.m. ET in New York, 5 hours and 26 minutes into the Wick's elevator division, just over an hour to go, and this dashboard has hardened into a tall green spine on top with a long, jagged red understructure below.
And planted at the very top at 2:56 p.m. ET, Madhav Ravi is still your number 1 in the Wick, 5 trades in, big green lead, and 1 clean push away from locking up that $100 elevator crown.
SVR Arju stuck in second at 2:56 p.m. ET with 16 trades thrown is living every grinder's nightmare. You did the volume, you took the risk, and you're still staring up at someone who got there with a fraction of the clicks.
Roshan Palan in third at 2:56 p.m. ET is hanging on to that last $250 podium slice like a ledge. 14 trades deep, decent cushion, but you can feel every tick threatening to boot them straight out of the money.
Just under the podium at 2:56 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja in fourth, with only 2 trades on, is the model of efficiency, and that sets up a structurally dangerous spot for the front 3, if any of them misstep into the close.
And look at the AAPL tape for Chidambara Raja between 2:54 and 2:55 p.m. ET. That single name rips from red into a huge block of green, flipping more than $360 in their favor at 2:55 p.m. ET and slamming them into the leaderboard's upper tier.
Flanking that at 2:56 p.m. ET, Vaishnav Ajith in sixth has a compact stack of green across just 6 trades, which functions as a latent threat, low activity, but every new order has outsized potential to dislodge the current podium.
Vaishnav Ajith at 2:56 p.m. ET is basically sitting on a springboard just under the cash 1 or 2 well-timed launches, and they're diving straight into that $500 and $250 money band.
Bhuvan Srinivas at 2:56 p.m. ET down in 7th with 30 trades is just vibrating, tons of clicks, modest green, and you can't tell if the next volley pushes them toward the podium or just spins the wheel until it breaks.
And way down the list at 2:56 p.m. ET, Nishay Kumar Manjunath with 70 trades and barely any green to show for it is the definition of overclocked. That's not a trading plan. That's a stress test on their keyboard.
Don't sleep on Harsh Goyal either. At 2:56 p.m. ET, they're quietly in the green with only 3 trades on, which means if they finally hit the gas, every new position is live ammo aimed straight at that top 10.
Down in the deep red at 2:56 p.m. ET, Niraj Aurora is still fighting with BKR, that earlier pop around 2:50 to 2:53 p.m. ET, where BKR coughed up roughly $600 in their favor, was like a defibrillator hit on a flatlining curve.
For Doc John at 2:56 p.m. ET, the damage is already written in MSFT. Those earlier 2 punches around 2:01 and 2:02 p.m. ET, where the symbol stripped out more than $900 combined, are exactly how you end up buried in the 20s on this board.
Between 2:52 and 2:55 p.m. ET, MSFT is just mauling Sunil Sulia. One update smacks them for more than 800 in one go at 2:52 p.m. ET. Another one around 2:54 p.m. ET rips another 700 plus, and you can feel the elevator cable snapping with every print.
And at the absolute bottom at 2:56 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is still getting hammered by the entire tech complex. MDB, AMD, ORCL, Meta all printed those 4-figure and near 4-figure gut punches between 2:51 and 2:55 p.m. ET, turning the last place slot into a crater.
Meta's not letting up on Ravi Kirangoli either. Back-to-back updates around 2:51 to 2:55 p.m. ET chop off roughly $1,200 and then another $1,200 plus. So even their so-called diversifiers are just different flavors of pain.
Gasping that aims and snap for Sudhishu Deyakumar at 2:51 p.m. ET is insane. You go from a tiny green to more than $2,600 in the red on one update, and the whole tournament arc flips from comeback potential to pure survival mode.
Names like Ansan Saji, Doc John, and Lakan Gursali sitting in that deep red band at 2:56 p.m. ET are basically in damage control hour now. You're not climbing to the podium, you're just trying to make sure the loss doesn't follow you into tomorrow's session.
Meanwhile, Karthika Suresh in ninth at 2:56 p.m. ET with 6 trades and comfortable green is just coiled, 1 late session rotation, a little volume spike, and suddenly they're knocking on the door of that $750 combined podium zone.
Right below that, at 2:56 p.m. ET, Abhilash Rajan with 12 trades and a chunky loss is in full tilt danger. You've already paid for the mistakes, and there's still an hour left to either dig out or light the rest of the account on fire.
Roshan Palan sitting in third at 3 p.m. ET with 14 trades is basically stuck in the purgatory floor. You can see that $250 podium payout under your feet and the $500 second place ceiling above your head, and either one can vanish with a single bad decision.
Structurally, Sudhir Kumar Chitla in fourth and Vaishnav Ajith in fifth at 3 p.m. ET form the hinge of the green cluster, medium trade counts, modest gains, and a clear fault line where any new volatility could either compress the podium or blow it wide open.
And talk about controlled aggression. Chidambara Raja in sixth at 3 p.m. ET with only 2 trades is basically holding a live grenade, because one more well-timed push can slingshot them straight into that 1,500, 250 stack at the top of the Wick prize pool.
Just beneath that, Karthika Suresh and Rahul Davis at 8th and 9th as of 3 p.m. ET effectively serve as the final buffer in the green zone, low to moderate trade counts acting like a shock absorber between the podium battle and the volatility storm forming underneath.
Sighing, the real psychological pivot is right on Shebin Tishaji at 14th and Adnan TP at 15th by 3 p.m. ET. That's where the colors flip, the prize money odds collapse, and every new trade feels less like opportunity and more like damage control.
From Abhilash Rajan in 17th through Chitransh Chanchlani in 19th at 3 p.m. ET, you have this dense band of small to moderate losses, relatively active, that mathematically still have enough runway in the last hour to claw back toward flat if they can avoid a single catastrophic misstep.
Once you drop into that 23rd to 26th pocket at 3 p.m. ET with Diva Manisami, N Senseji, Doc John, and Lekangur Sali, it's full-on danger zone, big red numbers, limited time, and every new order is like stepping into an elevator car where the cables already sound sketchy.
Groaning. Then you hit Niraj Aurora in 27th at 3 p.m. ET, and the story gets darker. Earlier today, BKR actually handed them relief pops around 2:56 and 2:58 p.m. ET NY time, but the overall curve is still so heavy that those green blips just look like dead cat bounces on a long fall.
And anchoring the whole thing at 29th is Ravi Kiran Goli, where MDB, AMD, ORCL, and Meta just went nuclear between 2:56 and 2:59 p.m. ET. Multiple back-to-back symbol hits carving out multi-$1,000 chunks and turning their P&L into a straight-down elevator shaft with no visible floor.
For Sunless Sulia back in the low 20s, MSFT has been the problem child again. The 2:56 p.m. ET update in New York time took them from comfortably green into outright negative on the symbol, another reminder that one tech name can quietly drag an entire tournament run underwater.
The MDP tape for Ravi Kiran Goli between 2:56 and 2:59 p.m. ET is just violent. 3 separate hits, each carving out roughly $4,000 of red, stacking on top of earlier damage and basically turning one ticker into a personal bear market inside the tournament.
And it's not just MBB, AMB, OSCL, and Meta all slamming Ravi Kiran Goli between 2:56 and 2:59 p.m. ET NY time is like a full-on tech sector avalanche. Every new tick another shove that cements them at the very bottom of the Wick leaderboard with 1 hour left to play.
For Sadish Udaya Kumar, the paired AM Zidane and Google updates at 2:56 and 2:59 p.m. ET NY time demonstrate the compounding effect of correlated tech exposure in this format, where simultaneous adverse moves across just 2 symbols can completely redefine a trader's tournament trajectory.
With 1 hour left until the 4 p.m. ET close, the Wick elevator is prime, a compact green tower fighting over that $1,500 and $250 payout stack, and a massive red underbelly where one last surge of volatility can still rewrite somebody's entire tournament story.
By 3:04 p.m. ET, the edge of comfort lands right on the shoulders of Anil Sununi and Nishai Kumar Manjunath. Double-digit trade counts, tiny gains, and the kind of P&L where one bad click is the difference between safety and a long ride down with the doors stuck open.
And the wild part is, at 3 or 4 p.m. ET, both Madahafs Ravi and SVR Arju have already done the hard work. The 3 or 4 p.m. ET board shows them green and flat on risk, so every new trade from here is a conscious dive back into the elevator shaft for a shot at that $1,750 prize pool.
Gas, the AAPL pop at 2:59 p.m. ET was like slamming the emergency brake for Chidambara Raja. One clean upside burst, and suddenly on the 3:04 p.m. ET board, they're not just surviving, they're gatekeeping the door to the podium from all the red flooding of the shaft. You can feel every MSFT tick for Doc John in that 3 o'clock to 3:03 p.m. ET window. Each update prints another ugly red chunk, and by the time we hit the 3:04 p.m. ET refresh, their curve looks less like a drawdown and more like an elevator cable snapping.
A similar structural failure is visible for Sonil Sulia on MSFT. The symbols stream around 3 o'clock to 3:03 p.m. ET, repeatedly marks down their position, and that cumulative damage is exactly what anchors them deep in the red band of the 3:04 p.m. ET leaderboard, despite only 5 total trades.
But buried in that lower pack, Niraj Aurora is still the comeback arc to watch. The BKR tape around 3:02 p.m. ET printed a big positive shove, and on the 3:04 p.m. ET leaderboard, you can see that jolt keeping them from sinking all the way to the absolute bottom of this elevator pit.
Near the floor, the AMGN update for Satish Udayakumar at 2:59 p.m. ET is a textbook example of terminal downside, a massive negative swing that leaves them so deep in the red that by the 3:04 p.m. ET snapshot, even a perfect final hour would barely get them back to the lower mid-pack.
And way down at the absolute bottom, Ravi Kirangoli is still living in a highlight reel of pain. ORCL, MDB, AMD, and Meta all slammed them again between 2:58 and 3:03 p.m. ET. So by the 3:04 p.m. ET, red their curve is just one long, brutal elevator drop with no bounce.
Groaning. Those same MDB, AMD, ORCL and Meta prints for Ravi Kirangoli leading into 3:04 p.m. ET are the definition of overexposed. When every tick in that window is just another shove lower, you're not trading ideas anymore, you're just riding the freight elevator straight to the boiler room.
All of that chaos underneath just makes the top pop. At 3:04 p.m. ET, Madhav's Ravi still owns the controls in first. SVR Araju and Roshan Palan are jammed on the podium behind, and with 56 minutes left, every new tick on this dashboard is a live shot at that $1,750 prize pool.
And look at the chase car SBR Araju parked in rank 2 at 3:08 p.m. ET with 16 trades on the odometer. Pure accelerator energy, just mashing buttons trying to rip that $1,000 lane away and at least lock down the 500 tier.
Just below, Sudhir Kumar Chitla, at rank 4 on this 3:08 p.m. ET snapshot, is the structural hinge of the green cluster, 16 trades, controlled positive, and effectively the last clean bridge before the leaderboard starts to fray into smaller, more fragile profiles.
Gasping, the AAPL ticker for Chidambara Raja from 3:05 to 3:07 p.m. ET is just pulsing back-to-back symbol PNL bursts. Hundreds of dollars a clip, flipping their lane from minor green to full-on slingshot straight into the top 5 conversation.
Groaning Vaishnav Ajith in 6th at 3:08 p.m. ET is the quiet grinder here. 6 trades, a modest cushion, basically playing hall monitor between the explosive top 5 and the more chaotic green names, trying not to trip into the red just beneath them.
By contrast, Bhuvan Srinivas, at rank 7 on this 3:08 p.m. ET board, represents the high-activity end of the green spectrum, 30 trades logged, relatively small net profit, and a risk profile where incremental edge is being carved out one tiny decision at a time.
Scroll down to rank 11 at 3:08 p.m. ET, and Nishay Kumar Manjunath is still stress-testing the servers, 70 executions just to cling to a thin green, which is the kind of effort-to-outcome ratio that makes your PNL and your blood pressure move in opposite directions.
But then MSFT just nukes the mid-pack for Sunil Sulia between 3:05 and 3:07 p.m. ET. You've got back-to-back negative symbol PNL shocks, 600 plus a swing, flipping a comfy green into an ugly red and dropping them deeper into that lower bracket.
On the comeback side, the BKR line for Niraj Arora around 3:05 to 3:06 p.m. ET is a fascinating case study. Repeated positive symbol PNL spikes, carving a clear inflection point into an otherwise negative equity curve, and keeping their overall tournament arc technically salvageable.
Down at the very bottom at 3:08 p.m. ET, Ravi Kirangoli is living in the blast zone. MBB, AMD, Meta, ORCL, all firing massive red symbol. PNL hits between 3:05 and 3:07 p.m. ET, a full tech stack meltdown that's welded them to last place in this elevator run.
A little higher up, but still in the Red Canyon, Sudhish Udayakumar's profile at 3:08 p.m. ET is dominated by that AMAZN swing from 3:05 to 3:06 p.m. ET, one outsized symbol move that effectively defines their entire tournament standing despite an otherwise quiet execution log. It is 3:12 p.m. ET in New York. The Wick elevator division is 5 hours 42 minutes deep, with 48 minutes left on the cash clock. And this 3:12 p.m. ET dashboard still shows a sharp split between a compact green summit and a very heavy red tail.
And at 3:12 p.m. ET, Madhav's Ravi is still sitting on the throne at rank 1 with that leaderboard topping green from just 5 trades, staring down from the $1,000 prize lane while everyone else tries to drag them off the top of the wick.
SVR